Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. What a day, what a day, what a day. Today is July 28th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We're off to a very, very good start. We're already at $40 in donos before the stream even started, which is fantastic. We have some fantastic news for Megan in Australia with the Seahawks. Some sad news for me and the Buccaneers, obviously with Ryan Jensen and the injury. But we got a lot of news to be able to go over. I've done a lot of preparation for my top 10 list for the best wide receivers going into 2022. And typically when I put out lists like this, it's going to be a little bit of ESP, a little bit of predictions based off past production, present value, future outlook, and upside. So I'm definitely going to have a list that no one else is going to have, NFL.com, CBS, Pat McAfee, Good Morning Football. No one else's list is going to be like this unless you watch my show and you copy my list and then you talk about it after tonight. Let's make sure that we acknowledge everybody in the room. We see here, we got Megan in Australia in the building as usual. She's on the Hawks Nest stream celebrating the epic news out of Renton. Be over as soon as I can. Appreciate you. DK Metcalf all day, every day. All right. Odin's son is in the building. How are you? Michaela is in the building. Yo, NWSF gang for life. We're just too sweet. Definitely. And then just like Megan did yesterday, $100 before the stream even started. She's keeping up with the GOAT status in the donos, just like Eagles John. $20. Let's go. Epic day in Renton with the greatest Seahawks wide receiver since Steve Largent signing a brilliant contract. I'm so damn happy that I pulled out the 14 jersey out of the closet. I'm wearing it with huge amounts of pride. And you should. And a lot of things. When good things happen, you definitely want to rep the jersey. When bad things happen to your team, you still got to rep the jersey. And that's why I got the jersey on today. I could be, somber. I could be sad. I could be mad. I could be depressed with the Ryan Jensen news. But anybody can wear a jersey when your team is winning, right? Or you just won the Super Bowl. You can wear it with pride. But to really show how great of a fan that you are, right? You wear it no matter what. You wear it when you're doing good. You're wearing it when you're doing bad, and anything in between. So I got to rep the jersey today. And, with this Ryan Jensen news that came out, I'm one of those people that's not typically going to overreact or underreact. I'm just going to give you guys the real, no bias, this is what it is type of situation. And I'm going to be very blunt and very honest. Without Ryan Jensen on my team, there is no Super Bowl. So my Super Bowl chances, once they get the x-rays back, if he did tear his left ACL, MCL, PCL, it's over. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to give a better chance for the Rams, the Packers, the Saints, the Vikings, the Cardinals, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Niners, all those other teams, are going to be able to catch up to the Rams and the Bucks. And obviously, if I don't have Ryan Jensen or if I don't have Tristan Wirfs, it doesn't matter if I have Mike Evans or Godwin or Brady, Fournette, Rashad White, Julio, if Gronk comes back or not, Kyle Rudolph, Cameron Brate, it doesn't matter. You got to have good offensive line presence. And if we would have had Ryan Jensen healthy last year in the playoffs, even though he twisted an ankle and didn't really miss anything, with him and Tristan Wirfs, they're my two best offensive linemen. I got a top 10 line, but Jensen is one of the top 5 centers in the league. Some people think he's top 3, and I wouldn't argue with that. He's very, very good. And if he is out for the year, there's going to be other guys that are going to be available still. I think Sarah was mentioning Trotter might be available, but the chemistry, that obviously Brady has with Jensen, it's one of those things. He, first thing when Brady decided to come back, he called Ryan first to make sure he could come back because we already lost Alex Kappa. We already ended up losing a couple of our offensive linemen, obviously one to retirement and one to the Bengals. So, if you lose your 2 guards, even though we got Shaq Mason coming in, Ryan Jensen and Tristan Wirfs are so important because you got to have a great center to call out the protections. And it's kind of a sad day for me because it's not 100% like, all the details have come out, but based on the footage that I watched this morning, when I was watching the Bucs training camp, I saw the injury happen. They went down on the ground. The trainers came up. He threw the helmet off. Normally when a player does that, it's over. It's, season ending 99 times out of 100. So I can pray that maybe it's a bad sprain. I can pray he'll be out for all of preseason and he'll be ready within the first month or maybe the first game. But can we still, fight the adversity and find a way to get to the NFC Championship game with Brady and company? Of course. But I really don't think that we can, honestly win the NFC Championship game, let alone get to the Super Bowl and win without Ryan Jensen. He's that important to our team. So, hey, it's NWSF all day, every day, but we're going to definitely go into that, and I got plenty of pictures up here as well to kind of reflect everything that I'm going about. But shout out to Megan to get off to a very good start for us, and I got some good DK pictures for you guys as well, so I appreciate you very, very much. $20 holla, appreciate you. Let's see what else we got going on here. Megan also says Jamal Adams re-injuring his hands is the only downside to this awesome day for all of the 12s. Eagles, John, bang, 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 $20 dono on the Cash App. Appreciate you. Fly, Eagles, fly. He said, no Doug Baldwin love. I would be for. Yeah, Doug Baldwin is great. Obviously, Tyler, get to the door and lock it. Great. But yeah, I mean, if I'm thinking about potential numbers, what he's accomplished now and what he's going to accomplish, Doug Baldwin has never been a top 12 receiver ever. And DK Metcalf is right there in the top 10 or just outside of the top 10. I would say most people would believe he is somewhere between 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, somewhere between 8 and 12. And he's probably going to get better and better, but obviously you don't have Dangerous Russell Wilson there anymore. So the production might go down a little bit because obviously we know Drew Lock is not Dangerous, Mr. Unlimited. But I do love some Doug Baldwin. I imagine she does as well. Sarah in the building, how are you? I mean, the funny thing is, it's not necessarily someone that's going to be a hater, but we got loyal Rammy. He used to live here in Oregon as a trucker. He's a Rams fan. We go at it after each other. Obviously he's a Rams fan. I'm a Bucs fan. But the first person to fucking message me, as soon as the injury happened, and it was him. So, and a lot of times when someone messages me about something, it'll be, hey, sorry to hear about the injury about Jensen. But for him, it's like almost you're mocking me. It's like you're almost happy that my guy got hurt. So that way you have an easier path to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, I know. He can say, hey, how serious is the injury? But, when you have a competitor, your biggest threat from repeating and winning the Super Bowl, and you see one of my big guys go down, I kind of felt a little bit like you weren't really seeing if, hey, am I okay? Hey, is Ryan Jensen okay? It was kind of like, hey, I'm kind of glad that your guy got hurt, but I'm not going to say it, but inside, I think that's what he's kind of feeling because obviously he's, he knows that, Tampa Bay is the biggest threat to the Rams from repeating or getting to the Super Bowl on the NFC side. Either way, it is what it is. Not too happy about the injury, but I just got to pray that, it isn't season ending. But if I had to take a guess, I imagine it is going to be. But who knows? Maybe I can pray to the sports gods today and we'll go from there. Let's see. Let me scroll down here. We're already at $40 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Once we get to a hundo, let's get to 2 hundo. And then if we get to 2 hundo, let's get to 3 hundo. We can do it. Jameis Amaze in the building. What to do? Sarah Small with a tenner. Bang, 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 bang. And I will get some pictures up and go through everything. I want to make sure that, I don't go through my top 10 list 2 hours in. Sometimes that happens just because I'm going through everyone's comments and throwing up pictures. I make sure I'll get through those pictures and give you guys some love once I go through everything in here as well. $50 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Appreciate you, Sarah. Appreciate you, Eagles John. And I appreciate you, Megan. You guys are holding it down. Horrible news. And like I said, if you're not familiar with Ryan Jensen, he is amazing. I mean, like I said, I just don't think that I can do it without him. And if I'm saying that, there's got to be some truth to it because, some people are like, oh, Ryan, you can manufacture, grab another center. But, it's easier said than done when you've had a guy with Brady, for the last, this will be the 3rd year. I just don't see it. I could, if we overachieve somehow by the luck from the football gods, maybe we could get to the NFC Championship game, but I just don't think we will be able to win it without him. I really don't. So I don't know. I mean, you get Trotter or some of these other guys, but we just give fucking money to Julio, and then this injury happened. So if we would have held off and then would have been able to spend that money on another center, would have been good. I have to look at the cap to see how much money we have left after paying Julio probably a little bit too much, but it is what it is. Let me see here, but at least I'm not, unrealistic. I don't usually get too over hyped or I get all, crabby and, try to overreact to the situation. I pretty much call it how I see it. If I saw that injury for someone else, I would be saying the exact same thing. It's just, I just don't see how we would be able to win the Super Bowl without him. Same thing with Gronk. It's like, I don't even know if we could win the Super Bowl without him. Could we? Yeah. But realistically, Brady needs Gronk and Brady definitely needs Ryan Jensen. So we'll see what happens. Brute saying Jensen news surprisingly wasn't heartbreaking for me. Oh, because you're a Saints fan. But the dude's a one-of-a-kind center and a great personality, so it's still tough to hear. With that, I don't know how Tom will adjust. We'll see. But I still think even with him out, we're still going to be, a top 2, top 3 team in the NFC. It's just that, getting to the game, and can we win it? So it's like, I know we're going to still be good, but there's a difference when you end up having great O-line and great D-line presence, because it's always about O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching compared to quarterback, running back, wide receivers, and tight ends. So don't get your hopes up too much. You might be able to beat us twice in the regular season, but I still am confident that we can still do some damage. But with that being said, it's definitely going to make it extra tough for us, but it's not 100%. They haven't released any information. I imagine we're going to have some information tonight or tomorrow, or they're going to have to wait for the swelling to go down. But like I said, and when I watched it live and I saw him throw off the helmet, it didn't look good. And that's what everyone in the building is saying right now. So we'll see where it goes. It's 11-0 Dodgers on the Rockies right now, 2-2 Mariners and the Astros. Things are looking good. Let me see here. Let me scroll down. A guy, Raiders. I'm seriously worried about the Raiders having a major injury on the. Well, yeah. I mean, especially why did it have to be in training camp? I mean, it would have been just as bad for me, I guess, in preseason or sometime during the regular season. But the worst possible time for one of my best offensive linemen to go down. And he is one of the top 5 centers in the league. But most executives, players, people that are, going over the rankings, most people have Jensen top 3 at center at this point. So it's a really big blow, but hopefully we can overcome and we'll go from there. Let me see here. Let me keep scrolling down. Yeah, how is the flooding down there? Is it getting bad? I assume it is. Hopefully things get a little bit better. But we'll have to wait and see. So before I get into my list, let's actually go through some of the news that broke today before, obviously, Ryan Jensen. And obviously, if you're not familiar with who Ryan Jensen is, Big 66, I mean, this is the guy right here. And, to not be able to have a player like this and the size and his nasty attitude, he actually started off as a guard. And then when he went from guard, ended up transferring over to center so that way we could have a little bit more depth. And I'll go over a little bit about this particular situation with Ryan Jensen, but it's very, very tough for me even to talk about because I knew it was going to be tough. I knew it was not going to be something easy for me to be able to really accept, but it is what it is. He's still undergoing tests on the left knee. He obviously suffered it in practice, obviously, and most people are saying it's not looking too good. And he's been a fixture on my line for 5 years. And then when you have a player like this, he's 31 years old. He agreed to a 3-year deal with the Bucs in March. He only surrendered 2 sacks in the regular season. In the postseason, he produced a 93.1% pass block rate in the center position and the regular season and playoffs combined, protecting Tom Brady. Most people don't know that. Okay. So he signed as a free agent with the Bucs in 2018. He started off at guard. We moved him over to center because he has a lot of attitude, chippiness, toughness onto the offensive line. Jensen immediately emerged as the tone setter on my line. He is the leader, even though Tristan Wirfs is the best, obviously right tackle in the game. Jensen, 4,518 snaps at the center position. Believe it or not, that's the most of any offensive lineman in the NFL since 2018. Believe it or not. So this is not good. and he used to be really nasty, okay? And he had 11 penalties in his first season in Tampa. That was fourth most in the league. They told him to shut the fuck up, just play football, and then he did, and then it dropped to 7, and then over the past 2 seasons. So he definitely has calmed down. He had an ankle sprain during the 31-15 wild card win over the Eagles. He played through it. He attempted to play through the 30-27 loss to the Rams, and we're one of the most durable. But what really hurt us is that we lost right guard Alex Kappa to the Bengals because obviously Burrow needs help. And then we lost left guard Ali Marpet, and he was nasty to retirement. So we might be losing 3 guys that have been a staple for us. And this is him this morning. I am just like, I'm so pissed off and upset, but I'm also just, hoping for the best. But it's not looking good for my guy. And obviously he is the catalyst. As you can see, Brady there. This guy is very durable. He can play guard. He can play center. He is the emotional leader. And I just don't really see us being able to win a Super Bowl, let alone win an NFC championship game without him. But when you have a lot of the other compliments and obviously supporting cast pieces, I know we can overachieve and we can rally. But when you don't have a player like this, it's not going to be easy. So that was the first headline. Another headline, we got this guy right here. Megan's obviously favored, even though I love Tyler get to the door and lock it. Will Tyler get to the door and lock it and DK be able to continue to be one of the best duos in the league? I believe so. There will be a little bit of a drop-off in production because you don't have Dangerous. Now you end up having Drew Lock. DK, 3 years, $72 million extension, 50.82 fully guaranteed. Shout out to DK Metcalf. So now instead of the Packers getting him or some other team that really needs a receiver, the Colts, you're not going to be able to get him anytime soon. And at least the Seahawks can have Tyler Lockett. Tyler, get to the door and lock it. And DK Metcalf. And we'll see what kind of rapport that we can end up getting with Drew Lock. And then maybe one of the top picks in the draft at quarterback next year. So shout out to the, obviously the 12s, and shout out to obviously all the Seahawks fans. I know you love this. Big moves to go from something a little bit somber for me and then something very exciting for the people, part of the 12th man, 12th woman, and the 12th man. I appreciate you guys, and I love you. Third story. Kyler. So in his, obviously contract, they said, guess what, fucker? You got to be able to sit down and do 4 hours of studying. And obviously they released that information after he got multi-million, billion-dollar deal. It was very, very, you would say probably overpaid, a little bit too much money for a guy that doesn't produce in November and December, but you had no choice. The NFL is a business. If you don't pay him or Lamar, you're not going to get anybody better. But then they came out with the news, so it makes Kyler look like lazy and a dumbass. It makes the Cardinals look like, what the fuck are you doing? Paying someone, $200 million, $250 million when a guy isn't even working. He's not even studying enough, and you didn't even really want to give him the money. And so that you have this stipulation. So it makes Kyler look bad. It makes the organization look bad. And then they said, we're not going to do that. We're going to take that away because they got such bad media press. So now you're taking back your words. So I guess Kyla Murray, hey, we were hoping that you were going to hit the books like my puppy here on the screen, but they said, we don't want this bad publicity, All right. So I guess, he's not going to be studying and hitting the books. So interesting to see that, they said, hey, you got to study. Yeah, you got to do this. He said, no. Now they take it back. So we'll see how good Kyler is. And obviously his lack of commitment to maybe studying is based off maybe the production that we're getting in November and December. So those are kind of the headline stories. You got Kyler not studying anymore. Obviously, they're not going to make it a requirement. And they should have never released that information even to begin with. It makes the Kyler look bad. It makes the Cardinals look bad. And now they're saying he doesn't have to do it. Stupid. Okay. Ryan Jensen, like I mentioned, left knee. It could be an ACL, MCL, PCL. It's not looking good. Pray for me. Even if you don't want my team to win the Super Bowl or go to the NFC Championship game, or even if I lose early in the wild card, I'm going to make the playoffs, but I just want my guys to be healthy. You know what I mean? I don't wish injuries that are season ending on anyone. And obviously you guys know I'm a defensive guy and an offensive lineman guy. So anytime if I have a guy like Tristan Wirfs or Jensen go down, I love the center position. This really hurts my heart quite a bit. So hopefully it'll come up negative, but I have a bad feeling that it is going to come up as a tear, ACL, MCL, or PCL. And then DK, shout out to the 12. 3 years, $72 million, 58.2 fully guaranteed. And let me acknowledge everybody in the room, and then let's get into the show before we hit the 30-minute mark. So let me go up here and just see who else is in the room, and then we will get the list started. He says, what you feel about Jensen is how I felt about Jameis last year, what could have been. Well, you guys would have made the playoffs, and you guys could have beaten the Buccaneers possibly in the playoffs. There's only 2 teams that I really felt that could have beat us. The Saints were one of them, and the Rams were the other. So, obviously you got to have a quarterback, but Jensen's impact on the team is, in the locker room and everything that he represents, especially when we don't have Alex Kappa, obviously, anymore, and Ali Marpet, that hurt. You know what I mean? And then obviously Brady was going to go. So we were going to go from a Super Bowl contender to probably like, if we didn't have Brady, we would have Gardner Minshew? Would we have stuck with Gabbard or Trask? I don't know what direction they would have went, but we would have went from a Super Bowl contending team with all these guys gone to maybe, an 8-9, 9-8 team or worse. But at least we got Brady to come back, but we'll see. But I do know that if he is out for the year, we will rally and we will play for him for sure. Say great football teams rally around. I just said that. We'll rally around each other. There's only some critical injuries a team can sustain, but I still like your chances with TB12. But if you go back and you look at the Chiefs, right, when they played the Bucks, what derailed them? Mitchell Schwartz, Eric Fisher, they didn't play. The Bucks, fucking dominated. What happened with the Rams and the Buccaneers last year? Tristan Wirfs, and then obviously Ryan Jensen were injured. The Rams won. So, if you don't have offensive line, that's really the key. So they can rally, but Jensen is a top 5 center in most people's eyes. But if you really look at the executives, the players, the coaches, most of them consider him top 3. And either way, top 3, top 5. He's fantastic. And I like what he brings to the locker room. He is the nastiest player on our offensive line besides Ali Marpet, who's no longer with the team, and Kappa, but we got Tristan Wirfs there as well. So, there's going to be a couple other guys available still, but it's not going to be him. So, yeah, definitely very upsetting with that. JT in the building. What to do? What up? Hope everyone is well. Looking forward to the recap on your top 10. I haven't started it yet. I just wanted to go over the news first. Obviously with DK, Kyler, and obviously Ryan Jensen with the possible injury. DK better have that bag. He does. He will, and he will be there. He said, yeah, it just really sucks to hear about the situation for Jensen. Yeah, and he had to get carted off too. I just thought it was really funny. Out of all the people that it's like we can kind of agree to disagree, and sometimes we'll go after each other, loyal Rammy. But I knew someone like that would be the first one to message me. It's not going to be someone that's like, hey, hope he's okay. Hope things work out for you. It was almost like we're the champs, and what happened? But I'm kind of happy that your guy got hurt without saying that blatantly. But I know he's happy that because obviously the Rams know the Bucs are the biggest threat. So if you end up losing one of those guys, but that could be karma because maybe one of their guys will get hurt on the line. We'll have to wait and see, but not a good look. Not a good look at this point. Let me see. 4 hours a week. It should be 4 hours a day. Is that, Drew Brees would see. Yeah, seriously. It should be 4 hours a day, not 4 hours. I think that's what it was supposed to be. 4 hours a day, not 4 hours a week. You know what I mean? So Kyler hitting Madden instead of real football. Yeah, for real. Seriously, though, because that's what he was doing. He was doing a lot of online gaming, FaZe Clan, and all his, famous buddies that are on YouTube, in the FaZe Clan and whatnot. So, because he could be a professional gamer, obviously, with, some of the skills that he has. So, but I hope he does recover fast because, like I said, I don't pray for injuries on anyone. And if you remember when I talked about, Jameis getting hurt, I wasn't happy about that. I wanted the Saints to make the playoffs. I wanted him to shine. It just didn't work out for my team. And a lot of Buccaneer fans, are salty, towards Jameis because he couldn't see. Tampa should have been better on giving him advice to be able to have LASIK done. And you should have never drafted him number 1 if he couldn't have been able to see properly. That was on Tampa Bay for not, putting that in place. And he played much better with you guys. And I do wish him all the success, even though he didn't play good for me. And honestly, if he did have LASIK and he could see, I would have been okay with him as my quarterback. It's just that the mistakes, the fumbles, the immaturity, the pick sixes, losing games in the fourth quarter, it was just a little bit too much. And when you have a chance to get Brady, you don't really look back. But it is a good fit for you guys. It just wasn't a good fit for me. And, a lot of people could say, oh, fuck Jameis as a Bucs fan. I do want him to be successful for you guys, even if it's only for a year and it's a Band-Aid. I hope you guys are the 3rd best team in the NFC. not just in the, overall, in the league. We'll have to see how the teams shake out. But most people are going to be putting the Packers, the Eagles, and the Saints as maybe the third best team, competing with obviously the Rams and the Bucks at the top. But if I keep losing players, there probably will be some of these teams that might pass me, even with Brady. So we'll have to see. Let me see. Let me keep scrolling down. It looks like I am pretty caught up. So that is good. So again, very quickly, before we get into the news, Ryan Jensen, obviously with the injury, very sad today. I watched it live, and I got pissed as soon as I saw it, and it doesn't look good. Left knee, could be ACL, MCL, PCL. Pray for me, pray for my Bucks, even if I don't get to the NFC Championship or Super Bowl. It's just a very, very tough time being a Buck fan right now. Kyla Murray, they had the stipulation, obviously, that he had to study. He wasn't, and then they said, you have to, and then it was a bad look for the Cardinals, a bad look for Kyler, and then now they're like, you know what, Kyler? Yeah, no, you don't have to study like this puppy with the glasses, the cutest thing ever. They said, nah, you don't have to study. So, I mean, why did you even release the information to begin with that he's got to study? It makes you look stupid for paying money for someone that you don't even believe in. And then Kyler having to try to defend himself. And then they were like, no, we're not going to make you study. I don't understand what the Cardinals are doing. The Super Bowl is in Arizona, but this is not a good look. It's a great look for the puppy. And that glasses right there, that's the cutest thing ever. Put that on a fucking bag of dog food. But Kyler, I mean, you're more focused about, video games and your social life. What you should be focused on is football. And if you're not, just go play baseball for the A's. They only get like 800 people there in a 20,000 capacity stadium. No one shows up. They need you there, okay? If you want to put more effort, or go play fucking video games, okay? And last but not least, DK, 3-year, $72 million extension, 58.2, fully guaranteed. Congratulations. Cheers to you. All right, so we're before the 30-minute mark, and that's when I wanted to get into the list. I will go over the list multiple times down the road, obviously, because, there'll be people that are going to show up. I'll probably do a 5-hour stream or, at this point. So he said, Ryan, you have backed Winston ever since he showed promise. I mean, I always have. I'm not a hater. Most people, especially, Saints fans, oh, Jameis, he is trash. He's horrible. He's a piece of shit. He's crap when he was on my team, right? And then as soon as they get him, what was the mood? Oh, it was just not a good fit for him there. Oh, now he's got LASIK. He's great. I'm going to back him into the very end. I'm going to support him, all the way to the very, very end. It's like, where were these people that were just talking shit to me for, the last 2, 3, 4 years? And they said that this guy was the worst. And then now he's one of the best. Well, I guess once you get a different helmet and a different jersey on, then opinions change. But I thought that was really funny to go from, hey, this guy's horrible, then he's on your team, and all of a sudden now he's great. And I'm not sure if I would say he's great, but he's a lot better than people are giving him credit for. And really the only thing that I don't like about him is his immaturity. If he had more maturity, I would like him. But obviously with LASIK, his completion percentage is better. Hopefully his leadership, instead of eating W's and making a fool of himself, hopefully he can actually earn the respect of the Saints players, which I think he has. Most of them, some probably still think he's a goofball, but I think he has earned the respect of some. And I hope he has success. It just didn't work out for my team. And even if we got Marcus Mariota, it wasn't going to work out, either way, just because I didn't have the right coaching or the supporting cast. But I am rooting for him. And I've always rooted for him after he left my team. I just couldn't root for him on my team for a guy that throws that many pick sixes and that would, lose so many games. And I'm not necessarily saying Brute Saint was one of those guys, but I'll tell you, I had a lot of messages over the years saying how horrible my team was and how crappy Jameis was. And it's just kind of funny, when people's moods change when that player ends up being on their team. But I do wish him the best, and I hope you guys make the playoffs, and I'm 100% genuine and serious. I hope that they end up being the third best team in the NFC. I hope it goes Rams, Bucks, Saints, even over Packers and Eagles. I want them to do good as well. All right. But just to prove the media wrong, when everyone's like, okay, we think that they're going to go 8-9 or 9-8. That's what most people are saying. That's what they had last year. And Jameis got hurt. So you're telling me adding Michael Thomas being healthy, adding Jarvis Landry, Chris Olave, maybe AK-41 has something to do with that. If he gets suspended 6 games, maybe they think they're going to lose too many or go like 3-3 or worse, and that's why they're not going to have the record. But I still think they can win without AK. But and then you ended up getting Honey Badger and Marcus May at safety from the Jets. And, you got Demario Davis, you got Cameron Jordan, you got Lattimore, you got a lot of pieces, Davenport. So, I don't like the hate. And even though they're a rival to me, I think they're going to be much better than people are giving them credit for. Shame on you, media. And obviously people will watch this show and they'll be like, you know what? Maybe Orion is right. Maybe the Saints will be a little bit better. And obviously the Packers, could get to 10 to 13 wins. The Eagles could get to 10 to 12, 13 wins. But I think the Saints could also. I mean, who's to say that we're not separated by a game or two? And if we keep having injuries, there's a chance that the Saints even beat the Bucs in the division. And I wouldn't mind as long as we get into the playoffs. You know what I mean? You can finish at, let's say, 12-5, and we finish 11-6. I'm not going to cry about that. And I wish them success, but most Saints fans wouldn't wish success for me, but I will wish success for Jameis and for them because I'm built a little bit different. So let me go here. He said, same with me when Mariota got signed to the Raiders. I knew he wasn't beating Carr. Right. But the only problem with him, it was just injuries. He definitely, is a winner. He definitely has a good touchdown to interception ratio, but he's just injury prone like Derrick Rose was for the Chicago Bulls, what could have been. But even if I got Mariota or Jameis, it shows you just because you get guys that get picked 1, 2, like even the Carson Wentz situation, sometimes when you get picked 1 or 2, it doesn't work out for a lot of these guys, and that's facts. All right, so let's get in the list. We're right at the 30-minute mark, so that's where I wanted to go. All right, so first, let's go over a few options here on, obviously, players that I want to go over with you that didn't make my list. And there's a reason why some of these guys didn't make my list. And let's go with, first off, number 1, Deandre Hopkins. Okay, this guy is normally always, he was 1, 2, 3 for like forever, right? I mean, when's the last time that we really saw DeAndre Hopkins not labeled on the Texans or Cardinals as a top 3, right? And the only reason that he's not in my list this year, and it's legitimate, he's been one of the game's really best, possession targets. He's got elite hands. He's a Hall of Famer, but guess what? He missed 6 games last year, and he's going to miss another 6 due to suspension with like the PEDs and the shit that he put in his body. So if you're not going to miss 6 games, I'm going to put you in there. But 6 is a lot. 6 is a lot of games, especially if we're playing 17. So I just don't think you're going to be able to produce, with Kyler in 11 games to be a top 10. He could. I mean, if him and Kyler have this connection and, they feed off the Super Bowl being in Arizona, maybe he could end up being like the 10th best receiver if he goes off in every game for 11, but I doubt it. He'll probably get injured again for a couple games, but I wanted to put him in the list. I really did, but I just can't do it. When you're not going to be playing for 6 games and you missed 6 games last year. So hopefully that makes sense for you guys. I can't put someone in there when they're missing so many games. So I'm not going to have him in here. Okay. He's kind of losing a little bit of a step, but not as much as people think. He is losing a little bit of a step, but DeAndre Hopkins normally, I think instead of being top 5, would be somewhere between 6 through 10 if he was healthy. Like, let's say he didn't do PEDs, right? And he's playing all the games. I would probably have had him on my list somewhere between probably 7 through 10. Not top 5, not number 6, but somewhere between 7 through 10 is where I probably would have put him. But when you're going to be out for 6 games, I just can't do it. Next up, another guy that could have a top 10 season, and I wanted to put him in the list. And another guy that I support, and I know Bucs fans normally will never support Saints players. AK-41, Alvin Kamara is my favorite running back in the league. Yeah, I did say that. I'm a Bucs fan, but I can still like people from another team because I like the skill set. I like the swag. I like the running ability. And obviously, I know this guy's got swag from the Ohio State University, okay? But with Michael Thomas, he's 3 years removed from a 1,700-yard season as a Saints ultra reliable number 1, right? But he's only played in 7 games in 2 years. So I'm praying that he can get back to getting at least 1,000 to 1,500 yards. And I know it's not Drew Brees anymore, and it's Jameis Winston, okay? I understand that it's now not Drew Brees, it's Jameis, right, to Michael Thomas. But that doesn't mean that Jameis can't throw for 5,000. That doesn't mean Michael Thomas can't get 1,500 yards. You know what I mean? But there's going to have to be a period where we can see it for ourselves that he's not going to get hurt. And I'm praying for the Saints fans. I'm praying for Michael Thomas. And I know a lot of Bucs fans will be like, fuck him. I hope he fucking never plays again. But I can't. I just respect greatness and talent. And even though there's a lot of shit talking between Michael Thomas and obviously some of the players on the Bucs, the Panthers, and the Falcons, I can't hate on greatness when we saw that 3 years ago. And I'm really rooting for him. But you're never going to hear another Bucs fan say this. But I'm built different. If I see someone that's great, I'm going to be able to shout him out. And I'm really rooting for him. The route running will dominate again. Okay. But the number one factor is health. Can we please get you on the field? And I'm hoping that we can. So Deandre Hopkins, not in my top 10, but if he was not suspended for 6, he would be. And Michael Thomas, I want to put you there. Desperately. I want to put you there, but I got to be able to see it first. And then if you play a full season, then you'll be probably in my top 10 the following year. I just want to see how you play with Jameis, the chemistry. I know you can run routes and people can talk shit and call you slant boy. He can do much more than to the slant. That's just people just, picking something out to talk shit for a narrative. And that is big facts. So let me go here. So obviously I'm just going to go into the comments while I'm doing this so I don't have like 50 and I don't get too far behind. Toby, Christian Kirk could rise above. He's nowhere near being a top 10 or top 15. You're just a Jags fan, so I'm not going to rip into you. But Christian Kirk could be okay, but he got overpaid. And I hope that he does well. But he's nowhere near being a wide receiver number 1, and he's nowhere near this list. Just being real. Brute saying, hell yeah, glad you're at least. Of course I am. Come on, dude. You know what I mean? I'm not a hater. You know what I'm saying? I watched him in practice today. I watched him in practice yesterday. So that's the difference between me and everyone else. I will be able to mention, greatness, even if it's a rival. And you know how it is on YouTube and Twitch. And a lot of people, they will never mention the greatness. They will keep quiet about it. So those are 2 guys that are not on the list. And then I'm going to give you my honorable mention. All right. This is the guy that is neck and neck with my number 10 guy. And it's this guy right here. DK Metcalf, honorable mention at number 11. I really wanted to put you in the list. And the main reason that I'm not putting you on the list, even though you got a 3-year, $72 million extension, 58.2 fully guaranteed, is because you don't have Russell Wilson anymore. Okay. If you did have Russell Wilson, chances are I might have bumped out my number 10 guy, or I would have did it as a tie, because I think it's going to be very close based off production. And the guy at number 10 is almost a clone of you. Okay, it's literally, you guys are almost the same type of player. And no, I'm not talking about Treylon Burks, who could be the 3rd guy that could be just like DK, my number 10 guy, and Treylon Burks. All of them are built the same. They have very similar skill sets. DK can, run all the routes. He can definitely improve, because when he first came in, it was more like post and go routes. Then he worked with Russ, and then he showed that he could run the slants, the 5-yard outs, the 5-yard ends, the stop and goes. He could run everything in the route tree, but he could still get a little better. He's very much a freak, upper body, very masculine. He's built like an American gladiator, okay? And I love this guy. But when you have Drew Lock throwing to you, right, I got to wait till you get the rookie next year. If you end up getting someone, obviously, on the Alabama quarterback, CJ Stroud, maybe from, Ohio State, there's going to be Bryce Young. There's going to be a few, but, Seahawks more than likely will be winning somewhere between 4 and 7 games this year. DK will still produce. Same thing with Tyler, get to the door and lock it. But just like in fantasy football, there's going to be a little bit dip in production, because let's be honest, Drew Lock is not dangerous, Mr. Unlimited. There's a pretty big gap there. So if Russ is there, you're probably sitting at number 10 or it's a tie. But since he's not, then I had to end up making that move. But he's very close. I mean, I could have put him as a tie if Russ was there. But, I have to be fair. I have to look at all the factors, and I have to be realistic, and I have to not have bias. I just have to keep it real. So at number 11, my honorable mention, DK Metcalf. Let me see here, and I'll go through the list, and I'm just starting it off now. So, yeah, but once you start seeing the players that I have, you'll understand. Okay. All right. So we had Deandre Hopkins, who normally would be in the top 10, 6-game suspension. You missed 6 games last year. That's too many to make up. Michael Thomas could have a monster year and get back to being a top 10 receiver, but you got to look at the production. And obviously, if you've missed so many games, we have to be realistic about it. Okay. You missed a lot of time, 1,700-yard season, and you were number 1 in receptions. Obviously, Cooper Kupp broke a lot of stuff last year, but he's reliable. right? Or at least he was. Can we get back to that? But he's only played 7 games in 2 years. So I can't put him in the top 10 yet, but I hope I can, because I'm rooting for him. He's a stud, and he's more than just a slant boy, as the haters would call him. He's fantastic. We just need to see him prove it, that he can do it, okay? Michael Thomas as an honorable mention, as well as DeAndre Hopkins, DK at number 11. All right, are you guys ready? Let me crack my beer open here real quick. Let's crack this open. And I put a lot of thought and time in every stream that I do. And I know you guys notice that. Obviously, I'm not going to just do it just to do it. I take a lot of pride in my list, and I know people will watch this list and copy me and talk about it, but I guarantee my list won't be like anyone else's. All right, and we'll go through 10 through 6, and then I'll take a break, and then we'll do comments, and then we'll go through the top 5. At number 10 is a wide receiver that is a mere clone to DK Metcalf. All right, but he got traded. And with the trade, he's going to be put in a position with the Philadelphia Eagles to thrive and succeed with one of his best friends, with Jalen Hurts. At number 10, I got A.J. Brown. And obviously with Jalen Hurts, it's not Russell Wilson. I think Jalen Hurts is more like a Dak Prescott 2.0. But if you look at A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, okay, you got Devontae Smith, Miles Sanders, a beefed-up line. Sirianni's there for his second year. You got Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean from Georgia. You still got Big Play Slay. You still got Fletcher Cox. A.J. Brown always puts up big stats, and I think that a lot of people take him for granted. We saw how great he was with Tannehill, and I know he's fantastic, okay? And he's going to be able to keep that production up. So if you end up looking at his stats, and we look at his stats, obviously, from last year, 105 targets, 63 receptions, 869 yards, 5 touchdowns. And with Tannehill, he wasn't really healthy. Tannehill was banged up. A.J. Brown was banged up. Obviously, Derrick Henry was a little bit banged up. Julio was banged up. Everyone had something minor or major that they were dealing with. And the year before that, it was better. So I definitely think that this production will double. I think you can get to 10 touchdowns with Jalen Hurts. It's going to be the number 1 option for the Eagles. I got the Eagles winning the NFC East, and he's going to be a big part of it. DK Metcalf obviously is the equivalent to him, but with the freakish speed, hands, we have to look at the injuries, and the injuries are something that we're going to have to monitor, not only for A.J. Brown, but a lot of these other guys. But he's got bulk, he's got power, he's got explosiveness. He's a guy that can score a touchdown every game. Sometimes he'll score twice in a game, as many as 3 times in a game. He's that good. And then to pair him up with Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, that gives the Eagles one of the best offenses in the league. And then pairing that up with the defense that is starting to look kind of scary. Look for the Philadelphia Eagles fly to do big things, and getting this player from the Titans is going to mean a lot more to the Eagles than they even know. And I think Jalen Hurts, haters are going to open their eyes and be like, you know what? Maybe we just needed a little bit more defense. Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis. Maybe we just needed a little bit more weapons like A.J. Brown, instead of just, maybe a guy like Devontae Smith, who's actually more of a wide receiver 2 instead of a wide receiver 1. And you got Goddard, who I feel is probably the 6th or 7th best tight end in the league. He's right there with Kyle Pitts. And then obviously with Kelsey, Mark Andrews, Darren Waller from the Raiders, right? And then you got a few others in that mix, Kittle, Hawkinson, and a few others. But I do love Goddard. He's the man. And I absolutely love A.J. Brown, a clone of DK. But if it's Drew Lock throwing or Jalen Hurts, give me the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. At number 10, A.J. Brown. All right, at number 9. At number 9, I expect this player to have a monster season. They could finish number 1 in the AFC West or as low as number 4. But I know with the quarterback that they have, he's from Oregon. He's my boy. Justin Herbert's going to be looking his way. He arguably is the best route runner in the game, even though he's been in the league for quite some time. At number 9, it is Keenan Allen. This guy can talk shit with the best of them, all right? 157 targets, 106 receptions, 1,138 yards, 6 tutties. He'll have more, because if the Chargers want to get first or second place with the Broncos to get ahead of the Chiefs and the Raiders, who made the playoffs last year, Justin Herbert, number 1 in touchdowns, number 1 in yards, number 1 in 300-plus yard games in his first 2 seasons in NFL history. So if they want to be able to take the next step, They have to be able to go his way, Mike Williams' way. They have to be able to get everyone involved. And I love this player. I've always loved this player. And normally when you think of players that are 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, we always kind of group a few guys together, and Keenan Allen is always there. And I could have put him a few spots higher, but as you see my list, you'll understand why I have a player that could be number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, but I'm going to put him here because I think this is a fair ranking with upside. All right, he's been doing it the right way for so long. It's really surprising he just turned 30, believe it or not. A pure route runner, arguably the best in the league. All right, a quarterback's best friend. Normally it's a running game or a running back with Justin Herbert. It is Keenan Allen. He's logged, check this out, at least 100 catches and 1,100 yards in 4 of his last 5 seasons. Believe it or not, even before Herbert was there. All right. And Justin Herbert's top safety valve is going to be huge for them to try to win the division, which I think they do have a chance. Between them and the Broncos, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a little bit of shift in power based off, we know the Raiders are going to be good. They could finish 1, 2, 3, 4. But since the Raiders and the Chiefs made it last year, sometimes when you make it last year, you slide a little bit. O-line needs improvement from the Raiders. Defense needs a little bit of improvement. Maybe the Chargers can put it together. I don't like the coach and Staley. Maybe he can improve to me that he can be like Zach Taylor from the Bengals. This could be the Bengals of last year. They could make it all the way to the AFC Championship game. They could get to the Super Bowl. They could also get first place in the AFC West, or they could finish in 4th. It all depends on coaching and injuries. That's really the 2 things that have derailed the Chargers, not being able to stop the run and injuries and bad coaching. And that is big facts. We know Mike Williams has big playability, but he's nowhere near Keenan Allen's talent level. This guy is steady as anybody, like NWSF doing 5-hour streams. You can count on me, and the Chargers can count on you. Keenan Allen, I want to put you higher. Honestly, I want to put you at like 6, 7, 8, just because I know you're going to have a monster year, because if the Chargers want to go far, they're going to have to. So I put him there. Let me go through the comments here real quick as we're going through. Obviously, we got AJ there, and you guys are going to go through my, list. Say AJ deserves to be in the top 10. And obviously, you might not agree with me 100%, but once you go through the list, like I said, you're going to see why I believe what I believe. And I feel my lists are better than anyone else on planet Earth. I really do. You got people on CBS, NFL.com. You got a bunch of these people that don't want to put in the work. And I definitely will give you stats and analytics to back my picks. Number 9, we got Keenan Allen. At number 8, this guy right here at number 8 has been complaining a lot, okay? This guy has been complaining a lot in the offseason. He wanted to hold out. Who knows if he still will hold out? He ended up playing running back and wide receiver, and he said, bitch, you better pay me like someone that's going to be taking hits, going through the guards and the tackles, because my career is going to be short by 5 years if you keep putting me in this RPO scenario or having me play running back / wide receiver. So even though, Keenan Allen might be more consistent at wide receiver, the reason I put Debo there, even if you're going to have Trey Lance instead of Jimmy G, Debo gives you that versatility. Okay, that even Keenan Allen can't play running back. Debo can, so it gives you a little bit more upside, and I think Trey Lance is going to be much better than people think. Give him a couple years to get his feet wet and get underneath them, but I think the Niners can make the playoffs with Trey Lance this year, but he is going to have some growing pains. He is inaccurate, all right, but he's got a lot of athletic ability like Justin Fields on the Bears, okay, and I got at number 8, Debo Samuel, and you could flip-flop Debo and Keenan Allen. Really, I mean, if you put Debo at 9, Keenan Allen at 8, but if you look at Debo's abilities to put him one spot and then Keenan, that makes sense, okay? He had 121 targets, 77 receptions, 1,405 yards receiving, and then obviously 6 receiving touchdowns, as well as his rushing touchdowns on top of that. So he's a dog. We know this. 49ers offensive MVP in 2021. He's got running back vision and tight end physicality with multiple roles in the slot and on the left and right side. Shanahan kept feeding him because he knew that it's a mismatch on anyone in the league. You can't guard this guy. It's like MT13. You can't guard him. You only hope to contain him. It's very, very tough to be able to match up. All right. But bang for your buck, you're not going to really find that many athletes at 6 foot, 215 pounds that can dominate the stat sheet like Debo Samuel. And even if he doesn't play running back at all, I still think his stats could be very, very high. He could get somewhere between 5 and 10 touchdowns, but with the ability to run the football, RPO, or be a running back, as well as play any of the wide receiver positions, Deebo Samuel is the ultimate threat at running back and wide receiver, but he doesn't want to play running back unless he's going to get paid like it. I totally understand 100% because obviously Kyle Shanahan is one of the best offensive play callers to find the mismatches against your favorite team and players. At number 8, it is Deebo Samuel. All right, let me keep going through to see the list. Obviously, we got Tyree in the building. Fly, Eagles, fly. Let's go. Yeah, this is a current list, and it's not, it's based off what I see projected going into this upcoming season. And some of it is based off, okay, what have they done? Where are they at now? Who are the quarterbacks and the people that are going to be working with them? Has there been a coaching change? So I went through a lot of different picks here. So I definitely really love this player. And even if with Trey Lance over Jimmy, I still think the Niners can, it's the one team in the NFL that you never can count out ever. He always can produce no matter what. So at that particular list, there we go. Deebo Samuel, I got him at number 8. So a quick review. All right, DeAndre Hopkins, honorable mention. Michael Thomas, honorable mention. Number 11, DK Metcalf, no Russ. Drew Lock, enough said. And then at number 10, A.J. Brown. Number 9, Keenan Allen. I'm giving you all new photos if you've noticed as well. And then at number 8, Deebo Samuel. This player right here, I could have definitely been biased. It's my player, okay, Mike Evans. I could have put him up at number 5, right? I could have put him at number 6, but I don't need to be that guy. Okay, I can let his production speak for itself. But the funny thing is, once Mike Evans' career is over and you compare him to Julio Jones and a lot of guys that are quote unquote bigger names, his stat line is going to be much better than most of these receivers that you see on this list for a career. And I'm not joking. If you end up looking at this list, you're going to be surprised based off the numbers if you don't know stats about Mike Evans. Mike Evans, 114 targets, 74 receptions, 1,035 yards, 14 receiving TDs. And that's more than who? Deebo Samuel, right? More than Keenan Allen, more than A.J. Brown. It's going to be more than DK, more than Michael, more than likely DeAndre Hopkins, definitely more than him if you're missing 6 games. So the big thing about, all right, Mike Evans, the most underrated wide receiver, I think, in the top 10 every year. You know what I mean? We won a Super Bowl, but it seems like everyone always wants to pick Keenan Allen or, they always want to pick Stefan Diggs. They never want to give Mike the love, and we all thought, oh, maybe Johnny Football, is better. No. Mike Evans made Johnny Football, not Johnny Football made Mike Evans. And that was very clear right out of the gates. But he is the most underrated wide receiver in the top 10. Mike Evans has eclipsed 1,500 receiving yards just once in his 8-year career. But he's never failed to go under 1,000. All right. He's the only receiver to do it every single year, 8 years in a row. This is going to be number 9, and then he will do it for number 10. There's no receiver in the league that has done that many times in a row, which is actually pretty fucking crazy if you think about it. And some of these stats that he put up with, he was doing it with guys like Jameis Winston. So think about that for a second. I mean, you're going to have a guy like Jameis who's horribly inaccurate, but you're still able to put up fantastic yards and touchdowns. And I'm going to go over the list here real quick because I have it next to me. So, fun fact, 1,000 plus yard receiving season since 2010. All right, Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Megatron, DeAndre Hopkins, AJ Green, right? 6. Julio Jones, AB, fly like a butterfly, sting like AB, Antonio Brown, 7. There's only been one player to do it consecutively ever since their rookie year until now. Mike Evans is the only one. 8 consecutive seasons from his rookie year till now. He's the only one in the NFL history that's ever done it. He's going to make it number 9. He'll make it number 10. He's very underrated. And based off that stat line alone, it should be something that you're like, wow, he is a little bit better than I thought. It's one thing to do it with Brady, but he's been doing it with Jameis and other shitty quarterbacks as well. He's 6'5", 231 pounds. He still moves smoothly at 29 years old. He can do the deep ball. He can do the fade. He can end up doing the slant. He's averaging more than 14 yards per catch for 5 straight seasons. Plug him into the lineup, and you got a receiver who's naturally gifted, the most underrated wide receiver in the top 10, and it's been that way for a long time. Even when we won the Super Bowl, people didn't want to give Devin White, Devonte David the credit. I don't know what it is about the Buccaneers where other fans just want to hate on us so much, okay? Mike Evans is the real deal, and when it's all said and done, he's first ballot Hall of Fame, but he might even have better stats than your favorite wide receiver when it's all said and done, and he might end up being one of the top when it's because you got Jerry Rice, you got Randy Moss, you got T.O., you got Megatron, you got Larry Fitzgerald, but there's going to be some chatter. If he ends up continuing this up, you might see Mike Evans, being in the conversation at somewhere between 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 overall when it's all said and done, if he can keep up this pace. All right. At number 7, Mike Evans. And I could have been very biased and put him, based off those numbers alone, I could have put him up way higher. But I'm not a hater, and I'm not someone that's biased. So I have to make sure that I keep it real. But his numbers are incredible and better than people really think, because people will say, he's not that good. Well, maybe Lattimore can shut him down, when they play. But if you really look at the stats, every single year he dominates, and he can't really be guarded. I mean, Lattimore might get him for a game or two, but other than that, I mean, a lot of corners struggle with Mike Evans. At number 7, the GOAT, Mike Evans. Go Bucks. Let's get it. Let me go through the comments here. Make sure I got everything lined up. Looks like everything is good here. Tyree's in the building. And like I said, just imagine if Mike Evans was on your team. A lot of people that love to talk shit, they're like, fuck Mike Evans. But then what happens if Mike Evans is your wide receiver 1? Would you like him? More than likely you would. And a lot of people would buy his jersey. And I'll be honest, I don't buy quarterback, running back, wide receiver jerseys, but I would buy a Mike Evans jersey before I buy a Brady. I haven't bought a Bucks offensive jersey probably since Doug Martin, a long time ago. But if I do buy one this year or next year, it will probably be Mike Evans on the offensive side. If I decide to go offense, I'd rather get Mike Allstott, John Lynch, Rondé Barber, a few other guys first, but he's worth me buying the jersey, okay? At number 7, Mike Evans. At number 6, this guy has always been top 2 or top 3. But he had a quarterback change and a team change. I still think he's fantastic, but I think that there is going to be a little bit of a drop in production. I definitely could have flip-flopped number 6 with Mike Evans, right? But I decided to give him the respect that he deserves. He's a fantastic player, the fastest player in the league, okay? You can't guard him. At number 6, Miami Dolphins, Tyreek, the free kill. And for me to say that he's number 6 feels weird, because normally it's Devonte Adams and him at the very, very top, right? And then you have these other guys that are younger that are, obviously gaining some ground. But based off him being on the Dolphins, it's no longer Patrick Mahomes. You're obviously there with Tua. I don't think Tua's can throw the football with accuracy downfield like Mahomes. That's facts. So they're going to be doing a lot of screens, bubble screens, reverses, 5-yard out, 5-yard in, and they're going to rely on doing short passes and having him use his legs to get those yak yards to be able to get those big plays. It's going to be a different type of an adjustment, but he could still put up similar numbers that he did with Patrick Mahomes. 159 targets, 111 receptions, 1,239 yards. All right, he had 9 receiving touchdowns. He can do some with RPO as well. And obviously, if you look at this guy, who's under the most pressure to perform out of the top 10, it's him. Number 1, the Cheetah. Now, the NFL's highest paid wideout obviously decided to leave Kansas City and say that Tua obviously is a better pure passer than Mahomes. Bullshit. Obviously, we know that. He just wants to support his current quarterback. But you're going from a guy that's one of the top 5 quarterbacks when it's all said and done, probably of all time in Mahomes, to a guy with Tua that might not even be your quarterback next year, okay? 5'10", 185 pounds. It doesn't matter that he's small. He's physical. He's fast. He got a lot of shit talking from Jalen Ramsey when he was on the Jags. He decided, hey, you're just a bitch. That's what Ramsey said. You're just a bitch. All you do is play special teams. Well, this bitch obviously decided, hey, I'm not a bitch. I can play special teams. I can do kick return. I can do punt return. I can be a receiver. I'm going to work my ass off. And then he has blossomed into normally a top 2 receiver with Devonte Adams. But now you're no longer there. So there's going to be a little bit of a downgrade in his stats, a little bit, we assume. but there is a chance that his numbers will be comparable and could be maybe even slightly higher depending on how they use him. The offensive line is going to be very key, and they're going to have good blocking, from the tight ends and the other receivers to help him get loose. But he is the fastest player in the league. He is the biggest game breaker in the league. But you're on the Miami Dolphins now, not the Kansas City Chiefs. So I have to slide you down. I could have put Mike Evans higher, but I didn't. I could, but Tyreek, his name recognition deserves to be in the top 3. But you're on the Miami Dolphins now, and it's not Patrick Mahomes. So it's weird for me to put him there, but I think it's fair. Number 6, Tyreek the free kill. So a quick review. Number 10, A.J. Brown. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Number 7, Mike Evans. And number 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill. So that is the list so far. Let me know what you guys think with the list. But Panthers fan, don't make me laugh, bro. Stop it. I think DJ Moore is one of the most underrated wide receivers. No one on fucking planet Earth thinks DJ Moore is top 10. Not one fucking soul. Not one soul on planet Earth. Now, is DJ Moore somewhere between 12 and 20? Yeah, but he's not there. And obviously, if you have Baker and Darnold, you're going to have to wait for a quarterback to be better to be able to elevate his stats, or he's going to have to get traded and go to another team. Like, let's say, if he went to the Packers and he was with Rodgers, yeah, he could probably be a top 10 receiver. But you got Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. DJ Moore top 10. Oh, I needed a laugh today. Thank you so much, bro. Oh, my goodness. Goodness. It's always funny when we get someone saying something like that. So let me know what you guys think of the list. And like I said, my list is not going to be like anyone else's. And I guarantee, okay, just like I've told you that the Vikings are going to be the biggest sleeper team in the NFL, everyone is going to be watching this and they're going to be copying this list or, very closely, monitoring how I'm doing. But I feel that my list, and based off my stats, analytics, progression, it makes sense. Can you flip-flop A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, Deebo, Mike Evans? Yeah, you probably could. I would say this guy, Keenan Allen, Deebo, you can move any of those guys between 8, 9, and 10. But I think this order of 10, 9, 8 is accurate. And then right here, you got Mike Evans. He's better than Samuel, Allen, and Brown. And you could flip-flop these guys. He's got better name recognition, but Mike Evans' stats are better. He is the most explosive player in the league, right? But we don't know how it's going to fit with Miami. If he still was on Kansas City, he's probably going to be at least one spot higher for me, possibly 2. But I got to be able to see what you're going to be able to do to produce there. I still love you, but it's going to be interesting to see. And obviously, I'm not biased, so I didn't put him at 4, 5, 6, or number 1. All right, I'm definitely giving you a list that no one else is going to have on planet Earth. All right, let me take a couple sips of beer. It looks like everyone feels that the list is pretty accurate, or maybe you would move a guy slightly here or there. One thing I feel is Godwin's slightly better than Evans and has more upside. Well, I think Godwin is great, but he's coming off an injury. So we have to look forward to, is he going to be healthy week 1? So, that's part of me doing this list. Now, Godwin's got great hands. He's very reliable. Sometimes Godwin is better than Mike Evans, from game to game. Sometimes Godwin is the, wide receiver 1 based off Brady or the looks. But based off the injury that he had, we can't forget that he tore the ACL. We have to understand that he may not be the same player ever again. I think he will be. But that's part of me making this list. I can't put Godwin in the top 10, but if there was a guy that I could put in the top 10, that I don't have in there, besides DeAndre Hopkins, Michael Thomas, there's other guys. Like you got DK Metcalf, we got Chris Godwin, Mike Williams, DJ Moore, CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, Devontae Smith, Amari Cooper, Terry McLaurin, Tyler Lockett, Jalen Waddle. We got a lot of these guys that are in the conversation. And then after those guys, and Adam Thielen, right? And then you got Allen Robinson, Hunter Renfrow, Thielen, Tyler Boyd, Deontay Johnson, Michael Pittman Jr., Amon-Ra St. Brown, Darnell Mooney with obviously, Justin Fields. So I got names, I'm not a dummy here, but, I can't put Godwin. Now, Godwin, if he was healthy, you could argue maybe Godwin at number 10 or 11, 12, you know what I mean? But because I think that we do have the 2 best, even though Allen Robinson paired up with Cooper Kupp, is Allen Robinson's great. Okay. Adam Thielen, with Justin Jefferson is great, but I think most people would choose Godwin over Allen Robinson, and they would choose Godwin over Thielen, but it's close. Most people love Thielen, which I do, and I would take him on the Bucs in a heartbeat, and I would take Allen Robinson in a heartbeat as well. But I can't put him there, just simple fact for the injury. But Godwin is great. You know what I mean? I watched him all the way from Penn State. But see, I'm always thinking. I'm not just saying it to say it. I always put more analytics and stats together in my list than anyone else. I'm really making sure that I'm putting in that time and effort. Okay? Maybe drink another sip of beer, and then we'll get into my top 5, and you will be surprised. All right. Let's check the Cash App real quick to see if we have anything there. Let me see here. Let me take a peek at the Dodgers score too. 11-0. I haven't missed anything. Good shit. All right. And let's take a quick peek here. I doubt we have anything in there, but we were already at $40 before the stream even started. So there's a chance that maybe there's something in there. I don't know. You never know. Okay, so it looks like it's still that same amount. Eagles drawn with the 20, and then we ended up having the $20 donation from Megan before the stream started. So obviously we're off to a good start for hitting a hundo. And like I said, I love Godwin, right? But when you tear an ACL, I can't put him in the top 10. I mean, I can't be that biased guy. You know what I mean? Because the thing is I could care less if people want to rip into me if I had Evans, in the top 5 and Godwin at 10. Of course, I could be that Buck fan. I could be that guy, but I'm not going to. I'll let the stats speak for themselves. And this is, someone that is not biased. And I think for most people, it's really hard not to be. You know what I mean? But when you appreciate all 32 teams, that's how I'm able to make a list like this and feel good about it, because I'm appreciating greatness. Okay. At number 5, and let me look at the comments here. We're going to get into the list. Looks like we're good. Oh yeah, and your $10. Totally forgot about that. I apologize. I'll get that. We were at 50, not 40. Appreciate you. I almost did forget about that. Thank you for reminding me. The number 1 mod, the one that holds the show down for me, wouldn't be able to do the show with her. Obviously, it's Sarah Small. We talk every day. The relationship is very strong. And like I said, sometimes you need to have the Batman to the Robin, and she is my Robin. I appreciate you tremendously. So, quick review. Let's get into the list again. Number 10, A.J. Brown. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Number 7, Mike Evans. And number 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill. And that seems weird for me to put him at 6 because he's been 1 or 2 with Devonte. But times change, people change, teams change, and that's why you're going to see me go this particular route. Okay? Now you're going to start seeing a list that you're going to be very surprised, because this is based off my projection going into this year. All right. And I know it's going to be something that you guys will be talking about, and you'll be like, wow, this guy really did a list not like anybody else. Okay. At number 5 is a player that is fantastic. He played on the Minnesota Vikings. Now he's on the Buffalo Bills. The year last year could have been a little bit better. All right. But with that being said, this team with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, they are single-handedly the favorite to make it to the Super Bowl, even more than the Rams. The Rams already went to the Super Bowl, so that tells us, based off stats, that if you go to the Super Bowl, chances are you're not going back. You're going to have injuries, and that's going to derail you, right? It happened to the Chiefs when they tried to repeat. Eric Fisher, Mitchell Schwartz. Bucks took advantage, blew them out, right? Rams and Bucks, right? No Tristan Wirfs, no Ryan Jensen, right? They were injured. What happened? The Rams won, but we fought, but we lost. Last year, they were so close in the game of the year, right? They were so close. If you remember, you watched the game against this guy, Patrick Mahomes. They went back and forth, right? Best game all year. But now you have no Tyreek the Freak Hill. You don't have Honey Badger. So now the doorway seems like it's a little bit more open. Okay. At number 5, Stefan Diggs. Look at that photo. I've never used that one. All right. And the reason why I have him over Tyreek is because, Josh Allen, you don't have to worry about Kansas City, which was like your kryptonite. You couldn't get past them. You got very close last year. You've been on the cusp of a Super Bowl for the last 3 years, right? The Buffalo Bills are going to be the favored team probably every year for the next 3-4 years. They're going to be that team. Now, will they win every single year? No. Will they get to the AFC Championship game every year? Probably not. But in the next few years, it seems like they could make AFC championship games. They could get to a Super Bowl. And guess what? They could win it, especially with the combo of Josh Allen and Stefan Diggs. Now, with Stefan Diggs, 164 targets last year, 103 receptions, 1,225 yards, 10 receiving TDs. Now, we saw Gabriel Davis kind of go crazy and go off. So we know that he's going to be up and coming as well. All right. But with Josh Allen going to Diggs, that's better than Tua going to Tyreek. So I know Tyreek will run bubble screens and, he'll have to do it himself. But Diggs is going to get the football in the sweet spot every single game. All right. Now, after 5 years of being swag king on the Vikings wide receiver room, Diggs has become an even more complete target with Josh Allen. He simply does everything well. Speed, still there, all right? He can do the route running, all right? And when he goes deep with those rockets, if it's not Gabriel going deep, Diggs can catch it, all right? And the best part about Stefan Diggs, he's just like Keenan Allen, one of the best route runners in the game. He wins off the line all the time and in his breaks. He masters his routes. He maintains reliable hands. As he inches closer to 30, he might rely more on possession skills. But guess what? They are hungry. They are a team that are favored in Vegas in every game this year. All 17. The Buffalo Bills are favored. Okay, if you look at their schedule, they're not going to go 17-0. But if there's a team that could go 14-3 and it's not the Rams or the Buccaneers, guess who it's going to be? It's going to be the Buffalo Bills, and they could win 14 or 15 at the most. For me, I kind of see more 13 or 14, 13-4, 14-3. There'll be a couple games where you'd probably just, are a little flat, or you get punched in the mouth in the first half and you can't come back. All right. But at number 5, Stefan Diggs, I think he's going to have a monster year, and it probably will be closer to 15 touchdowns rather than 10 if Allen can go to him. I know Gabriel will be getting some looks on the other side, but if they want to make the AFC championship game and they want to win it and they want to go to the Super Bowl, they got to get Diggs up higher than 10 touchdowns. It's got to be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's got to be high. And if anyone can do it in the league, it is Stefan Diggs. So, if you think about it, oh, Tyreek is better, but you got Tua. Oh, Mike Evans with Brady. I get it. But Diggs, you can't, take him for granted, especially when you got Josh Allen. You know how great he is. We know how good Joe Burrow is. We know how good Justin Herbert is. And obviously, this player is the real deal, Holyfield, and just the aspect of having Josh Allen pairing up with Diggs. And now the Chiefs have gotten a little worse. Even though they picked up MVS and Juju, they don't have Tyreek and they don't have Honey Badger. And you can't understate that type of impact that those guys have with Honey Badger in the locker room and being a first ballot Hall of Famer at safety. And now he's on the Saints and it's going to help them. And then also, obviously, on the flip side, someone that is the most dynamic player on planet Earth. He's no longer on the Chiefs. So I got to be able to put him one position higher. At number 5, Stefan Diggs. Are you guys surprised that I have him there? I don't think people will be too surprised. I mean, if you're going based off name recognition, yeah, you can go here. 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 But, I mean, this team is almost destiny for the Super Bowl. At the very least, AFC championship game. So I got to give Josh Allen love and Diggs love, and I think he could have a monster year. Number 5, Stefan Diggs. Okay, now, as we get into my list, in the top 4, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can literally put any of these 4 guys in any position. It would not surprise me out of 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can put them in any order. But this is the order that I'm going to put them in based on, I think, what production we might get and based off, projections, analytics, stats, and I'm going to go from there. But any one of these guys could be flip-flopped from 4 to 1, 4 to 3, 2 to 3, 2 to 1. It's going to be very, very close. And even Diggs might be in the running, to compete with the guys in the top 4. Okay? At number 4, this player had the best season at wide receiver that I have ever seen. Better than Jerry Rice, better than anyone in NFL history. They had 191 targets, 145 receptions, 1,947 yards, 16 tutties. All right. If you looked at someone with based off yards, receptions and touchdowns, the Triple Crown. This guy got it. He's from Eastern Washington, just north of me, about maybe an hour or two. This guy is the most underrated wide receiver. He was always one of my favorites. Him, Robert Woods, Tyler, get to the door and lock it, and DJ Moore. And then Matthew Stafford came over, and then we saw what he could do. He was the number one receiver in the league. And I have him at number 4 just because Allen Robinson is there. And I feel some of the target share will go to Allen Robinson, not everything to Cooper Kupp. Now, if Diggs makes route running look cool, Kupp does the same. All right. Now, more frequently, injuries have prevented him from being really the true number 1, just like with Robert Woods. But he became Matthew Stafford's go-to man in 2021. Now, durability is something to keep an eye on considering high volume, and obviously he's a little bit slighter build. He's not really a big muscular receiver, all right? But his mastery of mechanics, route running, and obviously his ability to break off the route and being able to get open, bar none, is one of the best in the NFL. And bottom line, he's not the fastest. He's not the strongest, but he creates space and he reels in passes with ease. He could be the number 1 receiver again, but typically what happens when you're number 1, right, and you bring in another receiver that could be in the top 10 in Allen Robinson, because we know Matthew Stafford is great, the 16 touchdowns might go down to maybe 11 to 14. And instead of getting 1,900 yards, maybe somewhere between 1,300 and 1,500. And those extra receptions and those extra yards and a few touchdowns maybe go to Allen Robinson instead of Cooper Kupp. And I could have put him up, at number 2, like most people probably have on most of these lists. But I want to be original. And I know that Allen Robinson is going to be in the rankings with, Godwin and with Adam Thielen of trying to get into the top 10. Okay. But once you have a monster year, sometimes you're going to have a little bit, not a down year, but then you're just going to have to be able to have a little bit less when you bring in a stud like Allen Robinson. So since the very fact that Allen Robinson is there and Kevin O'Connell is no longer there, he is the head coach for the Minnesota Vikings. So if you're able to be able, to make as an OC Cooper Kupp the number 1 receiver in the NFL, we cannot take that for granted. He's not there anymore. He's obviously going to be there with the Vikings. So that's going to be an impact for the Vikings and obviously a loss, okay, for the Los Angeles Rams, as well as Allen Robinson at number 4, Cooper Kupp. So, and like I said, I could have easily put him at number 1 again or number 2, but this is just based off my, projections, moving forward. And I think, that makes sense. You don't have Kevin O'Connell, who obviously is a big part of what they were being able to do in the passing game. He elevated everyone's stats, and he made Cooper Kupp literally the best receiver in the league last year, and he had the best stats all time in one season, even better than Jerry Rice. He had the most yards, he had the most touchdowns, and the most receptions. Think about that for a second. Cooper Kupp was number 1. So for him to be able to be number 1 again, and especially when you have Allen Robinson and, Kevin O'Connell is not there, it's just not going to happen. He's still going to be very good. He could still finish in the top 2, but I just have to be realistic based off my analysis, my stats, and my breakdowns. I think that's fair. I have him at number 4, and I easily could have put him at 1, 2, or 3, but I want to give you an original list. I'm not giving you some bullshit list that, you see on the internet. All right. At number 4, Cooper Kupp. All right. And then this is really tough right here with the this list with the top 3, because obviously these guys, you got 2 guys that are the future of the league, and then you got 1 guy that's been pretty much the best receiver other than Tyreek or Cooper Kupp and Devonte Adams. But at number 3, I could easily have this guy at number 1. Any of these guys are interchangeable. Cooper Kupp or number 3, number 2, or number 1. And this guy had a fantastic year last year. He led his team to the Super Bowl with Joe Burrow. 128 targets, 81 receptions, 1,455 yards, 13 receiving TDs. You had Joe Burrow with an appendectomy. I have to see how healthy he's going to be. At number 3, it is Jamar Chase. He is so good that he could be number 1 this year. No doubt. And he could be number 1 for many years. He is that fucking good. But I'm going to put him here just based off T. Higgins, Mixon, and obviously if you end up making the Super Bowl, you're probably not going to make it again. You're still more than likely going to win the AFC North, but you might have similar numbers. They could be a little bit higher, slightly a little bit lower. But I think as far as position, this is fair based on what I'm looking at. And I could have easily put him number one, but I don't want to make a list like everyone else. A lot of people will have like Adams, at 1, Cooper Kupp at 2, Cooper Kupp at 1, Adams at 2. But this is based off my projection. Now, big plays are the name in the game in the pass-happy NFL. Now, Jamar Chase wasted no time following in the footsteps of another all-pro receiver from LSU named Justin Jefferson, who likes to hit the gritty, okay? And he had a problem with drops in the preseason, and everyone was worried. Can he catch? Did we make a mistake? We would have went Penei Sewell, and you made the right decision. And it's like when you have that chemistry with the quarterback, with Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Justin Jefferson, that LSU team arguably was the best college football team of all time. Is he streaky? Yes, he is. Sure. But he's also the biggest reason for Burrow's, rise to MVP, consideration, all right, as well as getting to the Super Bowl. His instant burst after the catch is reminiscent of Odell when he was on the Giants. Now, the only mission with him is getting the ball in his hands, because once he gets it, his yak yards are just like Justin Jefferson. They are through the roof. And if you really think about it, all right, Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, if you had to pick one in fantasy or on your team, who do you go to? I've never seen two players in the NFL that are more equally matched ever in NFL history rather than Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. There literally is no wrong answer. I want Jamar Chase. Fine. I want Justin Jefferson. Fine. They are both top tier. And I told you guys, okay, just like I have Jonathan, Taylor over Derrick Henry, as kind of the passing of the torch. I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be the number one running back. Derrick Henry was like LaDainian Tomlinson. He was dominant for years. Then this guy named Adrian Peterson came to town and kind of took over. I see the same type of thing with Derrick Henry, doing it for so many years. And I don't see Henry falling off, just going to number 2 and Jonathan Taylor being that new guy. And I see that Jamar Chase has that skill set to be a number 1 receiver or number 2 or number 3 in the league moving forward. I really feel Jefferson and Chase are going to be 1-2, Chase 1, Jefferson 2, Jefferson 1, Chase 2, very, very soon. But we still got guys like Adams, Kupp, Diggs, Tyreek, Mike Evans. So it's going to be a battle, but you can definitely see it. You can feel it. Look at the swag. I mean, there's a reason why photos like his look as sweet as they do. And I could easily put him number 1. But I'm going to wait for him to prove that he can do it again, which I know he will. And we'll see what kind of production he has. I know he's going to get more than 80 receptions. I know he's going to get more than 1,300 yards. And he's going to get somewhere between 10 and 16 touchdowns. He had 13 last year. So his numbers could be equal. They could go down maybe a touchdown or 2 to 11 or 12. Regardless, Jamar Chase is an animal. Jamar Chase is a beast. And when it's all said and done, he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I had a hard time, with this list because I did really want to put, Chase and Jefferson right at the very top. I wanted to, put them, but it might be a year too early, to do that. And we still got Cooper Kupp and Devonte Adams in their prime. So let's wait another year, and then we will be seeing Jefferson and Chase in whatever order at the top. But I can't disregard Cooper Kupp and Devonte Adams, as being great as well. At number 3, Jamar Chase. At number 2, oh, man, this is tough. So when you look at number 2, I mean, I could definitely have gone either way. But I want to think about projections going forward. And I want to give you a list that's original. And I honestly think that with number 2 and number 1, it could be either guy. It could go either way, right? Most people in the league are going to have Devonte Adams at number 1, but not me. I'm going to have him sitting at number 2 on the Raiders, and he's still going to be probably the first receiver taken in fantasy football drafts. But just a simple fact, it's not Aaron Rodgers and it's Derek Carr. Yes, they played at Fresno State together. I get it. But look at who he has on the team. You got Josh Jacobs. That might take some away. You got Darren Waller, Raiders, top 3 tight end. You got Hunter Renfrow. So there's a lot of other pieces that they could go to. Now, are they going to go heavy to Adams? Yes. All right, Devonte Adams, 169 targets, 123 receptions, 1,553 yards, and 11 receiving TDs with Aaron Rodgers. But now this team has a shitty offensive line. The Packers had a better offensive line and a better overall defense, okay? Special teams was bad, but everything else was good for the Packers. We know Devonte Adams started off slow. Then Aaron Rodgers built rapport, and then Adams did it for himself, okay? The Raiders may not have the offensive line or the defensive depth to justify deep playoff hopes. They may be the number 2 team in the AFC West. They may be number 4. But when they end up paying the money for Devonte Adams to pair him up with Carr, Renfro, Josh Jacobs, as well as Darren Waller, Raiders, you know he's going to be amazing. But there's so many other pieces that are going to take away because, Aaron Rodgers, he went 50% of the targets to Devonte Adams. Carr could do the same, but that's going to hurt the team. They need to spread it around where maybe Devonte gets 40%, then you get a little bit of Waller maybe with 25 to 30, maybe Hunter Renfro with about 30. You're going to want to spread it out evenly. You're not going to want to go 70% to Devonte Adams. It's going to hurt him. And the offensive line, all right, what the Packers had, let Devonte, get into his routes and break people off. The line is better. The line is worse on the Raiders. So he's not going to do the shake and baking to be able to get those deep touch routes that Aaron Rodgers does in his sleep. All right. Carr, to me, is a top 10 quarterback, but he's not Aaron Rodgers. But he did play together in college. Last game that Adams and Carr played together at Fresno State, Carr had 7 touchdown passes. Guess how many Adams had? 4. So I know that the chemistry is real. They are actually best friends and real friends, not like Rodgers and Adams. We thought they were friends. We thought they were close, but apparently they're not. That was part of a little bit of the dysfunction there, as well as Rodgers maybe retiring after this year, okay? But since the offensive line is not as good, and obviously you have Josh Jacobs, Hunter Renfro, who's the most underrated receiver in the league, right? He's the best slot in the league, hands down. Renfro's going to take away from him, as well as Darren Waller. So that's the only reason that I got him at number 2, because it's a new team, a new quarterback. He could still be the number 1 receiver in the league, no doubt. All right. But with the offensive line not being very good, it makes me worried about some of his production. Now, the Packers star has only played a full season just twice in 8 years, believe it or not. So when he's on the field, even banged up, he is Lex Luger, the total package. All right. He's averaged 90 yards per game in the last 3 of the 4 seasons with Aaron Rodgers. He gets open every level, intermediate, deep route, and short routes. He's got reliable hands. He shows up on first down, second down, third down, fourth down. Now, the concern from split from Aaron Rodgers will be the thing that people talk about. I'm not worried about that. I know Carr is going to be great, and obviously they're going to go to Adams heavy. The main concern is the offensive line, as well as having Hunter Renfro and Darren Waller. Because if you want to be successful, you got to go to Hunter Renfro and you got to go to Waller. You can't just go to Devonte Adams, 60% of the routes like Aaron Rodgers did. It's not going to work. They had a better offensive line and a better running back. And Aaron Jones, Aaron Jones, because more than likely Josh Jacobs is done after this year. When he's healthy, he's a top 12 running back, but he's normally not. So Waller is a top 3 tight end. Devonte Adams is a top 2 receiver. Some people have him as number 1. I won't argue. Okay. But the offensive line stinks. It needs to get better. The defense has Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones. But who else? So that is going to be a big part of obviously the reps and him being able to get open. So most people are going to have Devonte Adams 1, Cooper Kupp 2, or Cooper Kupp 1 again, Devonte Adams 2. But I'm looking at projection going into next year. And I know it might be surprising for some of y'all, but you just watch. Once I put this list out, how many people copy me on NFL Network, ESPN, Pat McAfee Show, CBS Sports. A lot of people are going to be watching this show and copying your boy. At number 2, Devonte Adams. And then lo and behold, at number 1, which I could have put Jamar Chase, I'm going with the guy that I feel that is going to be the number 1 wide receiver in the league. He has goals that he has publicly admitted he is trying to get 2,000 yards. And guess what? I know he's got Kirk Cousins there, but the number 1 reason that I have him at number 1, Kevin O'Connell. If Kevin O'Connell can change the culture, which he already did, okay? Zimmer sucks. He's out of there. I've watched Vikings training camp. I followed the Vikings very closely, all right? If you can make Cooper Kupp, all right, going into last year, is there anyone on planet Earth that thought that Cooper Kupp would have the season that he did? No, not even Rams fans. So if he can do this for Cooper Kupp, guess what? This guy's a lot more athletic, okay? This guy's got good burst. This guy's a phenom, just like Jamar Chase, okay? And yes, I know you have Kirk Cousins and not Matthew Stafford, but this guy right here is hungry. 167 targets. Okay. Devonte Adams, how many did he have? 169. But now you're going to have Carr. Yes, I know you have Kirk Cousins, but Kirk is underrated. All right. He knows how to get the ball to Thielen and Jefferson. All right. 167 targets with Zimmer. 108 receptions, 1,616 yards. He had 16. Okay. 10 receiving touchdowns. His historic start is similar to that of Randy Moss. All right. And when you first say that, it seems weird, but it really isn't, all right? In 2 short years, he's Minnesota's top target, and not only did he replace Stefan Diggs, they don't even remember him anymore based off what Jefferson has done. He's got swagger, he hits the gritty, he's got production, and he tops it, and he ends up improving every single year. He's slender and slim, all right, but he's the perfect complement to Adam Thielen. He's lightning fast, he's got great hands, good height, great route running, and nothing against Kirk Cousins, but can you imagine if he had Patrick Mahomes throwing the football to him? I mean, he is the safest bet to rack up both volume and highlight reel touchdowns. And the simple fact, Joe Burrow is a better quarterback. Okay, I know Joe Burrow is better, all right, than Kirk Cousins. But the simple fact that he has publicly admitted that he wants to get 2,000, no one other wide receiver has said that as a goal. And the number one reason that he's number one for me is Kevin O'Connell. Because if Kevin O'Connell can make Cooper Kupp have the stat line that he did, and let me read it back to you again because it's wild. 191 targets, 145 receptions, 1,947 yards, 16 TDs. Do you honestly think that Justin Jefferson can't do that? You know he can. And he might even be able to get a higher stat line. You know, if anyone could get close to 20 touchdowns, right? It's Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Obviously, we know Kupp and Adams could do it too. But realistically, moving forward, Jefferson and Chase are like the Jerry Rice, Randy Moss of this generation. And I think with the coaching, you're going to get more receptions in Dalvin Cook. You're going to get the football more in Thielen and Jefferson's hands. He loves to throw the football, and that's a big reason why the Rams won the Super Bowl other than Aaron Donald, is Kevin O'Connell calling the plays and changing the culture and the vibe. The Minnesota Vikings are my number one sleeper team in the NFL. Within the first 3 years, they will win the NFC North, regardless if Aaron is there or not. They may win the division this year. I wouldn't count on it, but I think they will make a wild card. But if there's any slip up by Aaron Rodgers and injuries, don't be surprised if they end up competing with the Packers at the very end. Within the first 3 years, they will make a wild card. It could be as easy as this year. And within the first 3 years, with Kevin O'Connell, they will win the NFC North, regardless if Aaron is there or not. The shift is changing. And with Kevin O'Connell, he is that good. To me, with him and Nathaniel Hackett winning MVPs and being the OC for the Packers, you saw what happened. You saw what was able to happen with their players and Devonte Adams, okay? So now you have him going with Danger Russ. So you know Danger Russ is going to eat, okay? And if you were able to get great stats out of this guy and he was the number one, what do you honestly think that Kevin O'Connell is going to do? He's going to feed this man, and he's going to prove to everyone in the league that he is one of the top guys right there with Devonte Adams, Jamar Chase, and Cooper Kupp. So I know this might be shocking for a lot of y'all for me to put a guy like this maybe over Chase or to have him above a Devonte Adams, but just simply listen to the words that I say and look at the stat line that he has put up. I mean, he's been putting up monster numbers already. 169 targets for Devonte Adams with Rodgers. Kirk Cousins is not even a top 10 quarterback. He's probably 11 through 15. And with that being said, he got Justin Jefferson 167 targets. You might get 200 or 180, 190 with Kevin O'Connell. So that is the reason single-handedly that I have Justin Jefferson number one, because I think they are going to make a big jump. And I think that the Vikings could win the division this year. They could get a wild card, but within the first 3 years, just like when I said the Raiders, when they were going to move to Vegas, I said within the first 3 years, I could give 2 shits who the coach is. They will get a wild card. And guess what? Last year, they did. And I feel the same thing with this team. I think they're going to go in a whole new direction. The vibe is different. They know they have good players. And whether Kirk Cousins is a long-term answer or just a temporary Band-Aid, you're not going to be able to stop this receiver moving forward. And you're not going to be able to stop this guy either. And like I said, it's the closest 1-2 that I've seen in a long time. And I have to give Devonte the simple respect. And I could have put Chase 2 and then Devonte 3. But let's be honest. Devonte still is one of the greats. He's a Hall of Famer. We just need to see how he does it with a horrible O-line and new faces around him. And you got better players on the team. No disrespect to MVS and the other, Allen the Lizard Lazard, but Hunter Renfrow is the best slot receiver in the league. He's the most underrated. Darren Waller is a top 3, top 4 tight end. The Packers didn't have that. No disrespect to MVS or Big Boy Tanyan, Big Bob Tanyan, but the weapons are a little bit better as far as the offensive pieces. What's worse is going to be the offensive line, and that's what worries me. So at number 1, Justin Jefferson. So that's the list. Let me go through it again. Honorable mention, Deandre Hopkins. Honorable mention, Michael Thomas. Number 11, honorable mention, DK Metcalf. Number 10, A.J. Brown. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Number 7, Mike Evans for my Bucks. Number 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill, the Cheetah. Number 5, Stefan Diggs. Number 4, Cooper Kupp. Number 3, Jamar Chase. Number 2, Devonte Adams. And at number 1, it's your boy, Double J, J Jetta, Justin Jefferson. And I guarantee I'm the only one that's going to put him number 1. And watch, after tonight, moving forward, tomorrow, August, you will start seeing people copying me and this list. Not everyone is going to be, I'm thinking ahead. You have to think ahead, just like I had Jonathan Taylor number 1 over Derrick Henry. Not a lot of people are going to go that route, but I'm not like everyone else. I'm thinking about production moving forward, and Justin Jefferson is the same type of player like a Jonathan Taylor, where you can see it. They're very, very close. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are going to be 1-2 moving forward. And at some point, Jamar Chase might be the number 1 receiver in the league. No doubt. Those guys from LSU are great. But that's the reason why, I'm at 20K or almost at 20K. And a lot of these people like Schrager are fugazi because they can't come up with opinions like this. They don't dig deep. You could be a quote unquote expert on TV, but I guarantee that you are not going to go deep like me. And I give you reasons why I'm going this deep, if that makes sense. So what do you guys think about the list? Let me know. And I'm going to go here and go through the list. So let's see here. Tyree said, man, the Bills are supposed to have 4 Super Bowls by now. I hope they win soon for my dad's sake. Yeah, for real. Absolutely. He said, if Kevin O'Connell can do that with Kupp, just imagine what he's going to do with Justin Jefferson, who's more physically gifted in every single way. And see, my brain works differently than everyone else that covers football. And that's why people like me. That's why people respect me. And that's why people copy me on NFL Network, hands down. Brute saying, what do you think about the list, brother? I know that it's tough, because I wanted to put Jamar Chase a little bit higher, but I think, based off what I said and based off my analysis, I think it's, and like I said, there is a chance that Chase is number 1 this year. There's a chance that Jamar could be number 2, but I think based off, it's preseason, we're not there yet, but based off coaching, based off O-line, new teams, appendectomies from Burrow, I think that my list is fair, and I think it's surprising, but I think it could make sense. So he said, makes sense. Adams won't get as many opportunities. Okay. He said, there's no doubt Adams will have less targets because of Waller and Renfrow. Rodgers had to throw to Adams when he was triple covered because they had nobody else. Well, they had Allen, the Lizard, Lazard, and MVS, but, Rodgers didn't trust anybody else. So hopefully that makes sense. Brute saying Jay Jets for number 1. See, and I know that's probably surprising because I'm a type of person that I will say things that people are afraid to say, because people are afraid to make a take, to make a point, to have a hot take. People are afraid to get, ridiculed and ripped up. But people won't rip me up if I give you the reasons why. And I know that people are going to copy me based off this list. And like I said, I'm very confident on what can happen. I don't think 2,500, my guy. I mean, you got to think 1,500 to 2,000 is a lot. 2,500 is never going to happen. I was going to say, mark my words, Jefferson will be the best wide receiver in the league soon. But as always, Orion is thinking the same thing I am. Special player in college, never miss a step in the NFL. And you could argue, right? You could definitely argue, hey, this guy's better. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue. I mean, these guys are very identical. They both went to LSU. But the number one reason why I'm going him, Kevin O'Connell. Because if he was able to do that for Cooper Kupp, what's going to happen here? And that's the upside. Plus, I haven't heard anyone else saying that they want to get 2,000. So that's the, that's me in a nutshell. So I appreciate you guys. No one's going to get 2,500 or 3,000. This isn't Madden on rookie. This isn't on Madden on rookie level. Okay. You like the list? And then I put a lot of time and effort into this, and I give you guys, HD pictures and whatnot, but not a common list, but I feel it is a smart one. And I feel I am a trendsetter as far as NFL content. And like I said, I'm really proud with the list as well. So 100% agreed with your list. I'm taking Justice Jefferson in fantasy before I'm taking Devonte Adams 1,000%. See? And you see the list, you guys can look at the list and it kind of makes sense. But if I didn't explain my list, right? And if I just read off names, people are going to disagree. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of guys on the list where you can flip-flop. And I mentioned it. If you want to put this guy at 9 and this guy at 10, fine. If you want to put Keenan Allen at 8 and you want to move Debo to 9, fine, right? You can move those guys around. This guy, and this guy are interchangeable, okay? This guy and this guy, you could flip-flop 6 and 7, and you could even argue this guy too, because Keenan normally is like 5, 6, 7, 8. Normally the conversations are it's Mike Evans and Keenan Allen. Those guys are neck and neck with Diggs. It's always Diggs, Evans, Keenan Allen as 6, 7, and 8. Always, right? And I know Justin Herbert will be great. I know Brady will do his thing, and Diggs, especially this year, has Josh Allen in their favored for the Super Bowl. So I had to give him a little bit more love than Tyreek with Tua, Brady with possibly no Jensen, and obviously, Debo with Trey Lance instead of Jimmy. And I think Justin Herbert, obviously, this is the one guy that I could have moved up higher, but Debo's a dual threat. Mike Evans is a monster. And even if Tyreek with Tua, I still think he's going to be a fantastic player. And then we have him at 5. Cooper Kupp at 4, Jamar Chase at 3, Devonte Adams at 2, and Justin Jefferson at 1. But remember, Jefferson, Devonte, Chase, and Kupp, you could really reorganize those guys in any spot 1 through 4, and there's no wrong answer. There is really no wrong answer. And then you can go Diggs, Hill, Evans, Debo, Keenan Allen in the same bracket after that as well. So I'm always going to be a trendsetter. I'm always going to be like Bill Belichick, not a cheater, but I'm always going to be able to do it 1 year early. Before everyone already knows it, I'm going to say it before anyone else does. And I'm going to do it with Jonathan Taylor as far as being the best running back moving forward in the league. And I'm going to do Justin Jefferson, obviously, at least going into this year with Kevin O'Connell. Now, if guys get hurt, obviously the list is going to be irrelevant, but I feel that there's a reason why people like these lists, and there's a reason why people respect me in the NFL community. So, said would have liked DK, right? But it's not Russell Wilson. So I don't have bias. So you love the Seahawks and you love DK, but I'm doing it based off as an outsider. And I'm not even adding my Buccaneers as bias. I'm just looking at it as a professional that looks at all 32 teams, and I'm looking at it as an outsider. I'm not looking at it as a fan. And, if I'm looking at it, you can't say that necessarily that, Drew Lock is going to give you the same opportunity as Russ. It's not going to be the same. DK's great, but Russell Wilson throwing to him is a lot better than Drew Lock. And now once you go at, past Drew Lock and you get like a rookie, then you'll probably get higher numbers and we'll probably have DK in the top 10. But for this year, it makes sense. There's always going to be an explanation on why I do what I do. It's impossible to not include Adams in the top 2. Well, I could have did Justin Jefferson 1, Jamar Chase 2, Devonte Adams 3. I mean, would you really have gotten mad at me for that? Because if you look at the numbers, Devonte Adams had 169 targets with Aaron, right? 123 receptions, 1,553 yards, 11 TDs. Jefferson, 167 targets, right, with Zimmer, 108 receptions, 1,616 yards, 10 TDs. So, I mean, he had more yards and he had 1 less touchdown, with Kirk Cousins and not Aaron Rodgers, right? And then Jamar Chase had 128, targets, 81 receptions. He needs to get that higher. But with that being said, he had 1,455 yards and 13 TDs. So I honestly could have, because Jamar Chase is a guy that feels like to me, like Jefferson, that are going to get 10 to 15 every year. And probably 13 to 15 every year. You know what I mean? So, Adams' numbers might slightly go down, but I think Chase and Jefferson's numbers are going to go up. So we'll see. You know what I mean? But you are going to see Jefferson Chase or Chase Jefferson 1-2 sooner than later. That's facts. Jalen Waddle will have more yards than Tyreek this year. Mark my words. Chemistry with Tua. Yeah, but Tua sucks. Let's be honest here. Waddle is a great receiver, right? But Tyreek, might get runs. He might end up getting screen passes. You know what I mean? So a lot of Tua's stuff isn't going to be deeper necessarily to Tyreek, and then, Jalen Waddle's great, but he's not a top 10 receiver. You know what I mean? Like maybe one day he will be, but he's not a top 10. I can't put Waddle over Tyreek. You know what I mean? This isn't a fantasy football list, So I personally think Jefferson's better than Chase in a definite way because Jefferson's route tree is way more developed. But if Jamar gets to that level, he's going to be scary. And plus, he's got Burrow, right? But the number one thing for me is play calling and coaching. And that's why Kevin O'Connell, puts him in that particular category. Better off not getting 2,000. That's a lot of destruction. Well, I mean, Chase had about 1455. Jefferson had 1616 with Kirk Cousins, right? And then Devonte had 1553. So all Justin Jefferson has to do is get another like 385 yards. And if you have a brilliant play caller, and then look at Cooper Kupp, right? Cooper Kupp had an amazing year, 1,947 yards. It didn't really hurt his body that much, but you're going to have to get closer to 200 targets to get that, and he had 16 TDs, not including, the playoffs, I believe. So that's what I appreciate the most about O-Dog. It's easy to put names in odd spots, but to explain the reason why and make it sense takes reading, studying, and good communication. And that's why I feel I'm the best, on YouTube. Like there's a lot of people that have, great thumbnails and they have, great editing. But I really think that no one can touch me based off analytics, stats, and, giving you the reasons why things are the way that they are. There's a lot of people that have, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 subs, but that doesn't mean that we're going to get there. But I think I can go one-on-one with anyone on YouTube, anyone on Twitch, anyone on TV, including Pat McAfee, Peter Schrager, Skip and Shannon, and I can hold my own. And I don't think very many people on YouTube can say that. There's a lot of people that have swagger and that are good at what they do, but I feel that with what I have to offer, I'm in the upper tier. There's only 5% of channels that hit 10,000 subs or more, but I feel, I'm only 1% in the journey, and I easily could be at 50K, 100K, 200K, 300K, and we're going to get there. But I do appreciate the kind words, and you can see that I work harder than anybody else. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing streams, but they're not doing 5 to 7 hour streams every day. They're not. They're not doing the reading and the film study. And based off shows like this, you can see why. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of heart. Josh Gillum, dope lift. Scary Terry McLaurin's a sleeper. I also like T. Higgins. Scary Terry, though, but if you look at his stat line, obviously when I was going over receivers, he's not top 10, not with Carson Wentz. His stat line is pretty good, but I'll read it to you. Okay? And you can let me know. So his stat line, okay? And this is the reason why, Josh, okay? In the Commanders, 58 receptions, 919 yards, 7 TDs, rookie year. 2020, 87 receptions, 1,118 yards, 4 TDs. Last year, 77 receptions, 1,053 yards, 5 TDs. So if you want me to put someone in the top 10 that has 7, 4, and 5, would you do that? No, you wouldn't. So sometimes it's about name recognition and people get caught up. Oh, Scary Terry, he's a good name. But then when you actually look at the stats and watch the film, you're like, damn, he isn't top 10. He's a top 10 name recognition guy, but he's not a top 10 stat guy. And that's the difference between me and everyone else on planet Earth. Facts. Walltown in the business. How are you? 2 different positions. I mean, Derrick Henry's number 1, number 2 with Jonathan Taylor. Cooper Kupp is going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4. You know what I mean? He doesn't have his offensive coordinator anymore, and he has Allen Robinson. So if it was me, I would probably go Derrick Henry. But Derrick Henry is going to be more prone to get hurt. Unpopular opinion. I feel that the Niners are getting rid of Jimmy G too fast. Trey Lance still needs time to develop, and it would be a good time to but he doesn't want a mentor, and they can't pay both guys money. So it's a business. So I get what you're saying, but they already did that last year. They could have put Trey in there and benched Jimmy, but they didn't. Okay. So I think that Trey is going to be raw, but when you invested all those draft capital, you can't have him on the bench for 2 years. You can do it for 1, but there's, too much pressure from the stockholders, the fans, and everyone that's involved. So I get what you're saying. You know what I mean? But his time is already gone. Jimmy needs to leave and Trey needs to learn now. He was already on the bench most of last year. If this was going to be Trey's first year, yes, I would agree with you, but this is going to be, it would have been his second year under Jimmy, and you don't want the guy to lose confidence. You know what I mean? It's Trey's team. So, and I honestly think that Trey is like Justin Fields. They're going to be raw, but they will eventually be better than people think. And I think the Niners can make the playoffs as a wild card with Trey, just like they did with Jimmy. Because it's not about the quarterbacks for Kyle Shanahan. It's about O-line, D-line, defense, play calling, good run game, and defense. I mean, how do they get to the NFC Championship game and Super Bowl? Has it been Jimmy? No, it was the run game, the O-line with Trent Williams, and it's the defense with Fred Warner and the rest of the studs that they have. It's always about strong running game, physicality, and defense. So they might not be able to win the Super Bowl, you know what I mean? But they got there, and he also got there with Matt Ryan. The only bugaboo and problem with Kyle Shanahan, even though I think he's a top 2 coach as far as young and being able to connect with the players and play calling and mismatches. Him and Sean McVay, I've said this for the last 4 or 5 years. Those are the 2 best young coaches in the league. Sean McVay got a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan will get one before he retires. But he just has to figure out how to score points in the fourth quarter. He wasn't able to do it with Atlanta, with Matt Ryan. He wasn't able to do it with Jimmy G. And Trey Lance might not be as good as Matt Ryan or Jimmy right away, but we'll see the development. And it's never been about the quarterbacks. And maybe if we don't win the Super Bowl, maybe Tom Brady goes to the Niners, and then they get the Super Bowl that way. Think about that. Or maybe they give up on Tua and Tom Brady goes to the Dolphins. It's either Dolphins, Niners, Buccaneers, or he goes to the booth for next year. And realistically, he ain't coming back to my team. So it'll be Dolphins, Niners, the booth. That's probably what's going to happen. And if it was me, I would definitely go to the Niners before I go to the Dolphins. So, and that was his childhood team. So imagine Tom Brady with Kyle Shanahan with a good running game, great O-line, and a great defense. The Niners could win a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, even at his age, 45, 46, it wouldn't matter. So, Air Whitey in the building. What to do? But see, I have a reason. You know what I mean? But the thing is now, if Scary Terry was putting up numbers like that, let's say like 10, 9, 11, then there's some debate. But when a guy has 7, 4, and 5, you can't put him in there. But also you could say it's the quarterback. But then what about Mike Evans? Mike Evans had Jameis Winston, who was shitty, and he couldn't even see. And this guy has got 8 straight 1,000-yard seasons. No player has ever done that. He's going to get 9 and 10. You know what I mean? So you can't just say, oh, it's the quarterback. Because Mike Evans had a shitty quarterback, and he still was able to get that. Jameis Winston isn't great. You know what I mean? Obviously, he can see now, so he's in the good category. You know what I mean? But he actually was very bad, even though, if you go 5,000 yards passing, 33 touchdowns and 30 picks, they're like, dude, he threw for 5,000. That's good. No, it's not. Because when you get 33 touchdowns and you have 30 picks, 30 turnovers, and that's not even including fumbles. Think about that. You can't win games or go to the Super Bowl with 30. There's guys in the league that will have less than 7 in a season. Sometimes 4, 5. It's unbelievable. Like an Aaron Rodgers or a Russell Wilson or a Mahomes. So, sometimes stats get inflated. But we'll see. But I hear what you're saying, Tyree, and I went through the list here. What's up, Loyal Rammy? I feel that your comment was kind of like you were happy that my guy got hurt because you were the first one to respond when you saw the news. And I know you're competitive with me, and I know you want to win the Super Bowl again, okay? But I know how competitive the Rams are and that they want to be able to win the Super Bowl again. And if I get clipped up, I am the biggest threat to you. You know what I mean? So I kind of felt that was a little bit of a jab. I'm not really sure if you're really concerned about Jensen's health or how I'm feeling. I feel that you're kind of happy inside. Even though you don't want to say it or admit it, I think you're kind of happy that my guy got hurt. We'll see if, it's serious or not, but I hope it's not because I want to go against you again. And I want to, you want to make sure that the teams are healthy so you can go after it. You know what I mean? But you were the first one. Everyone else is like, oh, I hope he's okay. You know what I mean? Hey, I hope things are good with Jensen. Orion, I hope things are good. But with you love the Rams so much. I kind of feel inside that you're a little happy that Jensen got hurt. Not to say that's a bad thing, you know what I mean? Because you want to make sure that you win the Super Bowl again, but you don't want to win the Super Bowl with some guys being hurt. You want to be able to beat people at the top of their competition. That's kind of what I felt, bro. Ryan Jensen, very, very tough news with the left knee. I think Loyal Rammy's excited that my guy got hurt deep down. He won't admit it, on the stream. But I think deep down inside, if I get guys injured, that's an easier chance for the Rams to repeat. And I know that. But we'll see what happens. And I honestly feel without Ryan Jensen, there's no NFC championship game. Without Ryan Jensen, there's no Super Bowl. And if we did get to the Super Bowl, I don't think we can win without him. So we don't have Gronk either. Now the Rams have an easier path, as well as the Saints, the Packers, the Eagles, the Vikings, the Niners, the Cardinals, these other teams. We'll see what happens. But I'm praying that he didn't tear it. We'll have to wait and see. But it is what it is. Kyler. Obviously now, he says, we paid him the money. Now you have to study. And then they said, well, we're not going to have you study anymore. Well, what happened? First, you said that you're going to have him study, like this dog right here, this puppy. Then you said, no, now we're not going to have you study. Now, it was a bad look for the organization. It was a bad look on Kyler. And then obviously this is the only good thing out of the story. This amazing, intelligent puppy that's probably smarter in the NFL than Kyler Murray. Okay? So those were the two big pieces of news besides DK Metcalf. 3 years, $72 million extension, 58.2 fully guaranteed. All right, Air Whitey, I'm in the building, and obviously I went through the list. And so when I went through the list, my list is going to be supreme. I know you didn't say it, but I know you're thinking it. Because I know how competitive you are and how much the Rams and the Bucs don't like each other, okay? So I know it. It's not something you want to write down, and you never would because you don't want to come across as a dickhead, okay, or an asshole, all right? But I know how competitive you are with the Rams, and if my guys get clipped up, that's going to be easier for your team to win. And I just, maybe I get it. I just don't want people to get hurt. But I know I am the biggest threat to you guys repeating. That's facts, okay? And my list is not going to be like anyone else's, okay? And obviously, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to copy. So I'll go back for Air Whitey, and I'll do the list for you again, and we'll go in there, okay? So with the list, I had Deandre Hopkins, obviously not on my top 10, all right? And obviously, Deandre Hopkins is not in my top 10 for a couple different reasons, okay? With Deandre Hopkins, you missed 6 games last year, okay? So when you missed 6 games last year, you've been one of the better possession targets. You got elite hands and route running. But you missed 6 games, and you're going to miss 6 games in suspension. So I can't put you in the top 10 for that specific reason, okay? Michael Thomas, another guy that I can't put on the list just yet. Now, 3 years removed from 1,700-yard season is an ultra-reliable number 1. But guess what? He's only played in 7 games in 2 years. His route running is elite. But can he do it and dominate again? I hope so, but I have to wait and see. Honorable mention at number 11 is DK Metcalf. For the sole reason you don't have Russell Wilson anymore, you have Drew Lock. Enough said. At number 10, we got a guy that's like DK Metcalf, okay? It's A.J. Brown. I think Jalen Hurts is going to step up, and obviously he's got the physicality. He's got all the tools to be able to dominate and do big things. Now, there's a lot of love for the freakish combo of size and speed, okay? And it's very similar to DK, all right? But the injuries are going to be something to monitor, obviously, with A.J. Brown, okay? He's an alpha. He can create plays with his power and his size and his explosiveness. And now he gets to play with one of his best friends, Jalen Hurts, and he's got Devonte Smith and Dallas Goedert. Miles Sanders, I love it. At number 10, A.J. Brown. At number 9, I'm going with Justin Herbert and my boy, Keenan Allen. Now, I could definitely have put him up a lot higher on the list. He's been very consistent. He just only turned 30. He's arguably the more purest route runner in the league, the best. He's logged 100 catches and 1,100 yards in 4 of the last 5 seasons. And he's poised to be Herbert's main guy with obviously Mike Williams. And they could win the division or they could finish in 4th place in the AFC West. But I really feel that Keenan Allen normally is around 5, 6, 7, 8 with Mike Evans, as well as who? Who else? Stefan Diggs. But there's going to be reasons why I have Keenan at 9. But I love him, and he could be much higher. 157 targets, 106 receptions, 1,138 yards, 6 TDs. I think he can get closer to 10 this season with Justin Herbert. And remember, Herbert, number 1 in yards, number 1 in touchdowns, and number 1 in 300-plus yard games in his first 2 seasons. That's number 1 in NFL history. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Obviously, it's not going to be Jimmy G. 121 targets, 77 receptions, 1,405 yards, 6 receiving TDs, some TDs on the ground. He's a dog. but he doesn't want to play running back and get beat up and have his career shortened by 5 years by getting hit between the tackles. Okay. Offensive MVP for the Niners. We already know that he's got running back vision and tight end physicality. He can do the slot. He can play on the outside. He can play at running back. And whether you have him downfield or in the backfield, he is one of the hardest guys to stop. All right. He's 6 foot, 215 pounds. It's no wonder that he's going to dominate the league in the stat sheet. He has a transitional receiver / running back. You can never overlook Deebo Samuel. And I got him at number 8. At number 7, we got my guy that I could have been biased and had in the top 5, but I won't. It is Mike Evans. 114 targets, 74 receptions, 1,035 yards. All right, he's got 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. This year will be number 9. He'll do it again, make it number 10. He's the only receiver in NFL history to do this. He's got 14 receiving TDs. Now, he is the most underrated wide receiver, I feel, in the top 10, and it's not even close. Now, he has eclipsed 1,500 receiving yards just once in his 8-year career, but he's gotten 1,000 every single year for 8 years straight, with Jameis Winston, and that is fantastic. He's gotten a little bit more reliable with his catch rate with Tom Brady compared to Jameis. Size has always been on his side. 6'5", 231. He still moves smooth at 29 years old. He's a deep threat. Intermediate route will normally go to Godwin, but he's averaging 14 yards per catch for 5 straight seasons. Plug him into the lineup. You know he's the man. Number 7, Mike Evans. Number 6, we got a guy that normally is number 1 or number 2, but you got Tua now instead, okay, of Patrick Mahomes. You got Jalen Waddle there as well. 159 targets, 111 receptions, 1,239 yards, 9 receiving touchdowns. Now, perhaps no one is listed here in the list that's more under pressure than the Cheetah. He's normally number 1 or number 2. Now, the NFL's highest paid wideout, going from Patrick Mahomes to Tua, who thinks is the more pure passer. Bullshit. All right. He's 5'10", 185, but he's the biggest combo breaker that's in the league. All right. He comes up big in big games. He's lightning fast. He's got deep ball extraordinaire ability, but it's Tua. Okay, so it's going to have to be bubble screens, reverses, screen passes, and they're going to have to use his legs to be able to get in the end zone instead of going deep with Mahomes, because those passes will probably go to Waddle. Tyreek will have to go within the intermediate routes. So to think that you don't have Mahomes anymore, we have to see how it's going to translate. Normally, I'll have Tyreek 1 or 2 with Devonte Adams, but now you're in Miami. I have to put you at number 6. So a quick review. Number 10, A.J. Brown. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Number 7, Mike Evans. Number 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill. At number 5, you already know what it is. The Super Bowl favorite, besides the Rams. The guy that's going to have a big, big season. They're favored in every game on the Vegas line, every single one, including all 17. 164 targets, 103 receptions, 1,225 yards, 10 receiving TDs. Now, after 5 years of the swag and the style of the Vikings wide receiver room, Diggs has become even more of a complete target with Josh Allen and the Bills. He simply does everything well. He runs routes well, just like Keenan Allen. All right, speed is still there. He's sturdy. He can really do anything, intermediate, short, or the deep route, and he really wins off the line and in his breaks. He masters all his routes, and he maintains reliable hands. Even though he's getting closer to 30 years old, he's going to be even more relied on this season to be able to be that possession receiver, because they got Gabriel Davis to go deep. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Number 5, Stefan Diggs, because I think that they are going to be the AFC Championship game, and they may go to the Super Bowl, possibly win, but we have to wait and see. At number 4, I got a guy that was number 1 in the league, but guess what? Kevin O'Connell is no longer there, and with the addition of Allen Robinson, the targets, the looks, the yards, the stats should slightly go down. Now, if Diggs makes route running look cool, Kupp does the same. All right. Now, injuries prevented him from being really the number 1 earlier before Matthew Stafford. But when Stafford came in, and with Kevin O'Connell's help, he became the man. 191 targets, 145 receptions, 1,947 yards, 53 yards away from 2,016 receiving touchdowns. He had the most receptions, yards, and TDs in the season. He had the triple threat. That was something that Jerry Rice couldn't even do. It's statistically the best season that we've ever seen. Okay. But when Allen Robinson's there, and you don't have Kevin O'Connell, I think the numbers are slightly going to go down. Now, durability is something to keep an eye on, considering his high volume and his slightly smaller build. But his mastery of mechanics, right? The wear and tear shouldn't be a big fear. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest. He's not the fastest, but he's damn good in space, and he reels in everything. Cooper Kupp at number 4. At number 3, I could have had this guy at number 1, number 2, or number 3. We know this guy is fantastic. All right, 128 targets, 81 receptions, 1,455 yards, 13 receiving TDs. Big plays are the name of the game for the pass-happy NFL. Chase wasted absolutely no time following in his drops that he had in preseason to be just like another LSU product named Justin Jefferson. Now, he is streaky, for sure, but he's the biggest reason for Joe Burrow to be able to get the MVP and Super Bowl consideration. His instant burst after the catch is reminiscent of Odell in his prime and Justin Jefferson. The only mission with him is get him the damn ball, just like T.O. All right, he's great, and pretty soon we're going to have Chase 1, Jefferson 2, or Jefferson 1, Chase 2. It's going to be kind of like that, Jerry Rice, Randy Moss kind of comparison with these guys. I love these guys a lot, and even though we got Devonte Adams and Cooper Kupp, they're still in the prime, so you have to keep, the list fair. But I have Jamar Chase at 3, but he could be as high as number 1 this season. Number 2 was very tough. Is it Devonte Adams? Is it Justin Jefferson? 99% of the list in America are going to have Cooper Kupp 1 or Devonte Adams 1. Not me. I'm going to be going at number 2, Devonte Adams. And the reason I got Devonte Adams, 169 targets, 123 receptions, 1,553 yards, 11 TDs with Rodgers. But the reason I got him at number 2 is because they don't have an offensive line, all right? The offensive line is not as good. Plus, you have the best underrated wide receiver in the league and Hunter Renfrow in the slot, Darren Waller. There's going to be less targets. It's not like Aaron Rodgers where he went to you 60% of the time. They are going to have to distribute the football evenly to Josh Jacobs, Hunter Renfrow, Darren Waller. Devonte Adams will get the biggest target share, but it's not going to be the same as what he had, obviously, in Green Bay. So remember that. The offensive line is not as good, and the defensive depth is not as good as well. So that might, jeopardize some of the playoff hope, but they could finish in first or they could finish in fourth. Nobody knows. So they paid the big money for Adams. And like I told you guys years ago, they played together at Fresno State. It was inevitable for this combo to happen. In their last game together, Carr had 7 touchdown passes. How many did Devonte have? 4. He's going to be great. But I think there's going to be a little bit of a dip in the production, maybe a little bit less yards, around the same amount of touchdowns, or maybe slightly above. But, he's at 1,500 yards, 11 TDs. You could have roughly the same numbers, or it could be slightly less, maybe 1,400 yards, 10 TDs. He's still the man. He's still considered the best receiver in the game to most. But we got to make sure one specific thing. The Packers star has played a full season just twice in 8 years. That's why I have him also at number 2 with the offensive line not being very good. He's a total package like Lex Luger. All right, he averages 90 yards per game in 3 of his last 4 seasons with Aaron Rodgers. But they also had Nathaniel Hackett there on top of Aaron Rodgers. So he gets open every level, short, intermediate, deep. He's got reliable hands. He shows up clutch. He has been literally the number 1 receiver with Tyreek the Freak Hill for many, many years. But times are changing. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are coming. And so since your offensive line is banged up and you have Josh Jacobs, Hunter Renfrow, and Darren Waller, I have to put you at number 2. And at number 1, no one else is going to have him number 1 on planet Earth besides me. And a lot of people are going to copy me moving forward. It is Justin Jefferson. Now, his historic start is similar to that of the Vikings legend Randy Moss. But the comparison isn't that wild or crazy. All right, 167 targets. 108 receptions, 1,616 yards, 10 receiving TDs. That was with Zimmer. Now you end up having the offensive coordinator, right, for the Rams that won the Super Bowl, Kevin O'Connell. What if he can make Cooper Kupp number 1? What do you think Justin Jefferson's going to do? He's going to explode. He's got a personal goal of getting 2,000 receiving yards. Obviously, Cooper Kupp missed it by 53 yards. Jefferson is more athletic, all right? So I got to be able to see the looks. I know Dalvin Cook will be better. Thielen will be better. And Justin Jefferson, I think, will be able to take that next step. Obviously, if injuries can be, not something that he had to worry about. Now, he replaced Stefan Diggs with the swagger and the production. All right. And he's topped it. No one is even talking about Stefan Diggs anymore. Now he's slender. He's a perfect contemporary wideout, lightning fast, good hands, good height, great routes. Nothing against Kirk Cousins, but just imagine if Patrick Mahomes was his quarterback. He's one of the safest bets in football. And just a simple fact that you have Kevin O'Connell makes me think that if you can end up being number one with Cooper Kupp, and think of this stat line: 191 targets, 145 receptions, 1,947 yards, and 16 receiving TDs, right? And then he had 167 targets, 108 receptions, 1,616 yards, and 10 TDs. Do you really think that without Zimmer and with Kevin O'Connell that he can't get close to that number or possibly beat it? And just like I have Jonathan Taylor as the number one running back moving forward, no disrespect to Derrick Henry, but sometimes you got to be ahead of the curve. And I'm always ahead of the curve 1 year early rather than 1 year late. I got Justin Jefferson as my number one receiver. So that's why my list is going to be much different than a lot of the other lists that are out there. That's facts. Let me see here. Let me scroll down. And I know Loyal Rammy doesn't want my players to be hurt. And hopefully in his personal space, inside his own head, I hope that he doesn't feel. But I know how competitive you are, but I just want to be able to beat teams that are 100%. I don't want any excuses. You know what I mean? I know you don't want any excuses either. I don't want an easy route. I want to be able to bleed. I want to be able to sweat. I want to be able to swear at the TV and earn it, not have people get hurt and then get a Super Bowl or an NFC championship game and have the moniker, oh, you only won because the other guys were hurt. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know you didn't say it, you know what I mean? But I just know how competitive things are between us, between the Rams and the Buccaneers. Said Stafford gets 6,000 yards, 50 TDs this year, multiple 1,000-yard receivers. Well, if you don't have Kevin O'Connell, I don't think that's happening. So, but I think you guys are going to be very, very good. Air Whitey, a couple reasons. Tay left, wanted to play with Carr. Rodgers only has a couple years left. I'm glad Rodgers and Tay are still good pals. It's like a Jordy Nelson situation. Let's go Tay. So obviously I want, I'll do the list for Air Whitey and like Chief will Chief. But obviously I'm sweating. It's like 100 degrees in this room, even with the fan on. But like I said, I definitely wanted to make sure I put out a list that is not the same. So yes. And that's why I think the Vikings are going to be the sleeper team in the NFL. They're my number one sleeper team. And I think the Rams can still repeat without him. I think the Rams can be the number one team, and it could be Rams Bills or a different combination, Rams Broncos. I know how good that those guys are, but I think in my perspective, Kevin O'Connell on the Minnesota Vikings and Nathaniel Hackett on the Broncos are going to have the two single most impactful seasons and futures with those franchises. Because I think Russ will win a Super Bowl with the Broncos, and I think the Vikings have a chance to get, a wild card within the first 3 years, and I think they can win the division within the first 3 years, even with Aaron there or not. So, I do the research and I put in the time and the effort, and I know no one else has put out a list like this. This list is original. It's all me. And like I said, other people can put out lists, but I don't think they really explain why or go as deep as me. So I'm going to be very interested to be watching Good Morning Football, Pat McAfee Show, CBS Sports, Colin Cowherd, because a lot of these people have media teams or themselves hop in the room, and I know they are going to piggyback off this list. And I could have easily put Jefferson 1, Chase 2, Chase 1, Jefferson 2. And I think that's the direction we're going. But we still got to respect Devonte Adams and Cooper Kupp for being fantastic. So that's why I had to make the list the way that I did. So, and I feel my lists are better than most people on the internet or on podcasts or TV. The effort shows, and that's big facts. Now I got to take this fucking jersey off because I am sweating like a motherfucker. So let's look at Justin Jefferson for now. And then we'll take a look at the donos. I'll pop some gummies, and we'll continue watching some more of this. So give me a second here to drink this beer as well. So 1 sec here. All right, give me 2 minutes so I can take all this shit off, and I'll be right back. But before we do, it's NWSF for life, brother. Oh, yeah. All right, give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. Oh, man. I just got to open this door for just a little bit. I just sweated through my jersey and everything else. I got this Kenny Omega shirt on. I'm just like drenched, but that's what happens when you put in that work and that effort. So we didn't get any donos while I did the list, which is a little unfortunate, but we did get $40 before the stream started. And then obviously Sarah dropped the 10. So let's go through some of the pictures and show some love based off the fan bases, supporting the cause. So first, obviously we'll start off with Megan. Obviously, they're in Australia representing the cause, $20 before the stream started. So let's throw up a couple DKs and maybe some Pete Carrolls. And let me do that. So let me actually delete a couple of these other photos here real quick. And then we will get to having some more opportunities to put up. So shout out to Megan earlier in the stream. But it shows you, if you're new to the channel, like what it takes to do this job. There's a lot of people that'll just throw up names and do a top 10, but they don't deep dive with the stats and the analytics like me. It's clear. Watch any other YouTube channel and they never will do what I do. It's a lot. It's like a lot of people cut corners and they just want to name off the players, but they don't really go in depth on why they have them there. Or if they do, they just do like a brief explanation, or they just copy and paste from like a website that someone else put out, a list. And that's just a shame that people do that, but it is what it is. So let's give her a little bit of love. We'll do a little DK, a little Steve, and then we'll do a little Steve and Jim. Appreciate you. And then after that, I'll get Eagles John with some Eagles, and then I'll get Sarah with some Colts. And then hopefully we'll get some more donos as well. But at least it didn't take me until like an hour and a half to start the show. Sometimes I just go through all the comments and it takes forever. And I wanted to make sure that that wasn't the case. So. Steven Zorn. I got you. Appreciate you very, very much. Steve Large and Jim Zorn, her favorites. I got you. Appreciate you. And then obviously we got a little DK love obviously on there as well. And then let's get a Tyler Lockett. I mean, I love Tyler Lockett as a receiver. You're a Hawks fan. So Tyler, get to the door and lock it. So the Dodgers won. No surprise there. Let's see if I can find a nice one. Let's get a Tyler Lockett in here. God, I am just drenched. But that's what it takes, You have to be able to put in all your passion and your love, and you just have to grind it out no matter what. 100 degrees, 110 degrees in here, no problem. Keep grinding. There we go. Ooh, baby. Let's get a little Tyler. Get to the door and lock it. I'll give you another one too because I like him so much. We'll get you the blue jersey and I'll get you the white jersey. You can't just show one photo. You got to show the home and the away. You know, if people are going to give you the extra effort and they're going to donate 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, you know, you got to make sure that you do more than just acknowledge their name and their comment. You know, you got to go the extra mile. If they're going to go the extra mile for you, you go the extra mile for them. That's the bottom line. Let's go. Appreciate you very, very much. All right, and let's get to, after those, let's go to Eagles John. I'm not sure if Eagles John is still in the room, but still, we can throw up some representation for him on here as well. So we got a little A.J. Brown, and then we'll go with some Jerome Brown. And then we can go with a little Jordan Davis, the rookie from Georgia. You can do like a college photo. Shout out to Eagles John. $20 before the stream started as well as Megan did. And this guy's going to be so fun to watch. I think it's like the guy that I'm looking forward to the most watching in the draft, honestly. You know, because he's got that Vita Vea, Aaron Donald, Fletcher Cox kind of body. So you already know he's going to be a great player. And if the Eagles are going to win the NFC East and he can stay healthy, he could be a big, big force. And you can tell, look at 99, Aaron Donald, 99, Warren Sapp, 99. There's always a theme with big guys at D tackle or nose tackle that wear the 99. It's a special number to wear. Shout out to my boy, Eagles John. I love you, and I appreciate you very, very much. And then let me throw up one last one here for you. You can never go wrong with Randall Cunningham, ever. I don't care what you say or who you are. Don't care if you're a Washington fan, a Giant fan, or a Cowboy. This guy was so fun to watch when he was playing. Fly, Eagles, fly. Eagles, John, thank you so much. Regardless if you're in the room or not, I love you and I appreciate you so much, bro. So we got those. And then now let's go to Sarah with the tenor that she dropped. And then we'll go Shaq Leonard, who is Darius Leonard. We'll start there. All right, so we'll start off with Shaq or Shaquille Leonard. He wants to be called Shaq now because his middle name. Okay, that's what his family calls him, so I'll do that. And then we'll do a DeForest Buckner. And then I'll give her a choice of whoever she wants. And then we'll throw that on there as well. Because I think she might be the only one still in the stream besides maybe Megan. I'm not sure if Eagles John is still in here or not. So, yeah, but coming up with those lists, that shit is not easy at all. I mean, it's very, very difficult to come up with a list that I can be proud of, that I can be a trendsetter. I'm not copying anybody else, but people may copy me. You know, it's like you want to be that guy that's ahead of the curve. And I take a lot of pride in my list. And so for a lot of you to agree with me and also let you know that if you want to swap A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, Deebo Samuel, fine. But, you know, that's kind of how I put them. And then you could also swap Tyreek and Evans as well as Diggs. And then obviously 1, 2, 3, and 4, Jefferson, Adams, Chase, and Cup could be in any order. But I think the order I put them in, it makes sense. So even if you don't agree with me completely, you can see why I put the guys where I did based off my stats, analytics, and expectations going in. It's not by popularity at all. So, oh, man. Appreciate you very, very much. Toby says, I can't wait to see Trevor versus Mac and Trevor versus Zach. Well, Mac isn't going to be the same without, obviously, Josh McDaniels on the Raiders. So, and Trevor versus Zach will be good. Obviously, they're going to be linked forever. Tyree, I've missed you, dude. Fly, Eagles, fly. What pieces do you think you guys are missing to get back to a Super Bowl sooner than later? Oh, talking to Sarah. Well, we already know that. It's offensive weapons at wide receiver and tight end. Everything else looks good. So, of course, bro, I was born in 1982. I'm old as fuck. I'm like 40. Yes, I do. I remember all the teams from back in the day. The temperature in my office went to single digit to double. Yeah, my boy. Yeah, do like my jersey, and I had my NWSF chain on, and I closed the door so the AC is running in the bedroom, and I have a fan full blast on me. But with that still being said, with this photography lighting and the lighting you have to run a green screen, it definitely gets sweaty in here. So that's just you got to be able to grind it out. So. Well, obviously, I know it's been tough, for you as a Jags fan. It'll be my pleasure. Let me throw up a photo for you. One sec. So we got a little bit of Colts representation. I'm going to get Sarah another picture of whoever she wants. But in the meantime, let's get a Trevor Lawrence. Let's do it. I do like Trevor Lawrence. It just has to have the right supporting cast and right coaching. It's going to be a while, but hopefully they can compete with the Titans and the Colts sooner than later. We already know you can beat the Texans, but what about the other two? It's going to take time. So be patient. Okay. All right, I'm going to get a new one for you, something that you haven't seen yet. So hold on. I got an old one, but I don't want to do old. I want to work hard. So. Ooh, I got a good one. Showing some emotion. All right, here we go. I've never used this one ever, so this would be the first time for you, Toby. Duval, and obviously Toby's one of our younger fans. And I'm not going to rip into him. You know what I mean? Obviously, he knows mostly Jags. Maybe not the NFL as a whole as much, but it's something that you can learn. It takes a lot of effort, to be able. The one thing, I would recommend, if you could be totally into your team, and you don't need to know all the teams in the NFL, but one thing that would help based off your knowledge and progression as a fan is just knowing about the other teams in your division. So knowing about the Texans and the Colts and the Titans and what they have compared to what you have, and then that's going to make you a lot smarter. Just based off the matchups and kind of scouting and spying on the other teams to be able to figure out what your chances are realistically when you go against those teams that are better than you. You're better. They're the Colts and the Titans are better. You can be better than the Texans, but you have to earn it. All right, here we go. So let's throw up a Trevor Lawrence. Hopefully we can throw up more Trevor Lawrences in the future. I got you. That's a nice one, too. Yeah, and to have almost 20,000, you know what I mean? I don't have 20,000 people that are in here consistently by any means, but I take a lot of pride in remembering, the people, and I don't think other streamers do that. You're in different rooms for Seahawks and stuff, and you see how I regulate and how I do a stream compared to everyone else, and often imitated, never duplicated. We're originators here. We're trendsetters here. We do things here that are not done in other streams. So, and I appreciate that. That's the connection. There's a lot of connections that I have, and I feel the same way. $6,000 passing yards? Are you saying 6,000 passing yards or just yards in general? Tyree, what do you want? I can throw up a couple Eagles photos for you. Fletcher Cox and some big play Slay and some other people. Hold up. You know, I'm always going to give you the fire. Always. Who is BG? Obviously, that's what BG are we talking about? Loyal Rammy, though, what do you think about Kevin O'Connell leaving, though? Because Kevin O'Connell could end up being the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan. So do you feel that confident that after losing that piece that you're still going to be right there? Like there's not going to be any type of issue they're going to have throughout the season? I mean, obviously, when the running game gets better, there's going to be more things that are going to open up in the offense. But I don't think that we can just act like Kevin O'Connell is not going to be missed. Tyler Lockett to be Seahawks. I did see that. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you, Megan. $2. Let's get some Tyler Lockett. I know we put it up there already, but let me see if I can find some more. We'll throw up the one that I had up, and I'll find a brand new one for you, too. Yeah, but I take a lot of pride, obviously, as you can tell, with what I do here. You know, this is not an average fan. This is not, just people just coming in and this is the most hardcore fans on planet Earth. Like that's what this is. This is not just, you could be an average fan or fair weather or bandwagon, fine. You know what I mean? But a lot of the people that are here are very, very passionate and hardcore for their players and teams. That's why we are called the Northwest Sports Fanatics, not Northwest bandwagon or Northwest average fans. Nothing average about this fucking channel. Bang, bang, bang. Let me find you another one, too. But I am very interested to see how many people, after I got to get you a green jersey, too. I gave you a white one. I gave you a blue one. I got to make sure I give you the color rush as well. But I am interested to see how many lists between now and the regular season, right before it starts, like that are going to have either exactly my list or very, very similar. Because a lot of people are afraid to be original and to take a chance, because a lot of people, it's easy to be like, Derrick Henry's the best running back and just do that. It could have been really easy for me to put Cooper Kupp #1 again, or from based on what he did last year, or put Devonte Adams. But it takes a lot of balls and a lot of trust and your film study and your analytics to have a kind of a player in mind that could get there. Maybe you do it a year early before everyone else, but I do believe in Jonathan Taylor, and I do believe in Justin Jefferson. So that's why obviously when we do the picks here, I try to always be like a year early rather than a year late where everyone else is already talking about it because obviously the guy produced and it is what it is. But if you can do it ahead of time, that's what really gets me credibility as well. But I can't predict injuries, but I can predict the outcomes of obviously Super Bowls and Stanley Cups and NBA Finals and Natties. I'm very good at that, on processing film and analyzing talent. I mean, that's my favorite thing to do is read. And how many people do you know that enjoy to read nowadays? It's a lost art. This younger generation would rather play video games and go on TikTok and make dumbass videos about stupid ass trends. It's a lot of time wasted. But I mean, if that's what the younger generation wants to do, then so be it. I mean, no matter what you do, you have to put in effort. And I just think the younger generation is always trying to cut corners for whatever reason. You can't cut corners for dreams. Sorry. It doesn't work that way. All right. So I gave you a blue one, and then I gave you the white one. And then I'm going to go above and beyond, and I'm going to give you the green as well. Oh, that looks good on the screen. And that's why I like to be able to support, because you guys support me. So 52. Let's get to a hundo. Secret, my friend, secrets. It's all about the presentation, bud. Brandon Graham. Okay, that's what I thought that you meant, but I wasn't sure. I was okay, because normally when people talk about the front line, they're talking about like Fletcher Cox. So I was like, and I was thinking, okay, Brandon Graham, but I didn't want to throw that up, because obviously you have Jordan Davis and a few of these others, but I wanted to make sure. So let me throw them up for you. Elliot in the building. How are you? This is one of my best lists. Like I said, quarterback, running back, wide receiver are completed now. Then we'll go tight end, offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, safeties, corners, punters, kickers, coaches, OCs, DCs. I mean, every list I do is going to be original, and I think that's why people love the list, is because you're going to get more of a breakdown than anywhere else. And I take a lot of pride in obviously what I show to you guys too. I'm not going to just throw up anything. I want to throw up, amazing photos, HD if possible, fitting the screen as possible as well. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on for me to fully function and be like, someone that's editing and managing the stream on the fly while I'm actually recording. So, because every photo I bring up is a piece of my personality. I'm not going to just put up anything. I mean, I'm putting up stuff that I would want to see if I was a fan. I got you, dude. I got you, bro. How are you, dude? I haven't seen you in a while. I hope things are good. What it do? What's up, bro? I fucking sweated through my Kenny Omega shirt and grinded it out. Yeah, my top 10 list is fire. I can't wait to watch Good Morning Football, even though I don't, to see when they start stealing my stuff. Because I already know, you got Madden and EA Sports, they follow. Peter Schrager and Good Morning Football, they follow. Pat McAfee and, the boys, they follow. So I already know there's a lot of outlets that, follow what some of the YouTubers do. And they're not going to follow everybody on YouTube or Twitch, but they have their, 2 or 3 that they will spy on and see if they can steal any material from. I know who you are. Yeah, congratulations on that job again. Yeah, he would say that too. But I do wish you all the best, man. I hope you guys, if anyone deserves to be able to, get Aaron Donald another ring for the legacy in Stafford, who wouldn't want to see that? And I'm pretty sure OBJ is going to be back too, because I don't think there would be any other place that would be more fitting for him unless he wanted to go to Buffalo with Josh Allen and play with Vaughn. But just going back to the Rams and winning again would make sense, or at least trying to, I just don't want any injuries for our teams. And obviously the Rams and the Bucs are the best. And then it's the Bills and whoever you want to put as number 2. Bengals, Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders, whatever you want, But I think, there's going to be Packers, Eagles, Saints after us, and then also Cardinals and Niners, and then Vikings are the sleeper. You know what I'm saying? And I'm excited to see how everything, plays out. But I hope your running game is great. Hopefully Cam Akers doesn't fumble anymore. And I'm excited to see the progression. And hopefully you guys have a great year. I mean, at least get to the NFC Championship again. But obviously the goal is not to get there; it's to win it all. But just to be able to show and flex a little bit, like, hey, we are legit. This is not just like fool's gold. You guys got a great team. So, but I definitely want to win one more. But losing. I mean, I hope Ryan Jensen's not hurt all the way. But when this news broke, my heart kind of broke a little bit. And this was him today, and I was like, oh my God, dude. And I watched it happen. And then they had like a little running play, and then he went down and he was on the ground for like 3 minutes, and then he threw his helmet, and I was like, fuck. I was like, anytime a player throws his helmet as a lineman, it's usually season ending. You know what I mean? They're just frustrated and whatnot. So hopefully after the tests come out either tonight or tomorrow, I'm hoping it's not a tear, but chances are it is. And then the Cardinals and Kyler, they gave him that big contract. And then they said after he signed, you have to do like 4 hours a day of, film study because you're an idiot and you're not studying enough. And then it made Kyler look bad. It made the organization look bad. And then today, a couple hours ago, they said, never mind. Well, Kyler, we don't want you to study. So this is not Kyler anymore. When he was never going to be this anyways, because Kyler would rather play Madden than, obviously study the film. And he's like, well, you guys are obviously questioning my dedication to the game. Well, in November and December, you fucking suck, buddy. So obviously, hitting the books would be good. And the only thing about these 3 pictures that are awesome is this one right here. This is the most intelligent dog on planet Earth. And his name isn't Kyler. And that's big facts. And then the other story, besides those 2, was DK Metcalf. 3 years, $72 million, 58.2 fully guaranteed. Congratulations to the Seahawks and the 12th man and the 12th woman, obviously with Megan in Australia, and my boy Marcos Pineda. They are obviously Hawks all day, every day. And then we have the list. And yeah, I've done the list twice. And yeah. Imitation is. But the thing is, you got to understand, EA Sports and Madden, the video game, is like the most famous video game out there besides NBA 2K for basketball or like Grand Theft Auto. So for them it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? It's time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. I've been doing that for years, and that's my catchphrase, and to be able to steal the sack lunch, when someone gets a sack, and they put it verbally, like the audio in the game, as well as it saying sack lunch, sack lunch, sack lunch on the screen when someone gets a sack, and they put it in the video game. I mean, it's pretty big flattery, but it would have been cool for them to give me credit instead of just stealing that. But it's cool to know that they're watching, But the big one was Peter Schrager from Good Morning Football, because then when I watched it after the Chiefs and the Bengals, obviously in the playoff game, and we ended up watching that. And then when you ended up watching it, he was like, oh, I was at the game, and, Uncle Mo, Uncle Momentum. I'm the only one that says Uncle Mo, Uncle Momentum. There's been other people on college football, obviously with like Gus Johnson and Charles Davis. They've said something similar to that nature of, Uncle Mo, Uncle Momentum. But Peter Schrager blatantly stole it. And then he did it on the show within the first 20 minutes, twice, within like a couple days, like maybe one time, and then maybe like 3 to 5 days later, he did it again. And it doesn't give you the same type of pop with Kay Adams or Nate Burleson or, Kyle Brandt, because it's not yours. But I obviously saw it and recorded it. It's on my Instagram, and you can watch the videos there of him stealing my stuff as well. And I tweeted him. I was like, bro, come up with your own material. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be the smartest guy as far as analytics, besides Mina Kimes and obviously Cynthia Freeland. You're supposed to be the nerd that always is smart and comes up with original stuff. But you're fugazi, you're fake. All you do is watch my channel and other channels and steal stuff from the small channels and act like you made it up and it's yours. Like, oh, he's so clever. No, you're just fucking lazy, and you just go to YouTube and you already know who's hot and who's good on the streets, and obviously who's a trendsetter. And just kind of sad that, people do that, but it is what it is. Oh yeah. The head of the doll would be ripped off. What's up, Shep? How you doing, man? Just did my top 10 list, sweated a bunch, and yeah, I'm glad that you're in the building. How are you doing, bro? So I'm doing okay. Yeah. You can always come in here too. You'd be really surprised, if things are rough, you know what I mean? You come in here compared to other channels, and you can definitely feel loved and appreciated and heard. And there's, we definitely discuss mental health in here. We'll do mental health. We'll do football, wrestling, food. I mean, I do a little bit of everything in here. It's really come down to, TV shows, pop culture. I mean, literally there's nothing really that's, off the table. But what I will share is that Jim Carrey's got, and this amazing quote that I usually, talk about in the stream. And let me go at it again. And we don't got anything new on the Cash App, Sarah. But Jim Carrey had this famous quote, and I saw it, and I've had depression and anxiety, and it's, I've gotten fired from jobs, and I've been in bed for 3 weeks, and I've been in a very, very low place in my life just about 6 months ago. But he says, I believe depression is legitimate, but I also believe if you don't exercise, eat nutritious food, get sunlight, get enough sleep, consume positive material, listen to music, surround yourself with support, then you're not giving yourself a fighting chance. And I couldn't agree more, because when I was in that hole, for 3 weeks, and all I did was eat, go to the bathroom, and sleep, I didn't do any of those things. So always remember, we are a family here. It's not just fans. Fans turn into friends. Friends turn into family. So if things get tough, you can always come here and hang out. So remember that. Yeah, you feel it. If you go back and go to my Instagram and you go to the videos, you can watch both of the videos where he steals my catchphrase. And like I said, they're always looking for, because I always come up with catchphrases that are original, like Tom Grossi does too. And then I also come up with custom nicknames, like Demario Davis is AKA the glue, because he holds everything together with the team. And Tyler, get to the door and lock it. I'm always going to come up with new and fresh nicknames, not nicknames that are already given to them by their family or TV personalities. I come up with my own. And a lot of times these guys aren't smart enough. They don't have enough personality to come up with it. So they just have to copy someone else and act like they don't get caught, But I actually tweeted at him, and obviously he never responded, but he knows that I know. And people would have messaged me anyways, but it just so happens that I watched Good Morning Football on those 2 days. And within the first 20 minutes of the show, he had to steal my shit twice. So pretty funny. It is flattering, but I'll never watch that show again. So Holly in the building. How are you? Yeah, I bet. Take some time. Yes, I do like UFC. What's going on with that? You have any opinions on that, or what are you thinking about that, Loyal Rami? Normally it has to come, just on my own. I usually don't listen to, anybody else. You know what I mean? Like I really try to watch the film, watch the tape, and just come up with my own. But I can't just, hey, what's this? And then I come up with it. It just has to come up, naturally. But I don't have one for him yet. I don't have one for every player, just certain ones. So. Oh, you did? Did you send more food? Let me take a look. Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, yes, you showed me that before. That looks fire. So explain what that is, Shep. So what is that right there? Ice cream. And then what's underneath that? That looks delicious, dude. Oh, damn, whenever I do these top 10 lists, it's like so much effort. There's a lot of stats, analytics, a lot of presentation. It's not easy doing the top 10. Most people, they don't care. They just do it and they don't give a shit about it. They don't take it to heart. You know what I mean? It's like, for me, it's my legacy. For other people, it's just content. So the big chocolate chip soft cookie ice cream. Oh, yes. I remember you sent that to me before. It looked awesome. Here, let's pull it up on the screen. Because I told you got to make sure you eat, and you got to make sure things will get better over time, not overnight. But you want to make sure you eat, and it's always going to make you better. Shep dessert, Shep ice cream. All right. So we'll do Shep ice cream today. And I'll do your crab broil thing as well. That looked awesome. So this is today. Always send me food if you go somewhere, dude. Always. So that looks delicious. So I've seen Grossi get something kind of similar to this too, and a few other YouTubers and some of my friends as well. But usually stuff like this is not available in in the West Coast. This is more of like a Midwest, East Coast, South thing. At different places, I know they offer something like this in New York, and obviously it looks like they have something like this in Atlanta. And I imagine you could get it with the pan, but the way that I've seen it served is just like this. Grossi had something just like this, and as well as a few of my other buddies that live in the East Coast or in the South. So it looks fucking delicious. And then let's look at the food, because I told you, you always want to make sure you eat. It definitely it can make the heart happy and the mind happy. When sometimes things are at a tough point in your life, eating food can make you happy. Better to eat some good food than necessarily just get all too fucked up and do something stupid. Drinking too much or doing other things to get yourself in trouble. So. Yeah, and this is the food that you had from a couple days ago. That looks delicious. Me and my girlfriend, we love seafood. So I mean, I'm all about that life. I can eat that all day, every day. That's awesome, bro. And then Holly's in the room, so I guess I can kind of restart the stream. I mean, I'm probably not going to go in depth like I did twice already, but I can definitely go through with the list. So since we have another GOAT in the room. So it started off on the show. Obviously, we talked about my guy, Ryan Jensen, and he is the starting center, top 5 center in the league. Most people think top 3. He was in practice today and went down, threw his helmet off. I was watching it live, and they fear that he tore his ACL, MCL, or PCL, or all 3. So we'll have to find out sometime between tonight and tomorrow. That's okay. I can do it. I mean, it'll be quick, so I can at least show you, while you're in here. So obviously with Ryan Jensen, that was him today. He's a big catalyst to the team. Without him or Tristan Wirfs, we can't win. And now if he's out for the year, our Super Bowl chances go to 0. I really, truly believe that. I mean, you can rally all you want, but there's not another Ryan Jensen we're going to be able to pick up to have that continuity and chemistry with Brady. So our fucking season's over. If it ends up being ACL, we're done. We can still make the playoffs, but the Super Bowl dream is over, which is really sad. So that was one of the pieces of news. So we'll see what happens. Then another piece was Kyla Murray. Kyla Murray and the Cardinals, they decided to pay him a lot of money. Then they said publicly, hey, we want you to fucking study because you're an idiot. Okay. So I was like, okay, cool. Kyler is going to study like this incredibly smart puppy right here. Okay. And the puppy is not named Kyler. All right. And then after that came out, it made Kyler look bad. It made the Cardinals look bad. And then a couple hours ago, they said, guess what, Kyler? We take that back. You don't have to study part of the contract anymore. So it's a bad look on the Cardinals, a bad look for Kyler. And the only thing that's not a bad look is this. It's the cutest thing ever. This is the most intelligent puppy ever. Albert Pupstein, I see you. You're very intelligent, not like Kyler Murray. Okay, so that was the other part of the news. And then the third part of the news today was DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf got a 3-year, $72 million extension, 58.2 fully guaranteed. hey, there you go. He's that guy. They don't have Russell Wilson there, but at least they get to keep one of their really great pieces around for a couple more years. So shout out to Megan, my boy Marcos, and everyone that is a Seahawks fan. Then we decided to go with the list, and I'll just do a condensed version for you with the list, so that way we can go there. So it's Albert Pupstein. And so DeAndre Hopkins normally is in my list, but he's not going to be on my list, obviously, because of the time that was missed. So with him, he missed 6 games last year, right? And he's going to be suspended for 6 because of the PEDs he took. So normally he'd be somewhere between 7 through 10 or 6 through 10 on my list. He's not on the list. Michael Thomas, another guy that would have been on my list, but he's, 3 years removed from 1,700 yards, right? And being that guy, right? But he's only played in 7 games in 2 years. So I know Jameis Winston and him will have a connection, but I need to see it, so I can't put you on there. Honorable mention is DK Metcalf at number 11. He's very solid, and he's very comparable to my list at number 10, which is A.J. Brown. And obviously with A.J. Brown, it's, you have Jalen Hurts there rather than Drew Lock. So that's a big reason why that DK is 11 and AJ Brown is 10. And plus, AJ is one of those guys that's very consistent, just like DK. He uses his big physicality and his body. Obviously we have to look at his injuries, but with his bulk, power, and explosiveness, he's money, and he's going to lead the Eagles to the NFC East crown. Number 10, AJ Brown. Number 9, I got Keenan Allen. And then with Keenan Allen, obviously we know he's the go-to guy. And when I did this list, I did targets, receptions, yards, projection, all that. And obviously with Justin Herbert, this is going to be the main guy. He's the best route runner in the league, arguably. And I can't really deny that with him and Stefan Diggs. I could definitely have put him a little higher, but based off the other guys in the list, I think it's fair. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. With Deebo, he's a guy that, wanted to get traded. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to play running back unless he's going to get paid. I don't blame him because he doesn't want to have his career shortened by playing running back and wide receiver and not getting paid for it, because that means maybe 5 years less of your career, having to run through the tackles, doing RPOs and being a running back / wide receiver. So I think he's very versatile, and it doesn't matter if it's Jimmy G or Deebo. You're not going to find many guys that are 6 foot, 215 that are more versatile than Deebo Samuel. Number 8, Deebo. Number 7, we got my guy, Mike Evans. I could have been very biased and put him in the top 5, but I just like to have the stats speak for themselves. 114 targets, 74 receptions, 1,035 yards, 14 TDs. His numbers on TDs are better than almost everyone in the top 10 besides Cooper Kupp. I think with Mike Evans, he's got 8 1,000-yard seasons in a row, which is number 1 in the league. It's never been done before. He'll get 9 this year and then 10. And when it's all said and done, you got guys like Julio Jones that are a bigger name than him, but Mike Evans' legacy will be much higher than a lot of these other guys in the league. Number 7, Mike Evans. And number 6, I normally have Tyreek, in my number 1 or number 2 spot. But since it's Tua right now, not Tyreek, he's 5'10", 185. Obviously, he's lightning fast, deep ball extraordinaire. But you got Tua instead of Mahomes. So I have to drop you down a few spots, even though you had 159 targets, 111 receptions, 1,239 yards, 9 receiving TDs, and some work on the ground. So again, 10, A.J. Brown, 9, Keenan Allen, 8, Deebo Samuel, 7, Mike Evans, 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill. And then we go into my top 5, and this is really where it gets interesting because I made my list original, and no one else is going to have a list like this, and I imagine it'll be copied many, many times. I'm excited to see how many people copy this list as I watch Good Morning Football and these other networks. At number 5, I got Stefan Diggs. Now, Diggs may not be better overall than Tyreek, but you're on the number 1 team in the NFL and the AFC, supposedly, with Josh Allen. 164 targets, 103 receptions, 1,225 yards, 10 TDs. Obviously, he had the swag to be, the number 1 guy in Minnesota for 5 years. They don't know who he is anymore because they have Justin Jefferson, but he is just as good as route running in the league as Keenan Allen. He does everything well. Speed, route running, hands. He wins off the line and in his breaks. He's a master of his routes, maintaining reliable hands. He's getting closer to 30, but I expect a big, big year. And the Bills are going to need a big year if he wants to be able to get to the Super Bowl, let alone the AFC Championship game. Number 5, Stefan Diggs. Number 4 was the guy that was number 1 last year. 191 targets, 145 receptions, 1,947 yards, 53 yards away from 2,000, 16 TDs. That was number 1 in yards, number one in receptions and number one in touchdowns, the triple crown. It's never been done. Even Jerry Rice didn't do that. And the only reason I don't have Cooper Kupp at number one or number two or even number three is that Kevin O'Connell is no longer there being the OC. He's on Minnesota, so that'll help Minnesota and I believe hurt a little bit of Cooper Kupp. And you got Allen Robinson coming in, so there's going to be slightly less targets. The numbers should be still very good, probably 13 to 1,500 yards, 11 to 13 touchdowns, but a little bit slightly less than what he had in his record-breaking Super Bowl year. Number 4, Cooper Kupp. Number 3, I have one of my favorite receivers in the league. He will be number 1 or number 2 moving forward very, very soon, and it could even be this year. 128 targets, 81 receptions, 1,455 yards, 13 receiving TDs. Chase does everything great, just like Justin Jefferson, and obviously we know that, he can run all the routes. He is streaky, but he's also the biggest reason for Burrow to get all the love and the 10 nicknames. He's got an instant burst after the catch, just like Odell did in his prime on the Giants. Really, the only mission is get him the damn football, as T.O. would say. And pretty soon, it's going to be Chase 1, Jefferson 2, Jefferson 1, Chase 2. It's just a matter of time. It's like Jerry Rice, Randy Moss all over again, and I can't wait to see it. And we could even have him be number 1 this year. Number 3, Jamar Chase. Now, this is where it gets interesting, where most people would have Cooper Kupp or Devonte Adams at number 1, but not me. I have Devonte Adams at number 2. And the reason I have him at number 2, 169 targets with Rodgers, 123 receptions, 1,553 yards, 11 receiving TDs. The main reason that I have him there is that you're not going to get 50 to 60% of the target share. You got Hunter Renfrow, who's the best slot in the league, and you got Josh Jacobs at running back and Darren Waller, a top 3 tight end. So there's going to be less opportunities. Offensive line kind of stinks. Defense is a little weak. So I know they're going to be able to go to him a lot, but obviously not having those type of weapons at Green Bay, they went to him instead of MVS or Bob Tonyan or Aaron Jones. So I think with that being said, with the O-line not being as good as well as the defense, there's going to be some opportunities that Carr will not be able to make the play like Aaron Rodgers did. So he's still going to be very, very good. I would say 90% of the fans in the league will have him still number 1, but I always try to give you takes that are a year early before they happen. So I really think Devonte could be number 1 again, but I want to give love to my number 1 guy, just like I gave love to Jonathan Taylor of being the number 1 running back moving forward, not Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's like Devonte Adams. They've been doing it for 5, 6, 7 years, but as time goes on, sometimes there's a new beast that takes the reins, and just like Derrick Henry passes the torch to Jonathan Taylor this year, you're going to have Devonte Adams pass the torch to my number 1 guy, who is Justin Jefferson. So if you look at Justin Jefferson, he has an internal goal of 2,000 receiving yards, 167 targets, 108 receptions, 1,616 yards, 10 TDs with Zimmer, and Zimmer sucks. Now you got the OC for Cooper Kupp there in Minnesota. So if Kevin O'Connell can make this guy the number 1 receiver in the league, what do you honestly think is going to happen with him? He's going to end up balling out. His historic start is similar to Randy Moss, and it's not even anything to shake a stick at. They used to have Stefan Diggs. They don't even remember him. Now he's slender, and he obviously has all the abilities. He's a perfect contemporary wideout. He's fast. He's got great hands, good height. He's a good route runner, good dancer. Nothing against Kirk Cousins, but can you imagine if they had Patrick Mahomes throwing to him? I mean, it wouldn't even be close, like Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. But even with that being said, Kevin O'Connell is going to change the culture, and that's why I know Jefferson, Thielen, Dalvin Cook's numbers are going to go up, and they are my number 1 sleeper team in the NFL. They are going to make the wild card, I believe, this year, and they have a chance to actually beat the Packers, I believe, within the first 3 years, regardless if Aaron is there or not. Number 1, Justin Jefferson. So that's just a quick breakdown. And I know not a lot of people are going to, do that. But like I said, that's the difference between me and everybody else. And I obviously went through more stats, and it was a much longer process. But that's just kind of a quick breakdown that I wanted to be able to give you. So let me see here. Yes, the cookie skillet looked great. Absolutely. A few peach and blueberry vodka. Nice. Nice. Yes, me too. Yeah, well, we have it here on the Oregon coast, so we get it literally caught that day and we can eat it. So, and don't worry, I'll take care of you. I did it for Air Whitey. I'll do it for you. And when Chief Will Chief comes in, I'll do it for him too. If you're a goat and you're a regular and you're going to be, donating and supporting and being a good person and a good vibe in the room, it's the least I can do, because obviously what am I going to do? Just because a lot of times when streams are live like this, a lot of people don't watch a replay. Because if I did a 1 hour stream, then people would watch the replay more. But when I do a 5 to 7 hour stream, how many people are going to actually go back and watch the entire thing? Very, very few, if none. So I know some people do it. They'll rewatch everything I do, or they'll skip to certain parts, like where the top 10 is. But yeah, I love seafood. Same thing with my girlfriend. Yeah, it's rough, but I don't want to, overreact, and I don't want to underreact, but I'm going to be very honest. I mean, he is one of the key components, just like Mitchell Schwartz, was, and Eric Fisher. And then you guys lost to me. And then I didn't have Tristan Wirfs and Ryan Jensen, ready for me against the Rams. And then I lost. So if you don't have pieces like this, and I also lost Alex Kappa, as well. So, and the other player, I mean, my offensive line, I mean, it's tough because I lost both my guards already, so it's one of those things. I can't believe that it happened, and I just got to pray that he can pull through. But it's a tough thing to think about, and I just wish it didn't happen. But and then we ended up giving money to Julio, which we could have gave to maybe a center or something there. But a lot of the people in the Bucs organization are not, it looks bad. So when they throw their helmet off afterwards, then it's not really a good sign. And, I lost Alex Kappa to the Bengals, and then Ali Marpet retired. So I lost both of my guards. And then if I lose him, I still have Tristan Wirfs, who's the best right tackle in the league. But if you lose someone this important, the second best offensive lineman, arguably the best, even though Tristan Wirfs is the number one right tackle, centers are important. They call the protections. And if you have a good center, it gives you a great chance to be able to get to an NFC championship game and win. Just like in 2002, I had Jeff Christie. If I didn't have Jeff Christie at center, there is no Super Bowl for me. So I'm kind of sad right now that I think my Super Bowl dreams are over now, and Brady's, run is over. But I mean, they could always get, there's a couple other guys that are available still on the wire. Sarah had a couple names that are still available, but it's not Ryan Jensen, though. I mean, most people have him as a top 5 center, but in reality, I think he's top 3, based off his production and everything that he offers and protects, obviously, Tom Brady. So a very sad day for me, but hopefully it's just a really bad sprain. And even if he's out all preseason, even if he's out for the first month, as long as I know that he's coming back, even if he was out for half the year, as long as I know that he'll be back, that would be a great sign. But yeah. And then obviously we did the Kyler news. Hey, I want you to study. And then he's like, okay, I'll study. And he's like, don't disrespect me. I'm studying. Well, obviously you're not. And then they decided to take that back. So horrible look, obviously, for Kyla Murray. Horrible look for the Cardinals. And then this is the only thing right here, Albert Pupstein. I mean, this is, that's the best thing, based off this particular trio of pictures. And the Super Bowl is in Arizona. So, I mean, if Kyler was as smart as this puppy, then maybe you would be good to go. And then obviously the DK news, 3-year extension, $72 million, 58.2 fully guaranteed. And then with my list. So, but I take a lot of pride because I think that's the difference between me, and other people on YouTube that do lists or that are in the media or on TV. When they do it for content. When I do it for legacy. You know what I mean? Like I really take it to heart, and I try to make sure I explain stats, numbers, why I have these people where they are. And I don't think anyone else really honestly does that. So that's really the reason why I feel I can excel compared to, most people on, social media. It's facts. Albert Pupstein. Albert Pupstein, like Albert Einstein. Pupstein. Yep, I'm still going to be doing fantasy football this year. We're going to be going into our 4th year in the league. So it's like I think I finished like 2nd or 3rd every fucking year. Zini Panini won it, and then we had a couple other guys won it. And I always usually lead the league in points, least points given up. I usually have the first or second best record, but then it comes down to the playoffs, and my guys get hurt or they shit the bed and I lose. So, but I usually make 100 more transactions on my bench and overall in the league. Like most people make like 50 in a year in a fantasy football league. I make like 150 to 200. So I really try to make sure I have 2 teams, starting team and my bench as good as my starters. And most people don't do that, but people that are great at fantasy football that have won leagues, you have to put in the extra effort. So absolutely. Yeah. And if you go back, to watch initially when I break down my very first, I think I break it, I start doing the list 30 minutes into the stream. because I obviously acknowledge the people in the room. We had Megan donate 20 before the stream started. Eagles John donated 20 before the stream started. Sarah did 10, and then I don't think we got anything when I was doing my grind, but but we got you now, and I appreciate you. Holly Hundo with a tenner. I appreciate you. I haven't had to give anybody the boot today, so I guess that's good, right? Tommy. Appreciate you. Yeah, but I had my NWSF chain on and my Devin White jersey on. The door was closed. It's like 100 degrees in here, even though I have a fan on. The 100 degrees outside, AC's on in the bedroom, but obviously I try to close the door so that way I'm respectful of the puppy and girlfriend, so I'm not screaming and whatnot. But God, it just got too hot, and then I had to take all that stuff off, and I sweated underneath. But I'm good now. But yeah, sometimes you have to, when I get into it, it's you have to give it your all, and I always do. So. But it was good. And like I said, I take a lot of pride in my top 10 list. I don't think anyone really else takes it seriously. They just kind of do it for content. Appreciate you. $10 holla. Appreciate you very, very much. Some training camp, and I got the new training camp one obviously today too. I imagine that's the one that you sent Sarah earlier, but I had that as well. Let's see here. Oh, hello, Colleen Wolf. Oh, here we go. I got the new one. They had the one in the whites, okay, and then I got the one in the red. So that was from yesterday, and then this one's from today. Your boy's on it. All right, Chiefs, I see you. Handsome Devils. Excited for this team this year. Chris Jones with putting his arm up, big 9'5". Everyone's posing, looking swaggy, looking confident. They take the NWSF banner down so that way we can not cover up Mr. 85. There you go. We don't want your face to get covered up, my guy. Just because you're sitting there on the, far right. We don't want to block 72 either. Juju smiling. Number 9. Arms crossed in the middle was Hardman. He looks like AB. He's got to shave that mustache off. He looks like fly like a butterfly, sting like AB. That's McCole Hardman, isn't it? Number 17, or his arms are crossed right there. I appreciate you. $62. Only 38 to go. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, we're happy for Sarah. She got the job. I just hope it's a good fit, with the workers and the bosses. Because sometimes it looks great, like that one job she took, and then she found out that it sucked after she looked at the reviews. And so sometimes it's nice to take your time, but also you can't wait too long because fucking everyone needs money. Everyone needs to fucking survive. It's like we need this. So I hope that it works out good for you, and it's a lot closer to your house. So congratulations, and I hope everything works out for you to the fullest. Oh yeah, Diggs is great. I imagine Ridley will still be there. So Stefan won me over. Me and my dad field passes before the divisional game. He joked with me and threw me a football. I love him as a player before that, but that sealed the deal. But then you drop the football, right? You're like, I didn't know it was going to do it. And obviously, anyone throwing you a football will get nervous. I think almost anybody would drop it. Honestly, I think I remember you saying something like that. Yeah, we'll see about the suspension too with Ridley. If they end up, making it less or what's going to happen with that. Because obviously, if they're going to let Deshaun Watson play, and it's like only half of the games or something, then I mean they'd have to reevaluate everything. Your boy, Ridley. Oh, of course, everyone remembers Stefan Diggs from the Minneapolis Miracle, and Saints fans, obviously, Stefan Diggs lives rent free in their heads forever. Absolutely. It's a play calling, Loyal Rami. Obviously, Matthew Stafford can get the ball more than Goff in certain places. But just the flow of the offense and especially the running game really wasn't there. It was a lot of guys that were injured, and Cooper Kupp has always been on the cusp of breaking out. Him and Robert Woods and DJ Moore and Tyler Lockett were really the most underrated wide receivers. So, but I think Kevin O'Connell is very underrated. And I mean, I was saying that I thought Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan were, very, very bright, and they have a good connection with the players. And I feel that they're the best play callers, and they know how to, pick apart defenses with mismatches the best. And I think O'Connell is going to be changing the culture there in Minnesota, and he already has. Yeah, but we already gave Julio money. Do we have even enough money to give him, for someone like that to come in? So Jameis Meza in the building. What to do? Yeah, but also, it's temporary, just like with Mitchell Trubisky in Pittsburgh, right? With Kenny Pickett. They already know that, Desmond Ridder will be Matt Ryan. He's going to be the guy that will be there for you for 5 to 10 years. So they're probably just going to let Mariota start, wait for him to fuck up, and then let Desmond go in there. But you're not going to make the playoffs. I think you kind of know that. So it just depends on how long they wait. Is it 4 games, 8 games, 12 games in? But eventually that, Ridder will get in and Ridder will be the guy moving forward. And honestly, I like Ridder the best out of all the quarterbacks. He might be in the worst situation because one's on the, Steelers, one's on the Titans with like Malik Willis. But I really like Ridder the best skill set wise out of the 3. Yeah, I mean, you could start Ridder right away, but then it's all politics, and you gave money, and obviously Mariota's a locker room guy, and you know what I'm saying. So sometimes it's just like you have to give the veteran like Mitchell Trubisky and Mariota just the benefit of the doubt because they've played in the league already, but they already know the future is Ridder. You know what I mean? And the future is Kenny Pickett, at least for now. Do I do I have to throw it back? Just imagine like getting the football and just running out of the stadium. Oh, but he dropped it too. And defensive end, Carlos Dunlap. Obviously, you guys signed him, and I was waiting for you, Holly, to come in and Chief Will Chief to kind of go over that. So that's definitely going to be able to help get you guys some sack lunches. So let's get a Carlos Dunlap photo on here. I was just kind of waiting on that part of the news for kind of the Chiefs fans. So one sec here. And if you remember him, obviously he played for the Bengals and then a little bit for the Seahawks. Didn't really do a lot for the Seahawks when he was there injured, but when he was on the Bengals, he was awesome. And you got Frank Clark, but he hasn't really lived up to the expectations. You got Chris Jones, and then obviously you got your rookie that's there as well, Carl Laftis. So I'm excited to see, if you can have Chris Jones, right, Frank Clark, Carlos Dunlap, and Carl Laftis all on the line together. That could be special because you guys need good D-line, sack lunches, and tipped footballs and pressures. And if you have those four guys in at the same time, that could really help. And then you just got to worry about the O-line and then the running game, and then everything else should fall into place. But he should be able to hopefully put up some decent numbers. I mean, he's kind of past his prime, but still. I mean, he's been in the league since 2010, so he's been in the league quite some time. So his sack lunches, he's got 96 for his career, 9.5, 4.5, 6, 7.5, 8, 13.5 was his high, 8, 7.5, 8, 9, and then he had 1 in 2020, and then then he got traded and then went to Seahawks, got 5 more, so he finished with 6 in that year, and then 8.5 last year. So he's pretty solid for 6 to 8, pretty much every year. And if you can get 6 to 8 with Carlos Dunlap, that's going to be a huge help on that line. If Frank Clark gets hurt, Chris Jones gets hurt, or if Carl Laftis, depending on if they rotate him with time and whatnot. So. All reds look kind of nice. You know what I mean? Everyone's got the red top, white bottom, or you could do white and the red bottom, or all whites. I'm not sure if they're going to incorporate a black helmet at one point or another, but we'll see what kind of stuff they have. But they look sharp. But this was a good pickup. I was just going to wait for the Chiefs fans to come in to talk about it. All right, man. I love you, bro. And if you need anything, you let me know. I will always be here. You can reach me on, Instagram or Twitter. Send me pictures of food. If you need someone to talk to or vent, I'm always here. And anytime you come in the room, you're loved here. It's not just because you're a mod. You obviously are a big supporter. You got a kind heart. And like I said, we love having you in the room. Always never forget that, okay? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I struggle against you and I struggle against the Saints. You guys are like the two teams that, for whatever reason, during the regular season, you in the playoffs, but I mean, normally in the regular season, it's like 3 points. It's like Saints, that one time they blew us out at home, like a 38-3. But usually when I play the Saints, we'll lose by 10 points or less. Sometimes we'll get blown out. And then when I play you, it's always like a 3-point loss, like every time. It's like so close, but we just can't get past you. So, but yeah, I mean, I highly doubt we're going to beat the Saints this year. I think that they'll probably sweep us, or I hope that we can split. But if we beat them twice, I will be shocked. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, it's not elite, but it's better than Clark. But at least the upside is 8 to 13.5. Because if you can get somewhere between 8 and 13.5, that could be the difference between you guys finishing, with the rest of the defense. If they step up, 8 to 13.5 instead of like 6, that could be the difference between winning 10 games and 12 games, depending on what game those are in and if it's against the rival Broncos, Chargers, or Raiders. Yeah, I think we got one from Holly. Holly's always doing Holly things. Thank you, Holly. Sweating like no other in here. $38. Thank you so much. I'm not used to this like 100-degree weather every day. Like, I don't know how you guys do it in the Midwest and the East Coast. It sucks. Like, I don't know, if you don't have AC or fans, like, I don't even know how you live. Like, I mean, even with the fan, it's not, I have to have AC. It's like when you don't have AC on your body or, a fan, it's so tough. Appreciate you. We got some Chiefs and we got some more Chiefs and then more Chiefs and then God. Appreciate you. Albert Pupstein says thank you. $38. Appreciate you very, very much. Holly's always bringing the heat. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. The best fans on planet Earth. You guys. Appreciate you. Chiefs. Thank you so much. Let me throw up another Tommy. Hey, it might not be a 50, but it's close enough. You get astronaut kitty. And let's try to find another photo here. Tommy Winch. Tommy Winch. I have so many file names, it's ridiculous. There he is. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. So credit that one to Pee Wee the cat. Yay. It's always good when we can, at least get to that. And then if we get to 2, awesome. If we don't, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, you never know what's going to happen, who's going to be in the room. But one thing is consistent is the GOATs always come through. So I appreciate you guys. Pee-wee's Victor's older brother, low-key genius. Not Pee-wee's Playhouse. Do you have a picture of Pee-wee on your computer? Yeah, I imagine you do. I still got Victor on here. I have the file named Sploot. It's not even Victor, I don't think. I think I changed it. All right, let me see. Do I have it under Sploot? Yep, I do. Hello, Victor, a.k.a. Sploot. Justin Jefferson's running away from Sploot. Diggs is running away. Or someone other than Diggs. Jameson Meza, $3. Appreciate you, bro. Ah, baby, $3 holla. Henry loves it. O-Dog loves it. Appreciate you, bro. Bang, bang. $3 from Jameson Meza. See if I can find a Treylon Burks. I can get a college one, but I'm hoping there's going to be some more training camp stuff. I did watch it all day today. And I watched Mariners and Dodgers. And obviously, when training camp comes, you get more photographers that are out there that are going to take more pictures, and that's more obviously content for me. So I just got to wait for more training camp days to pass, and then more photos from photographers will be available. So because before it was like I could only find like Arkansas shit, I couldn't find a lot of the Titan stuff, or it was like someone trying to make like a wallpaper or something, but it was not the right size for me to use. Appreciate you, my brother. Treylon Burks, baby. It's like I have a lot of options, but the thing is like it's so tricky to find stuff that fits. If it doesn't fit the screen, it doesn't look good. I try to get HD, and then I try to get stuff that fits. And if it doesn't fit, it's got to be something like really special where it looks good, based on like the action shot or whatever it is. But see if this other Treylon Burks one will fit before I put it up. It's like editing on the fly. See if this one will come up. I hope it does. Come on, baby. Please work for me. I'm trying to show Jameis Meza some love. There we go. It's always cool when you can get an action shot rather than just like a side profile shot or whatnot. Treylon Burks, baby. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. $3 holla. 102, baby. Wow, that's tough. And I'm genuinely honest because I have like 10,000 files. I have to delete some of these because I don't want my computer to slow down. But it's like a lot of times when I have them, I have to delete. I can only store 100 on each stream. So I have my favorites, and then I can rotate, and delete like 20 and then add some as we're going, or delete, one or two and make room for another. But there's certain ones that I like to have on there all the time. But like, for example, when I do NASCAR, I have to delete like almost half of my stuff to make room for the 40 pictures that I'm going to need for NASCAR for, a picture of them in the car, a picture of them outside the car, a picture of them with the helmet. It's like I gotta do a lot of work. Every stream is a lot of work. That's for sure. Don't mess with the sploot. The sploot. Albert Pupstein. I saw that photo and I was like, oh, this is perfect for Kyler. I was actually looking for a picture of like somebody studying but not studying. And then they had this one meme where there's like Kyler studying for the Cardinals, and it shows a guy on the bed, like, like on his phone or playing video games. And then it shows like a mannequin head in front of a laptop or whatever, like that looks like him, to pretend like he's actually studying. I couldn't find that one, but I thought this one was a lot cuter. I'm a dad dog now, so anything puppy, I'm like, how sometimes you get those people that'll like post all those pictures of their kids. Some are cute, some are not. You know what I mean? But like with me, like I just can't help it. I mean, I just love Paisley so much. And, you know, if you don't have a cat or dog, you don't understand. But once you turn into a cat mom or cat dad or a dog dad or a dog mom, I mean, your life changes. Just like it changes when I eat tacos like this. Delicious. Or have a nice beer. Pee-wee and Sploot. 3 to 4 pounds. How cute is that? I'm putting that on here. Little Sploot, and little Pee-wee. Little wee-wee, pee-pee, Pee-wee. Oh, my gosh. Look at that. There's nothing cuter when you get an animal when they're like baby, like puppy kitty. Pee-wee-wee. Holly cat. JPEG. Pee-wee-wee-wee. So much wee-wee-wee. All right, let's look for the Pee-wee-wee file. There it is. Pee-wee-wee-wee, Holly cat. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look how you got all the and if you have a cat, you have to have like the structures, the little play areas for them to be able to climb and scratch and whatnot. Paisley has been on a fucking rampage the last couple days. Like, you know, she has no sense of time and she gets like really aggressive and wants to bite her hands and, you know, wants to like, you know, eat the comforter. Like we have a comforter and she likes to bite into it and rip the stuffing out. And even when we try to pull her away, she won't. Like she'll keep her mouth on it and I'll pull her away and then she'll go right back. And it's like, even if you discipline her, or it's like, we try not to like spank her or hit her on the head or on the butt, but it's like, I'm going to have to look on the internet to see what other kind of tips I can use for her to not chew on, like, you know, blankets and shoes and stuff that, you know, that she's not supposed to chew on. But sometimes she's very calm and everything is good. But then sometimes, yeah, it's kind of a nightmare, like where she just keeps going and going and going. I'm like, are you going to stop like sometime soon? Like, but I think it also depends on if like me and the girlfriend are in the bedroom together, or if like we're laying down or sitting, you know, reading or whatever, and she doesn't like us on our phone. She wants the attention. She gets pissed off, and we don't give her attention. She rips shit up, and you know, she's definitely like a princess, like that's facts. Very vocal, and then starts like whining and barking and talking at like 2 a.m. I'm like, you can't do this. Like, we're gonna get in trouble if you keep acting this way. But she is the Paisley pup, so daddy spoils her. I mean, we always go for walks early in the morning before it gets 100. So usually around 7 to 9 a.m., we'll go for an hour walk. And I try to do 2 walks in a day, but it's been too hot to do that. So, oh, I got you, dude. Anytime. I know, right? So then, like, you know, it's like a whole this horrible media thing where it's like, okay, you know, you paid him too much money, and then you put that into the you know, the contract, you know, and then it makes the Cardinals look bad that they paid the money for someone that's not even trying, and then it makes Kyler look bad like he's lazy or stupid, and then they're like, okay, all right, Kyler Murray pup, and then you're like, all right, be this, Kyler, and then that lasted what, like a day? 2 days, and then he talked today, and they're like, we'll take it out. So what does that mean if you're not going to, you know, make him? I mean, to make someone do something is kind of wild, you know, to have that as like a restriction. But I mean, even if you made it like regulated, it's not like he's going to do it. I don't think he's a dumbass or anything, but he definitely doesn't have the commitment like the other quarterbacks. I mean, he says he does, but his production obviously in November, December says he doesn't, you know, and plus he actually can be a baseball player. He got drafted by the Oakland A's, so he could literally leave football today and play on the A's, right? Or he could be a part of FaZe Clan, who's one of the most famous video game units. Like as far as professional video gamers, FaZe Clan is like one of the biggest in the world, and he's a part of them. So he could actually just quit and just do video games and get paid and go that route too if he wanted. So I don't think his focus is really on football all the time. Yeah. I totally agree. Right, exactly. Yeah, and like I said, sometimes she's like really scratchy, and we have like a dog bed, and like I said, I have that little tire, and we have ropes and bones, but sometimes she doesn't want to eat those things, and we try to get her to eat it, but she'll put her mouth on the comforter and like rip a hole in it, and like we can't pull her off, and she starts growling, and she tries to snap at us sometimes and stuff. Like what she wants, she gets. It's like, you know what I mean? And at some point, we almost give up. It's just like, all right, you're just going to rip a fucking hole in this, I guess. And I mean, and then we'll buy another one down the road or whatever. But, and then she'll try to like eat the stuffing. And if you like, you know, spank her or talk to her, I mean, we try talking to her like a human, and she does understand human words. Like she's a lot smarter than she tries to make herself sometimes. I know she understands. And sometimes it just gets to be a handful. Like I'm like, you know, because she'll sleep sometimes during the day. And then when it's nighttime, when we're trying to sleep, she's like, you know, is like thinks it's like during the day, and we're trying to play, and we're not trying to play. We're trying to get her to calm down, but she always thinks that we're trying to play tug of war. And then I don't know, she thinks my girlfriend's hands are a weapon or something. You know, I don't know. You know, it's like you try to just like, you know, calm her down and rub on her back or scratch her head, but she thinks it's a game or something. It's like, no, it's not a game. We're trying to like go to sleep and stuff. So, yeah. Right. If you're an NFL player, let alone a top 12 quarterback, normally top 10, why the hell are you not studying? You know what I mean? No, but it's exactly. I mean, why do you think, you know, Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and Brady and a lot of the, you know, the people that they care, a lot of the elite quarterbacks that are in the top, they take it seriously. It's like, and it's like me trying to do a YouTube channel, but I don't read it all and I don't watch film. I mean, how smart am I going to be with, you know, takes and stats and analytics if I don't even read or watch, you know, film? I guess some people are like that though. They just have great editing and great thumbnails, and they, you know, have great presentation. So it doesn't matter, because I've noticed that a lot when you go to like YouTube channels. A lot of them will have amazing thumbnails and they'll have amazing like, you know, editing, but their content is crap. It's not good. But they lure people in based off the aesthetics that this looks awesome. But if the content sucks, are you still going to watch? And I guess some people like that. They just like the way that things look. But I mean, I think I would rather watch something that looks good and actually has something that is good content. But I see a lot of stuff out there that is like bad content. It's not good, but the editing and the thumbnails and, you know, everything as far as the aesthetics and the visuals are on point or amazing. But the content or the host is garbage. So I guess it's a catch-22, I guess. Michael's in the building. Oh, yeah, Penn State, and he's great. You know, and when he's healthy, he normally was like a top 5, top 3 running back. But, I mean, he hasn't been healthy in, you know, quite some time. I have that fire Saquon. One of the coolest photos. I mean, I got a lot of photos, but I don't know how many are better than this one. A guy in the building. How are you? Raiders. McAfee said Manning would call the OC at 2 or 3 a.m. All the time. Hey, you got to. That's what makes the difference between guys that are obsessed, you know, of being great and wanting to put in the time. Like, you know, for me, like I'm not trying to be, you know, just a guy on YouTube. I'm really trying to be the best. You know what I mean? I know there's going to be people that are way ahead of me on the sub count and people that they have in the room. But again, it's quality over quantity. But, you know, I definitely take a lot of pride in stats and analytics and, you know, giving you some of the best, you know, in the football world, but also in a lot of other things, wrestling and baseball, basketball, hockey, NASCAR, life. and movies and TV, pop culture, National Geographic, history, Discovery. I mean, I think that we really cover more here than most, and I'm really proud of that too. The channel definitely has evolved, but that doesn't surprise me one bit. Let's throw up a Peyton Manning photo. I mean, I don't need to look at his 8 head because I know he's got a big ass forehead, but let's pull up a cool Peyton Manning photo. Yeah, Pee Wee is cute. How many cats do you have now? 3? 3 or 4? She's like, no, I got like 10. She's like, I'm the cat lady. Do you ever find it tough to be able to maintain more than 2 cats at once? Or is it like kind of easy because they kind of watch over each other? Yeah, I would take Lamar over Kyler any day. And I think Lamar's got a lot of faults, but I think that Lamar obviously can run just like Kyler, but Lamar doesn't have a true number one receiver, and he never has. So once he gets a true number one receiver, everyone will be quiet about not having him being a top 10 quarterback. Plus, when these other guys are getting older, Brady, Stafford, Russ, Rodgers, some of these guys are going to be out of the league pretty soon. So at least we think. If I'm going to do Peyton, I can do Peyton Colts and I can do Peyton Broncos. At least one. All right, let's see. Where are you? Oh, look, I have a Peter Schrager file. That needs to be deleted. I need a better photo than that, though. Sharp photo, but doesn't fit. Let's see if I can find a different one. There we go. Sometimes you find like an awesome photo that's like really, really sharp, but then it doesn't fit the screen, so then it doesn't look good. So then I'm not going to use it ever again. There we go. This one will work, and this one's nice. That's fire. Very sharp. 3. Pee Wee, Victor, Lily. Aw. 7 to 10 days. Now she's 12. Wow. What's the life expectancy for a normal cat compared to a dog? I know some dogs will be like 8 to 20 years, usually 10 to 15, 15 to 20 if you're lucky. But what about cats? Like, what's the average? Is that about the same as a dog life expectancy? I wish dogs could live a lot longer. Like, I want my dog to live longer than me. Like, it'd be awesome if I could have a dog live like 30 years, but obviously that's not possible. I just can't imagine not having Paisley around. Maybe I'll be gone before that happens. Who knows? Well, because it's not his best friend. It was Jared Goff's best friend. Two young males and an older female. Oh, okay. Yeah, Lamar isn't lack of trying. Lamar seems like, he's a little bit more coachable and he cares more, you know what I mean? And I think he does get frustrated, but he doesn't have a number one. I mean, if your best guy has been Hollywood Brown and you don't have a Hall of Fame offensive lineman in Marshall Yanda, there's no there's no Ray Lewis or, Ed Reed to help you out on that side of the ball. No Haloti Ngata, no T-Sizzle, so it's like you can't rely on that to bail you out. Whether it was before your time or right at the end of their careers, so it's like you're trying to build your own legacy, but it's like you need to be able to have running backs that can stay healthy. But primarily what really would help them is building up the offensive line, like trying to get as many Pro Bowl players there as possible, focusing on that, and then getting a true number one receiver like a DK Metcalf would be a good example that could work for the Ravens. But yeah, I can do that. Yeah. So back in the day when we would, do videos and everything, we do best friend, the best friend, right? But obviously that was Jared Goff to Cooper Kupp, and Stafford and Cooper Kupp obviously are actually the best friends, like in AEW. Yeah, I'll throw a Cooper Kupp. I got a couple. I had the brand new Cooper Kupp. I've never debuted this one. I was saving this one for this particular stream. I'll show you something that I've never debuted before. Like I said, I always have a point to make sure I give you something that you've never seen before, depending on who's been here. Some of them I'll reuse because they're awesome and I love them. But other times I try to make it fresh and new. And JT in the building. Yeah, absolutely. I think I've done it 3 times already in the stream, but I'll do it for the people that I care about. So not a problem. Obviously, if you go back and watch the stream and you started at like the 30-minute mark, you can go through, everything that I went down, because I go through like a full analysis, breakdown, stats from last year, analytics and reasoning why I have the list the way that I have. So I got you. Herbert is smart. I don't know. I mean, he's a 4.0 student. It's like when you get guys that are like engineers or they're in like, mechanical engineers or biology. And then, you get a lot of these guys, but Herbert is not just a physical specimen. Herbert actually is one of the smartest, not only quarterbacks, but actually players in the NFL. I don't know, maybe Arch Manning, we'll see what he's got in the table. But there's been a lot, because obviously it's one thing to be able to be just naturally gifted with, being smart, but also being able to memorize plays and coverages and all that. That's why like Brady and Peyton Manning and Joe Montana and certain guys, I mean, they're very intelligent. And I don't necessarily think Allen, Mahomes, and Herbert are just physical specimens. Indoor 15 to 16 dogs more. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, Lamar is more of a natural runner, you know what I mean? But like I said, the thing is we just want to see a little bit more out of his arm. But compared to like Mariota, at least in the NFL side, in college he was great at throwing the ball, but shittier competition. But between RG3, Kaepernick, and all these guys, I mean, Lamar probably is one of the better throwers that like to run first, but we just need him to get some better weapons. So. Oh, Dak. Are you kidding me? Not even close. I would take Dak over Kyler and even Lamar. So I know talent when I see it. You know what I mean? A lot of people might like Kyler or Lamar based off popularity, but popularity doesn't win you anything. Yep. Herbert is really intelligent too, because like I said, I've followed his career from high school, in Eugene, and then what he did at Oregon and everything. And Herbert, I don't know how many quarterbacks were 4.0 students, but Herbert was, and he's one of those guys that obviously takes everything serious. And there's probably other people that are on Herbert's. I mean, some of the people that end up leaving the NFL end up being like doctors or lawyers. They like once they leave the NFL, they end up going to another profession. There's been surgeons and stuff like that. So a lot of times it might not be like the best player, but like maybe a bench guy or a guy that's like fourth string. He's just talented and athletic, but actually he's a lot smarter than just playing football. So. All right, so I'll go and break down the show for JT, and Chief will chief if he comes in and whatnot. So pretty much we started off the show 30 minutes in after I decided to acknowledge everyone in the room. Ryan Jensen obviously is a top 5 center in the league. Some people have him as top 3. He went down in practice today. This is a picture earlier on, and he fell down, fucked his knee up, threw his helmet off after like 3 minutes, and it's feared that he tore his ACL, MCL, PCL, or all of them. So if we lose him, our Super Bowl chances go out the window completely. I don't care if we get a backup; it's not happening. But I'm hoping that once the swelling goes down, they'll say it's just a bad sprain. But I fear that it is a tear. So if he's out for the year, we already ended up losing both of our guards, and that was very, very rough. Losing key pieces, like that. So, and I'll go through everything here in a second. So 1 sec. So I have a drink of beer here. All right. So with the whole Ryan Jensen thing, he's been very, very, consistent with us. It was his left knee. He's been a fixture for our team for 5 years. And obviously when the injury happened, a lot of people are it's not looking good. When Brady retired, he's the first guy that he called. And, he agreed to a 3-year deal. He was thinking about, going to another team. He only surrendered 2 sacks in both the 2021 regular season and postseason, and he produced a 93.1 pass block rate from the center position and regular season and playoffs combined for the last 2 years for Brady, which is very, very high. He was signed with a free agent in 2018 with the Bucs, and he actually was a guard, and they moved him to center to bring the nasty out in him. And, he immediately emerged as a tone setter. He's the leader of our team on the offensive line. He's got 4,518 snaps at the center position, and that's the most of any offensive lineman since 2018 in the NFL, believe it or not. And he had his aggression and his attitude, and he was really chippy. His first season in Tampa, he had 11 penalties, which was 4th in the league, and then it dropped down to 7 over the past 2, so he got a little bit better. Had the ankle sprain against the Eagles and the Rams, wasn't 100%, and then we lost Alex Kappa to the Bengals for Burrow, and then Ali Marpet retired. So those guys were nasty too, and we lost both of them. So if we lose 3 out of the top 5, even though we got Shaq Mason and Tristan Wirfs, it's it's not going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl. And I don't even know if we can even get to the NFC Championship game now, as he's that big of a piece. He's the guy calling out the protections and helping protect Brady. So I think my season's kind of fucked now, but it is what it is. And then Kyla Murray, they gave him the money, right? And then they decided to say, hey, we want you to study because you're an idiot. And then he's like, okay. And then it's part of the new contract. You have to study. And then Kyler, complained or whatever. I'm not stupid. I try. And then the Cardinals look stupid for giving him money for someone that doesn't actually study the tape. And he complained. And then today they decided, okay, Albert Pupstein, said, okay, I guess Kyler, we're going to take that clause away from the contract. So now Kyler looks stupid. The Cardinals look stupid, and they're definitely not going to the Super Bowl, even though the Super Bowl is in Arizona. I mean, we got three pictures here, okay? And you can tell which one I like the most. It's this one, okay? So that was story number 2. And then story number 3 was DK Metcalf. So DK, 3 years, $72 million, 58.2 fully guaranteed. So obviously he got the nice extension and got the money. So that was the third story. Then we went over, obviously later on in the stream, we talked about Chiefs, and they ended up getting Carlos Dunlap, obviously. So that's nice. So played on the Bengals, played on the Seahawks. So that's nice for them to get a little bit more depth with Carl Laftis, the rookie, as well as Frank Clark, who's kind of underachieved since he went there. Besides the Super Bowl year, that was decent. And then obviously Chris Jones. Chris Jones. Okay. So that was pretty much what we went over either in the beginning. And then I saved the Carlos Dunlap stuff until, kind of more Chief, fans came in. And then this was obviously, I brought these things up when Holly came in. But Carlos Dunlap was great. And he's been great. And obviously, if you look at his stat line, 9.5, 4.5, 6, 7.5, 8, 13.5, 8, 7.5, 8, 9, and then 6, 1. 6 total, 1 for Bengals, 5 for Seattle when he got traded for a total of 6 and 8.5. So he's actually one of the more consistent DNs ever. I mean, he's very solid. I mean, it's usually like 6 to 9, or higher. But normally it looks like the number is around 7 to 8 is kind of like the average that he typically gets in a year, and that could be big for the team. And my list is original. You're not going to find a list like mine. I take a lot of pride in it. Took a lot of time to go through it and a lot of effort. And so let me go through here. Holly Hundo with a nice dono, $20 holla. Appreciate you very, very much. 123. Let's get to 2. And let me see here. He's not coming back, bro. If you tear the shit, it's over. He's not coming back, Michael. Yeah, it's not happening, dude. If it's gone, it's gone. Chief is here. I was just waiting for you to come back, and JT came in here. I've repeated the stream 3 times, but I'll do it again for you guys, so that way you can go over. If you want to watch me go after it, you'll start the stream at 30 minutes, and you'll see me go after it for about 30, and I go through everything. Analytics, stats from last year, a really good breakdown. Yeah, not good, bro. Not good at all. So it looks like I'm back in here. So now we got JT in here and Chief. I was waiting on you guys. So again, Alex Jensen probably is an ACL, MCL, PCL. My season is fucked. The season's over. No Super Bowl for me. Kyler is an idiot. Doesn't want to study. The Cardinals are idiots for giving him money. And Albert Pupstein is the smartest one between him and Kyler. And then obviously DK got the money and got a nice extension. So shout out to him. 3 years, $72 million, 58.2 fully guaranteed. And then obviously the Carlos Dunlap news, obviously for the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay. And let's get into the list. And I won't do exactly everything because there's a lot of information that I was giving out, but I can kind of give you a little breakdown based off what I did. And I was sweating a lot too. It was super fucking hot in here. It was like 100 degrees. But I went over a couple key points in the list, and I'll do that for you. All right, so first off on the list in my top 10, I did not have Deandre Hopkins in the list because normally he is, a top 10 receiver, normally 1, 2, or 3. At least it used to be that way, right? But then he missed 6 games with injury last year, and then he did PEDs, and now he's suspended for 6 games. So I can't put you in the top 10 with all the competition that we have in the NFL nowadays. And obviously with unreliable Kyler, being your quarterback. I mean, I'm sorry. I like you, DeAndre Hopkins, but I can't put you on the list. But, you're going to be suspended for 6 games. So you're still awesome. But if you were not missing 6 games, you would be in my top 10. Michael Thomas, another guy that I want to put in the list, but he's 3 years removed from 1,700-yard season. Ultra reliable, but he's only played 7 games in 2 years. So I need to see if he is just slant boy or if he can do more. And I think he will be great with Jameis, but we have to wait and see. Then at honorable mention, at number 11, and he's very close to my number 10 guy. They're almost identical. But one has got Jalen Hurts at number 10 with A.J. Brown, and the other's got Drew Lock. Now, if Russell Wilson was there, then I probably have DK tied with A.J. Brown at 10. But just for the simple fact it's Drew Lock rather, than DK, it's enough said. I think we kind of understand the next tier of receivers: DK, Mike Williams, Godwin, DJ Moore, CeeDee Lamb, Higgins, Devontae Smith, Amari Cooper, Scary Terry McLaurin, Tyler Lockett, Jalen Waddle, those type of guys, okay? So at number 10, I got A.J. Brown. So A.J. Brown is a clone image, pretty much to DK, but you got Jalen Hurts. I got them winning the NFC East. He obviously can use, his body. He's a bona fide alpha. He creates plays with his bulk, his power, his explosiveness. He's the number 1 receiver. Jalen Hurts and him are best friends, and I assume that they're going to be amazing. They got Miles Sanders at running back. Jalen Hurts will be much better with a true number 1. Devonte Smith is from Alabama, number 2, and then you got Dallas Goedert, who's a top 7 tight end. And then they got Jordan Davis in the draft, Nakobe Dean from Georgia. So things are looking up for the Eagles. I think they're going to win the NFC East, and A.J. Brown will be a big part of that. At number 10, A.J. Brown. At number 9, we have a guy named Keenan Allen. You might have heard of him. He's been the best route runner in the game, not named Stefan Diggs. He's been doing it so well for so long. I don't even like having him at 9, but I think it's fair. He's almost at 30 years old. He's a pure route runner. Some people say he's the best in the league, and I can't argue, besides Stefan Diggs. He's logged at least 100 catches and 1,100 yards in 4 of his last 5 seasons, and he's poised to be the best target with Mike Williams at the deep threat, and I think they're going to make a lot of noise this year in the NFL. He has high volume. He's very steady. He's a great route runner. He's got great hands. He's almost unguardable when he's healthy, and he's one of the best shit talkers in the league. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8 is a guy that I could have put lower than Keenan, but even though he's disgruntled from the 49ers, 121 targets, 77 receptions, 1,405 yards, 6 tutties. Obviously he doesn't want to be there, right? And he doesn't want to play running back because it's going to take off like 5 years from his career. I get it, right? But Kyle Shanahan is a genius, and he wants to be able to get the most out of him. But Trey Lance is going to be a project. But bottom line, if you have George Kittle, make him puke Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, that's special. Plus, they have good running game. They also have great defense with Fred Warner. So I know they're going to be good. And there's not many athletes that you're going to find better around 6 foot, 215, just like, with Tyreek the Freak Hill, those smaller guys, 5'10", 185. He's special. He is, a very explosive player, maybe not as much as Tyreek, but fucking close. And he deserves to get paid. I don't know where he's going to go, but I definitely think that he can have a big year, and I wouldn't sleep on Trey Lance either. He's raw like Justin Fields, but don't be surprised if the Niners get in with a wild card again this year. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Number 7 is a guy that I definitely could have put at, the top 3, 4, 5 if I want to be biased, but I'm not. Mike Evans, 114 targets, 74 receptions, 1,035 yards, 14 TDs. He's the only player in NFL history to have 1,000 yards in his first 8 seasons. He'll have it again this year and next year, and no other player has ever done that. It's pretty wild. I have this amazing stat that I ended up finding earlier today with my breakdowns, and I'm going to pull it up here for you guys. And so this is actually going to go over the people that have hit, over 1,000 yards. Take a listen to this. Okay. Fun fact. 1,000 plus yard season since 2010. Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Megatron, DeAndre Hopkins, AJ Green, 6 of them, not in consecutive order. Julio Jones and fly like a butterfly, sting like AB, Antonio Brown, 7, right? Mike Evans is the only one to have 8, and he's done it in every year in his career, including his rookie year. And he is going to do it for at least a couple more years. That's really what makes him special. When it's all said and done, Julio Jones is a bigger name, but Mike Evans might go down in history as one of the top 10 receivers of all time. And honestly, if it's Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, T.O., Megatron, Larry Fitzgerald, who's to say when his career is all over, Mike Evans might be somewhere between 6 through 10 when it's all done, based off all his yards and his accomplishments. He is the most underrated top 10 receiver in this list, and he has been every single year besides Diggs and Keenan Allen. Evans has eclipsed only 1,500 yards once, but he's done 1,000 every year for 8 years straight. And obviously, size is on his size. Size is on his side. He's 6'5", 231. And we thought Johnny Football made Mike Evans, but no, Mike Evans made Johnny Football. He's 29. He's a deep ball threat. He averages 14 yards per catch. And you plug him into the lineup, you're going to get good results. I could be biased and have Godwin on this list too, but I'm not like that. I take a lot of pride on this list. Number 7, Mike Evans. At number 6, I always have Tyreek 1, 2, or 3. With Devonte Adams, Cooper Kupp, obviously last year. So this is weird, but this is no longer Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill. It's a new system with a new quarterback that sucks. 159 targets, 111 receptions, 1,239 yards, 9 receiving TDs. Who has the most pressure in the NFL to perform? It is the Cheetah. Now, he is the highest paid wideout, but 5'10", 185. He is the biggest combo breaker in the league. He can do it all. He's lightning fast. He started off his special teams. Jalen Ramsey, when he was on the Jags, was like, this guy's a bitch. He can't do anything besides special teams. And he said, okay, really? Then he ended up improving to be a third, option wide receiver, second option wide receiver, to a number 1 option receiver. And then he can do the whole route tree. And he's been really the most explosive player that we've seen in probably the last, 20, 30 years, besides maybe like a Bo Jackson. That's facts. So not only is he lightning fast, but he can outmuscle a lot of guys in tight windows. And, with him, it's no longer Patrick Mahomes, it's Tua. And in the media, he's like, Tua, he's the best pure passer. Obviously, that's a bunch of bullshit. And I was really hoping that he would choose legacy over money with Kelsey and Mahomes. But it just, sometimes people, are going to go for the money. And they can say, oh, I wish I could stay, and play. But if you really wanted to, you didn't have to take this. You didn't have to. You chose to do that, and you could have had one of the best trios of all time, but you chose the money instead, and it's going to hurt the Chiefs' chances of winning additional Super Bowls in the future. Can the Chiefs win without him? Yes, I think they can, but losing a guy like this is not going to be easy to replace. It's going to have to be wide receiver by committee, and also, losing a guy like Honey Badger is going to be an adjustment based off the leadership that he brought to the locker room, but I do believe in Juan Thornhill. Okay? Number 10, A.J. Brown. Number 9, Keenan Allen. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. Number 7, Mike Evans. Number 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill. Now, O-Dog takes a break to look at the 31 comments, and then I'll do the top 5. Let's see here. So Holly did the 20. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me see here. Scrolling down to see. Yeah, bro, it sucks, dude. I don't want to say I'm sad or depressed, but I mean, I'm just being 100% real. If we don't have him or Tristan Wirfs, there's no Super Bowl. I don't even think we can get to the NFC Championship game. Yeah, we can overachieve with Brady, but when you don't have offensive line, ask the Chiefs fans, including yourself, Mitchell Schwartz, Eric Fisher, no Super Bowl, right? Tristan Wirfs, Ryan Jensen, I lose to the Rams. If you don't have offensive line, there's no Super Bowl at the end of the day. If you want a Super Bowl at the end of the day, you have to have offensive line. It is the number 1 important thing if you want to raise this and kiss this. You have to have O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. And it's just sad that it sometimes comes down to the most underappreciated position in football, and that's why we love it so much here, because it is the most important. O-line is most important. You have to have O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. That's facts. I didn't fall into the propaganda, obviously, of the Bengals when the media tried to, oh my God, Joe Burrow's got 10 nicknames. They're going to win. No. O-line, Rams. D-line, Rams. Defense, Rams. Coaching, Rams. Check, 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 check. And they only lost by 3. So you do got to give the Bengals credit, but that's how you get 20 Super Bowl or 21 Super Bowl winners in a row. That's facts. Let me see here. Let me scroll down here. See if there's anything else. Yeah, there's definitely a different timetable for ACL, MCL, PCL, and Achilles. And a lot of times, if you tear an Achilles, you're never the same player again because you can't jump. That's like for basketball. If for football, your speed is gone. So we'll see how it goes, but it's not looking too good. So Trust me, it does. Yeah, you can have Shaq Mason and you can have other people, but you got to think Brady and him and the connection. The guy that plays center is the guy that's calling your protections. So the center is very important. Top three, center is important, quarterback is important, and the middle linebacker or the guy that's got the yellow dot. Those are the guys that are calling the protections. And if you don't have a guy that's good there, you typically don't win. You have to typically have someone that's at least above average and have some Pro Bowl guards or centers. But if you have a great center, like I did when I won it in 2002, I had Jeff Christie. If I didn't have Jeff Christie on the line, there's no Super Bowl for John Gruden and Brad Johnson and Michael Pittman and Joe Jurevicius and Keenan McCardell and Keyshawn Johnson. Okay. And then Simeon Rice and Booger McFarland and Warren Sapp and John Lynch and Rondé Barber and Derek Brooks, right? Dwight Smith, Brian Kelly. I can keep going on and on and on. So it's not going to be easy, dude. Yeah, but this is Brady's older now, Michael. It's not the same, dude. You know, I'm just letting you know. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, we can still maybe get to an NFC championship game just based off the rest of the depth that we have, but you're not going to win a Super Bowl without good linemen, just saying. And then if Gronk comes back in November, that'll help, but it is what it is. 53-foot dry van in Clackamas. Wow. Driving semi, went to Greyhound. Respect to you. You're a grinder, dude. Yeah, he said, I'm not going to do it, but if Brady asks him to in November, he'll be back. You know what I mean? But then we spent the money on Julio, and we should have not paid the money to Julio, but we couldn't predict that this was going to happen. I would have rather had that money go to another center that's still floating around, but it's not the same as you have to understand. Jensen is a top 5 center. It's like sometimes people will have him top 3. I mean, you can't just lose a top 3 or top 5 guy. Tristan Wirfs is the best right tackle in the game. Trent Williams is the best left tackle. Do you really think that you can win a Super Bowl without having that there? It's very unlikely. It's very unlikely. You have to have those kind of guys. And I'm not being negative. I'm just being realistic. I know I can get there, but to win is a whole nother ball game. You have to have protection. You have to be able to pull. You have to be able to run block, pass block, leadership. You have to have some nasty. And I already lost 2 guys already. I already lost 2 guys already. So it's not like I'm just losing 1. I've already lost 3. So it's tough. But we'll see. I mean, we got Shaq Mason pretty much for potato chips. You know what I mean? So we got that, but I mean, I honestly don't know if that is going to be something good enough. Any type of replacement is not going to be him, especially if they're still floating around right now. What am I going to get? A top 40 center? That's not going to be the same. And he's got no chemistry with Brady. You got to have someone that you're comfortable with. Why do you think when Brady unretired, the first guy that he called was Ryan Jensen to get him to re-sign, and go play with him? Because if he didn't have him, I mean, it's not going to work out. And you have to realize, I mean, my offensive line, they said it wasn't very good. It ends up being top 10. And then, obviously at the end of the year, they were almost like top 5. And they said my secondary going into last year was the worst in the NFL. But by the time the playoffs hit, we had a top 10 secondary, even though they were young. But I lost Alex Kappa, who's nasty, to the Bengals for Burrow. And then Ali Marpet retired. So I lost both of our guards. So yeah, we got Shaq Mason. But if we lose Kappa, right, Ali Marpet and Ryan Jensen, there's no way. I just don't see it, dude. You know what I mean? I know what it takes to win. And I just don't see it. I'm not being negative. I'm just real. I understand what it takes to win. And I don't know, man. I just don't see it. So, but the good thing with him is that he started as guard and they moved him to center. You know what I mean? So he has the versatility, but now he's hurt. So I can't even move him to another position, but we'll see. It'll come out probably tomorrow after the swelling goes down, but I doubt that it's going to happen. So Caitlin in the building. How are you? Right. And he did a lot of the stats with Jameis. So it's not like, he just had Tom Brady for his whole career like Gronk. Mike Evans is the most underrated, top 10 receiver there. So no problem. We love you and we miss you. I'm just going back into my top 10. So looks like you guys got that. And when I ended up doing my top 10, I figured there was going to be some people that would be, contemplating, obviously, if my list is, I already know my list is good, but, you get a lot of people that want to talk shit and say, no. And pretty much with the list, With the guys that I have, I put a lot of effort and time into the list, and I always try to be a trendsetter, to be like 1 year ahead. You know what I mean? Like you can always, say after Cooper Kupp had that amazing season and you could talk about him, but if no one predicted that he would be, number one. But to a quick breakdown again for, Caitlin and the other people in the room. So obviously Deandre Hopkins is not on my list because obviously the injuries that he had, he missed 6 games. He's got a 6-game suspension. If he didn't have that, he would be in my top 10. Michael Thomas, obviously is 3 years removed from 1,700 yards, but he's only played in 7 games in 2 years. So I can't put you on the list for that simple fact. Okay. And then number 11, honorable mention, is DK Metcalf. You don't have Russell Wilson. You have Drew Lock. So I'm going to go with a guy that is your exact counterpart. I'm going to go with A.J. Brown with Jalen Hurts, and I think the Seahawks will have a tough year. They'll probably finish 4 to 7 wins, but I think with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, this is going to be a team that should win 10 to 13 games and win the NFC East. And they have a good chance to actually win a playoff game this year with the depth that they have with Miles Sanders, A.J. Brown, Devonte Smith from Alabama, obviously Dallas Goedert, guys on the line. You still got Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean from Georgia, big play Slay, Fletcher Cox. I don't need to keep going because you guys already know I know these things. A.J. Brown at number 10. And then at number 9, I had Keenan Allen. And I went through a whole spiel. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. And bottom line with Keenan Allen, I could have put him higher, but obviously with the guys that I have above him, there's a reason. He's definitely the best route runner in the game, and it's going to be someone that needs to have a monster season if Herbert wants to win the AFC West, let alone get to the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. But the key always is not really the offense. The key is going to be the defense. Can they stop the run? Can Khalil Mack not get hurt? Can J.C. Jackson play good at corner? Can we get good production from Derwin James and Asante Samuel Jr.? They have a problem with coaching with Staley, and they have a problem stopping the run and defense. So hopefully they can, and as well as injuries. So hopefully they can, fix that. But that's why I have Keenan Allen at number 9. Number 8, Deebo Samuel. He obviously doesn't want to play running back and wide receiver. He wants to get paid like it. He's disgruntled. But even with Trey Lance, I still think that they can make the playoffs. And there's not very many guys that are as versatile, as a Deebo Samuel. So that's why I have him there. Obviously, 6 foot 215. There's not a lot of guys that have that explosive ability besides Tyreek Hill. And then obviously at number 7, I got Mike Evans. I could be incredibly biased and have Godwin at 10, Evans at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if I wanted to, but I'm not that type of person. So I have Mike Evans at 7, which to me is a little low, but I think it's fair, and he can work his way up. He had 14 tutties last year, and he's had 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. No player in NFL history has done that, and he'll have 9 this year, 10 the following year. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's the most underrated wide receiver in the top 10 besides Diggs and Keenan Allen every single year. And honestly, Evans is better than Diggs, and Evans is better than Allen. If you put Evans on your team, he's going to show you the production. He's only hit 1,500 yards once because we always have other receivers to throw to or running game, right? But he's got 8 in a row. And even with Jameis Winston, he's putting up good stats. He's 6'5", 231. Johnny Football did not make Mike Evans. Mike Evans made Johnny Football, and he's incredibly underrated. 14 yards per catch average for the last 5 straight seasons. And I'm excited to see what Mike Evans can do because it's going to be a long year if we don't get Ryan Jensen back. At number 6, Tyreek the Freak Hill. So obviously I have him normally 1, 2, or 3, but you obviously have a new team. It's not Patrick Mahomes. You're not going to be able to throw the deep ball to him. They'll probably do with that with Waddle, Jalen Waddle. This will be a lot of screens, bubble screens, reverses, RPOs. Maybe they'll play him at running back for a little bit, but a lot of 5-yard outs, a 5-yard in, a lot of slants, a lot of short routes, so that way that he can catch the ball in space and then use his legs to get yak yards. So they're not going to be doing the same strategy because Tua can't fucking throw. Tua, all right, is not this. Okay. So, he was trying to say, oh, he's the best pure passer, Tua. No, come on. It's one thing to support your new quarterback, but false. But he is the biggest combo breaker. He's the guy that can break away, and he is the biggest threat to score at any given moment, Tyreek the Freak Hill. And it's weird for me to have him at 6, but these other guys that I have in front of him, you'll see why. So that's the list there. And then obviously let me have a sip of beer real quick, and then I'll get into my top 5 since everybody is in the room here. So looks like Megan's in the room, Chief is in the room, JT is in the room, but that is the list. And like I said, I take a lot of pride with the list and everything that I do. So a lot of film and a lot of reading and a lot of everything. So that is the list so far. Let's go to number 5. Number 5 might surprise you. It's a brand new photo. You haven't seen it. But this guy is primed to have a big, big year like he did a few years ago. Last year, 164 targets, 103 receptions, 1,225 yards, and 10 tutties. He needs to be at 1,500 yards and 15 to 20 tutties for him to be able to get to the AFC Championship game and to win the AFC Championship game and then to win the Super Bowl. You need to step your game up. And obviously, we know he got Gabriel Davis to go deep, but Diggs needs to go back to the season that he had a couple years ago. I'm going to pull up the stat line here so you can actually see the difference with the stats. But if you actually look at Diggs' stats and what he had, okay, so obviously he was on the Vikings in 2015, all right, 52 receptions, 720 yards, 4 tutties. 2016, 84 receptions, 903, 3 tutties. 64 receptions, 849, 8 tutties. So in 2017, he broke out. Then it went to 102 receptions, 1,021 yards, 9 tutties. That was a good year for him. 2019, 63 receptions, 1,130 yards, 6 tutties. Okay, then he went to the Bills, improved the stats. 127 receptions, 1,535 yards. I need that. He had 8 tutties. I need to get that up to, somewhere between 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then last year, 103, 1,225, and 10. So he's only hit double digits once. But, I mean, you got the easiest schedule. You're favored in every single game this season. 17-0 on the Vegas line. You are the most popular favored team to make it to the Super Bowl. Maybe not win, but it's always Rams, Buccaneers, but now with this injury, maybe it'll be Saints, Packers, Eagles, who knows who it's going to be. But normally you had Rams as the number 1 in the NFC, Bills as the number 1 there, and Josh Allen is great. He's a Hall of Famer. Even at this point, I feel same thing with Herbert and Burrow, though all 3 of them will be in the Hall of Fame. But we need to get Diggs' numbers closer to the 1,500-yard mark, over 100 receptions, and we need over 10 touchdowns. That to really solidify you and Gabriel Davis with Allen. They drafted a running back. The only problem they had was the running game. Still got Singletary. Okay, he's RB2. Zach Moss, RB2. Duke Johnson, RB2. RB3, RB4, and they drafted a rookie. So we'll see how that all plays out, and Josh Allen can use his legs. But I do think Stefan Diggs is going to have a monster year based off their easy schedule. And Josh Allen, they are, they've been on the cusp. It's like their kryptonite is one single thing. And you already know what their kryptonite is. What has been their kryptonite? It's this. And they haven't been able to get past this, but now with no Tyreek and Honey Badger, they're going to have their first opportunity besides last year, which they almost got there, but they failed because of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And that's big facts. When you go against this, okay, it's really tough to be able to beat this, especially when you have great play calling and you have Andy Reid. That is big facts. Number 5, Stefan Diggs. Number 4 is a guy that I could have at, number 1, 2, 3, or 4. These first 4 guys can be interchangeable at any given moment. Okay. But the main reason that I have number 4 at number 4 is because they lost their OC, Kevin O'Connell, to the Vikings. Okay. So the production should go down a little, in my opinion. And you have Allen Robinson coming in, which will take away a few target shares as well as yards and touchdowns. But he had the single most dominant season as a wide receiver in NFL history. 191 targets, 145 receptions, 1,947 yards. He only missed 2,000 by 53 yards, 16 tutties. Okay. That has never been done. He got the triple crown: receptions, yards, and touchdowns. He led in all 3 categories, and that's something that Jerry Rice never did. It's our guy from Eastern Washington, a couple hours away from my house, aka it is the Fiend, Cooper Kupp. I see you, Cooper. You have the impact like the Fiend did, Bray Wyatt, in WWE. And like I said, he's one of those guys. If Stefan Diggs and Keenan Allen make route running look cool, Kupp does the same. Okay. Injuries prevented him from being the true guy prior to Matthew Stafford with, obviously Jared Goff. The durability is something to keep an eye on, but he doesn't have a big build. He's a little bit slighter build. All right. He's not the biggest. He's not the fastest. He's not the strongest, but he is damn good. And you could put him at number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. But the sole purpose of me putting him at 4 is Kevin O'Connell, the OC that I feel that is going to be the most impactful in the league this year with the Vikings. And he's going to change the culture there, as well as Nathaniel Hackett going from Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay to Denver. I think the Broncos are going to have a lot of success with Nathaniel Hackett and Russ, and Cooper Kupp still will be good. good. But if I had to guess with Allen Robinson there, I assume you're going to go from 145 receptions to 100 to 120. 1,947 yards, probably to 15 or 1,600. And instead of 16 tutties, probably somewhere between 11 and 13. So not a big drop off, but a little bit of a drop off because you got Allen Robinson there. And at the end of the season, we might have Allen Robinson and Cooper Kupp both in the top 10, and they may be raising the Lombardi at the end of the year. We'll see. Number 4, Cooper Kupp. Number 3 may surprise you. The league is changing, and you got this guy named Jamar Chase. 128 targets, 81 receptions, a lot of drops, 1,455 yards, 13 TDs in his rookie year. And obviously, Chase is just like his boy, Justin Jefferson. This guy is an LSU product that it's very hard to be able to guard. He had a drop problem in preseason, and people were questioning, was this the right pick? So we would have went Penei Sewell. But if you went and watched LSU with Burrow, that was the best college football team of all time. Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, make him stare, Helaire, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. It was amazing, right? So the biggest reason for Burrow's trajectory to be a MVP candidate and Super Bowl MVP candidate was obviously Jamar Chase helping out Mr. Joe Burrow, Tiger King, Joey Burr. So really his burst is something that's really special in his yak yards. And it is reminiscent of Odell in his rookie years with the Giants. Pretty soon, it's going to be Jamar Chase, number 1, Justin Jefferson, number 2, or Justin Jefferson, number 1, Jamar Chase, number 2. But for the time being, with Cooper Kupp and Devonte Adams, I have to give respect. At the end of the year, Jamar Chase could be number 1 with Joe Burrow. Appendectomy happened. Joe Burrow, we'll see what happens. I still think they're going to win the AFC North, and they will be king of the North. And this guy is one of the, he reminds me a lot of like a Jerry Rice, Randy Moss hybrid with Justin Jefferson. I think that these are going to be the two guys that are going to lead the league moving forward, just like I think Derrick Henry is going to pass the torch to Jonathan Taylor. And I already said that in my running back video, which most people don't have. Most people have Derrick Henry number 1, Jonathan Taylor number 2. But I'm always trying to be a trendsetter and give you a year early instead of after it already physically happens. Jamar Chase at number 3. And this was tough at number 1 and number 2. But just like I said, LaDainian Tomlinson dominated, right? And then it came a guy named Adrian Peterson. You have to pass a torch once you've been in the league 5, 6, 7, 8 years. There's always going to be another running back that's going to steal your shine. And then obviously when Adrian Peterson came in, LaDainian went from the Chargers to the Jets. He never was the same. He still was decent, but not the same kind of player. And you have to pass the torch, okay? You have a guy right now, Devonte Adams, right, who has been the guy with Cooper Kupp. But I think there might be another guy that might be able to steal that shine with Jamar Chase. At number 2 is Devonte Adams. And you would be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, think about this. All right. You had 169 targets, 123 receptions, 1,553 yards, 11 receiving TDs with a 60% target share with Aaron Rodgers. He didn't trust Big Bob Tonyan, MVS. He didn't trust a lot of the guys that were on the team. So number 1, you have a shitty offensive line and you got a shitty defense besides Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. So if you're not going to have enough time to have your routes develop, and you also have Darren Waller, top 3 tight end. You also have Josh Jacobs, top 15 running back. And you also have the best slot receiver, the most underrated wide receiver in the league, Hunter Renfrow. There's going to be less opportunities for you, even though you played in college at Fresno State with, obviously, Mr. Carr. So they got the money, they paid him. And obviously the Packers star, this is something important. He's only played a full season twice in 8 years. All right. But even when he's banged up, he's a total package like Lex Luger. All right. He's averaging 90 yards per game in 3 of his last 4 seasons. He gets open at every level, at the beginning, the intermediate, and the deep routes. And obviously the only thing that I have against him is the offensive line and the defense, as well as the offensive weapons that are surrounding him. He's going to not get the same type of target share. At least I hope he doesn't, because the team is going to suffer if they go 60% of the time to him and they neglect Josh Jacobs, they neglect Hunter Renfrow, and they neglect Darren Waller. They're going to be good, but the offensive line needs to get better, as well as the defense, besides Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. I do like Josh McDaniels, but I think this might be the passing of the torch. Now, at the end of the year, Devonte Adams could still be number 1 or Cooper Kupp, but I think that Chase and Jefferson are coming. Number 2, Devonte Adams. And then at number 1, he's got a personal goal of 2,000 yards receiving. I haven't heard anyone else that's this motivated in the league. And when you get a guy like Justin Jefferson, who's just like Jamar Chase, check this out, 167 targets, 108 receptions, 1,616 yards, 10 tutties. That was with Zimmer, and Zimmer's a shitty coach. Now you're going to bring in a guy that coached Cooper Kupp. He got Cooper Kupp to be the number 1 receiver in the league. You let me know, out of the people in the room, did anyone think that Cooper Kupp would lead the league in receiving yards, let alone receptions and touchdowns and the Triple Crown? Fuck no. So you got to think Kevin O'Connell is a part of it with Matthew Stafford with the play calling and the execution. And this guy is much more athletic. He's trying to get 2,000. He had 16, and 10 tutties. So I feel with him, Jamar Chase and him are the closest that I've ever seen two wide receivers playing at the same damn time, besides maybe T.O. and Randy Moss in their prime. It's like you can pick one or the other. It's almost identical. And this is probably the closest I've ever seen the talent level at two wide receivers ever in my life. Okay. But with Justin Jefferson, his historic start is kind of like Randy Moss. The comparison isn't wild. All right. Minnesota's top target instantly. He replaced Stefan Diggs' swagger. The production is better. And not only is he slender and he can dance, he can hit the gritty. He's lightning fast. He's got great yak yards, just like Jamar Chase. Great hands, great height, great route running. And the crazy thing is, he's got Kirk Cousins. It's not Patrick Mahomes. But with that being said, all right, they're going to improve dramatically with Kevin O'Connell, and that's why the Vikings are my number one sleeper team in the NFL, and that's why I have them at number one, because if you can have a coach that can turn this into the number one guy, why not someone like this that's knocking on the door? Because it's either going to be this year, Jefferson Chase, or Chase Jefferson, or it's going to be next year. I mean, if Adams and Kupp are still 1-2, fine, but I have a feeling that Justin Jefferson could get close to 2,000, and he's going to get more than 10. He'll get somewhere probably, I would say, 100 to 120 receptions, somewhere between 1,500 and 1,800 yards, more than likely, but maybe as much as 1,900. I mean, if you think about it, Cooper Kupp, right, had 1947. He was only 53 yards away, but he had 191 targets. So if he had 191 and Jefferson had 167 with a shitty Zimmer, there's going to be an opportunity to, grow and get a little bit better. And just like I have Derrick Henry passing the torch to Jonathan Taylor, I also have Devonte Adams passing the torch to Justin Jefferson. So it's always about being a year early and doing something bold instead of me being boring and just, being like everyone else. Devonte Adams, Cooper Kupp, and then maybe Jefferson and Chase and, and Tyreek. You want to make sure that you're putting in the time and the effort. But the number one reason is obviously with Devonte Adams, you got a lot more talent around you and the offensive line isn't the same. So I'm going to take an educated, choice, and I'm going to go Jefferson. And if he gets hurt, everything is out the window. But I feel that, based off what I've told you, it's a pretty fire list. So you guys let me know what you think, but that's how my brain works. And I think that's why I have the best top 10s in the business. I don't think anyone else has a better list than me. I mean, there's a lot of people that say they do, you know what I mean? But they don't break down the list. This is what other people do. They do a list: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I mean, that's what they do, or maybe they'll talk for a little bit, but they don't break it down for you to understand if you don't understand. And that's why I feel my top 10s are the best in the world. I mean, people can say that's crazy, but I mean, I take this shit seriously. And, you can move around my top 10. You could swap him, anywhere between 6 through 10. But traditionally, it would be A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, Debo, right? That's that those three can be interchanged. Tyreek, Mike Evans, and Diggs can be interchanged. And then these four can be in any order. And there's no wrong answer, but based on what I've told you, I feel it's pretty solid as long as these guys can stay healthy. So that is the list. You guys let me know what you think, but sometimes people don't realize how good people are. And then we had a guy come in here and say, hey, it's Scary Terry McLaurin. He could be in this list. And I told him, no, he can't. Because if you look at the list, he's had 58 receptions for 7 tutties, 87 receptions, 4 tutties, 77 receptions, 5 tutties. Is that good enough to be in the top 10? No, it's not. It's name recognition compared to actually the stats. So that's kind of the difference. So you have to know what you're talking about. So let's go back up and I'll acknowledge what you guys have said. And we have like 30 comments. So let's go here. Brady's won rings with way less, but that was with the Patriots when you had Josh McDaniels, a top 3 play caller, and arguably the best cheater and the best defensive, mind in Bill Belichick. It's a different type of, a different type of Patriot football back then. So it's different, bro. It's not the same now. And especially the NFC is, not as loaded as the AFC, but when you got a team like the Rams and teams like the Saints, the Packers, Eagles, Vikings, Niners, there's no guarantee, especially if the offensive line stinks. So Yeah, but I mean, no Gronk, no JPP, no Sue, and then I don't have Kappa, Ali Marpet. I mean, I have too many pieces missing, and no Gronk. I mean, I don't care. I mean, people can say whatever they want, but I know my team when it's a championship worthy, and I know when it's not. And if Jensen's out for the year, the dream is over. I really don't think it's going to happen. I mean, we might be able to overachieve and be able to get maybe to the NFC Championship game, but without a healthy O-line with my best players, you got to think Tristan Wirfs is the best right tackle. Trent Williams is the best left tackle. Jensen's a top 5 center, sometimes top 3. And I already lost Kappa and Ali Marpet. How am I going to be able to win without those guys? I know Shaq Mason's pretty good and, Brady played with him, but it's about chemistry, continuity, and playing with the same guys and building those reps up. So, but that's the list. And hopefully you guys, can find, reasons why you like it or don't like it. But I feel that most people that know football will be surprised by this list. And don't be surprised on Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager, Pat McAfee show, any type of network that they have a list similar to mine, because I know their social media teams are going to be watching or they are going to be watching themselves. So if you end up seeing Justin Jefferson as number 1 in some of the lists, you're going to know where it came from, because most people have Devonte Adams or Cooper Kupp. And that's really what it's about. It's about being original and giving you reasons why that these guys are there. So, all right, let me see here. Let me scrolling down. And I pretty much have done the list 4 times. But, the first time I did it around was kind of like that. I gave you really good breakdown and whatnot. Joe's in the building. What to do? Way too early ranking. For the Buccaneers, 11 or 12 wins. Saints, 10 to 12 wins. Panthers, probably somewhere between 5 to 9 wins. And then Falcons, probably somewhere between 3 and 6 wins. That's just off the top of my head. Yeah. And that's what it's about. It's being able to tell you why. And you can interchange 8, 9, or 10. You can interchange 5 or 6. You know what I mean? And you can interchange 1, 2, 3, or 4. But when you look at what I'm saying, and even if you don't agree with me, it makes sense. And most people's top 10s lists, sometimes you're scratching your head. Like in Madden, they didn't even have Jamar Chase as one of the top 10 receivers in the league. So obviously there's no credibility right there, right from the very start. So. Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter if Russ is throwing to DK, and it doesn't matter if Russ is throwing to Lockett, Megan. The bottom line is Russ is much better than Drew Lock. That's just the bottom line. So, I mean, if you're going to be going based off production, Drew Lock is not Russ. So the numbers are going to be less. You're not going to get the same numbers with Russ throwing to those guys than Drew Lock. The wins are going to be less. You might be throwing more in garbage time if you're losing, but you can't compare Russell Wilson, first ballot Hall of Famer, to Drew Lock, who's going to be a backup quarterback sooner than later. I mean, if he doesn't do well this season, they're going to move on, draft a rookie, and he'll probably be a backup quarterback for the rest of his career. That's facts. You see what I mean? That's all. There's always a reason. I never say anything without a reason. There's always a cause and effect. Chief. But also, too, you have to look that Lockett is a better route runner. Lockett has better hands. Lockett never dropped a red zone pass with Russ in the lineup, ever. He was never dropped one. DK came in as a big body specimen. He couldn't run the route tree right away. If you saw him, at Ole Miss, and when he came in the league, he could do post, he could run the go route, but he couldn't do a lot of the intermediate stuff because he was built too heavy up top. So he had to put a lot of work in with Russ to continuously get better. But it's not like he came into the league where he could run every single route to perfection. And that's why Lockett was more of like a guy from the 20 to the 20, and then a red zone guy would be more like DK. Or you could throw a screen pass at DK and he might take it for 60. You know what I mean? But DK's hands aren't as good as Lockett's. Yeah, but the reason that I have Diggs specifically in the top 5 in my list, I think honestly Mike Evans is better, right? You could put him in there. You could even argue Debo and even Keenan Allen over Diggs. But the bottom line is they're a Super Bowl favorite. They're the number one team in the NFL besides the Rams. So if Josh Allen is going to do it this year, someone's got to step up besides Gabriel. It's got to be Diggs. He's got to have a big, big year. And everyone's assuming that they are going to have a big year. So there's reasons why, I have him. Tyreek overall might be a better player. Mike Evans, Debo with his versatility, Keenan Allen. But it's just the fact that the team that he's on and the quarterback that he has throwing to him, if that makes sense. $5 holla. Right? But a lot of people are afraid to say it. You know what I mean? A lot of people are afraid to say what they think is going to happen until it already happens. And then it's not a prediction. It's like, oh, Jonathan Taylor, like if he wins the rushing title again, oh, he's number one in the league and he'll be number one next year. Well, no shit. He already did it the year before, last year. So it's like you have to be ahead of the curve. And it's hard for people to be able to come up with predictions, where it's a year early, because it's kind of like you're taking a chance, you know what I mean? But if you look at the facts and, not everyone's going to be correct. And this list isn't going to be 100%, but based off doing a top 10 list, it's going to be better than most that are out there on the internet. Right. And remember when he had the drops in the preseason, every other player, had more receptions to their targets. The only one in the top 10 that has a big significant difference is Burrow to Chase. He's had 128 targets and only 81. That's not good, but he's still got 13 TDs and almost 1,500 yards. Imagine if he would have had 100 out of 128. He probably would have had 18 TDs and 1,800 yards. You see what I'm saying? So that's why Jamar Chase and, Justin Jefferson are going to be the best in the league over Devonte and Kupp. It's just a matter of time. So the Cornhuskers were good, but if you go back and look at the Tigers and what they did with the NFL talent they had, if the Tigers played the Cornhuskers back and you played them now, you know what would happen. But obviously that's Jameis Winston and his Nebraska love. You didn't think that he would do that good, though. You probably thought he would do well, but no one on planet fucking Earth, Loyal Rammy, thought he was going to win the Triple Crown over guys like Devonte Adams and Tyreek Hill and a few of these other guys. You could have thought he was going to do well, and you could have thought that you were going to win the Super Bowl, but I don't think anyone thought that kind of production. Yeah, I got my reasons. Obviously, normally I would have Tyreek at 5, after those guys. But when you look at the other pieces, I can't discredit Cooper Kupp. I can't discredit Devonte Adams. I definitely can't discredit the future, Jefferson and Chase. So at that point, I could have put him at 5, but you got Tua. So you're going to be doing a lot of short routes, and you're going to have to use your legs rather than Diggs is going to have Josh Allen. So it just kind of makes sense. But, if you don't read and you don't watch film, then you can't come up with a list like this. There's a lot of people that make them, but they don't do the breakdown. That's really what it's about. So, yeah, see, it's not as simple as that. So, all right, you have a great day. Appreciate you with all the donos and all the support. Yeah. And plus, you've already been here for a couple weeks. You watch other channels. They don't talk like me. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that can do breakdowns and analysis and everything. But other channels will have amazing fans and amazing hosts. But I think NWSF is on a whole nother level. I'd really take this to heart. It's not for fun. This is not something that is just like a hobby. This is something that is, I'm trying to be able to, I'm not going to be right on everything, but I feel that, based off what I say, and if you actually look at what I'm doing, I'm definitely going a little bit deeper than anyone else on, YouTube, social media, or actually on any kind of network that's out there. Appreciate you. Yeah, but again, like I said, you could have this, 2, 3, 4. These could end up in any order, 1 through 4. And then Diggs, Tyreek, Evans, right? Debo, Keenan Allen, all these guys are going to be all like kind of intermingled together. You know what I mean? There's no really one correct right or wrong answer, but I feel based on what I see, moving forward, looking at the schedule, who they're playing, I could see this potential, happening, but it could be flip-flopped. A couple guys could be moved around, and you can't predict injuries either, All right, we got 13 minutes to go. And like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years. I've probably put in 100,000 hours. There's a lot of people that have channels, but just because you have a channel doesn't mean that, you work for it. There's a lot of people that it's just like everyone else I feel on YouTube when they do a top 10 list, it's content. They don't care. They could give two shits less if their list is accurate or not. They don't put the time and the effort. And it's all about effort and time and studying and reading and film. And a lot of people are lazy. They'll just look on someone else's list, copy and paste, and then boom, couple words here, couple words there. I'm never going to do that though. So yeah, I'm hoping too, even though he's on the rival, team, but obviously I had to mention him. If I wanted to be a hater, I would have even mentioned him at all, but that's the difference. So, all right, no problem. Appreciate you. What was our final number? What did we end up hitting? Do you have the number, Sarah? Yeah, but he's not the same player anymore. You know what I'm saying? 3 years ago is a long time. It's what have you done for me lately? Okay. And he's only played in 7 games in 2 years. We don't really know if he can do it anymore on that. And he had Drew Brees back then. Now it's Jameis Winston. So you have to look at those factors. You just can't discredit those factors like they don't matter. That shit fucking matters. Drew Brees is the best short quarterback of all time besides Russell Wilson. Now you're going to a guy with Jameis Winston who's, good, but he's not Hall of Fame. You see what I'm saying? The football isn't going to be in the same spot. They could still end up being great, but you have to understand it's different. This is not Drew Brees. He'll never be Drew Brees, ever. I don't know if the Saints will ever win a Super Bowl with Jameis Winston. Maybe the next guy after him. They got a great team overall, and I don't know why everyone's shitting on him so much, but I hope they have a great year. Yeah, they got Olave, Landry, AK-41, Ramczyk. They got a lot of pieces, but if anyone could get back in the top 10 and stay healthy, if his body can hold up, he's got the talent level, or at least he did. But if you keep getting injured, it's like, oh, he did 1,700 yards and, he had all those, great stats, but it's what have you done for me lately type of league, right? You know what I mean? No one gives a shit what you did last year or the year before. It's all about what you did currently or last year going into this year. No one gives a shit 3 years ago. If you're holding on to shit from 3 years ago, you're in trouble. And another part of Michael Thomas's stat line that's a little disturbing. He's never hit double-digit touchdowns in his career. He's hit 9 3 times, but he's never hit. He's never hit, 10, and he doesn't have Drew Brees anymore. So it's like, yeah, you had 149, 1,725, and 9 tutties, right? And then you've hit 9 5 9 9, but then you had 0, and then you haven't really been the same. And obviously didn't play, last year. So we hope that he can get back to that number, but there's a chance that he may never get back there. Right. And there's going to be rookies. There'll be another rookie that comes in that might get into the top 10 that we're not thinking about, or, could be like a Christian Watson or a Sky Moore, someone that, you think that's going to be pretty good. But if they start getting like the hot hand, maybe one of those guys, Aaron Rodgers to Watson, or, maybe Sky Moore from Mahomes, maybe that turns into like the next Devonte Adams, Tyreek kind of player, just because the targets keep going there. You don't know. We have to just evaluate and wait and see. So. Oh, yeah. So what do you think about the list overall, Chief? Well, Chief, a lot of time and effort went into it. I don't think anyone really complained about it. But like I said, usually, if you have people that actually know football, most of the people I feel will agree. Or if they don't agree, you can flip flop a couple pieces, but they mostly agree if they don't totally agree 100%. So, I mean, because that's the number one thing I care about the most is obviously the stats and the analytics. All right, 4-2, top of the ninth. Yeah, the Mariners replay on. Ooh, Oregon versus California, 2005. God, it feels fucking so hot in here. 26-20, Ducks won in overtime. I love all this college football that they're showing. Fiesta Bowl, Oregon versus Colorado. Oh my God, I'm watching. Joey Harrington, yes, please. I'm recording that. Hold on. I haven't watched that game in such a long time. The 2002 Fiesta Bowl, Joey Harrington's last game against Colorado. Even though we should have played Miami instead of Nebraska, we were number 2, but then we had to play Colorado, who was, I think, what? They were 4, and I think Nebraska was 3. So it should have been us versus Miami, but then we had to play Colorado. We wouldn't have beat Miami, though. We would have lost. I appreciate that. But, but normally when you see a list, there's a lot of debating, a lot of like, oh, this list just sucks. You know what I mean? And you can definitely tell the people that, make the effort and people that don't. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, there's a lot of pride involved. I don't do it just to do it. So, I mean, shit, I was so dedicated. I didn't even do gummies today. So, right. And that's what it's about. I can put it in there, but I'm going to give it to you why. You know what I'm saying? And I'll give you reasonings why. And I'll even give you reasonings sometimes that you maybe have never thought of or you forgot. Like, me losing Ali Marpet to retirement and Kappa to the Bengals. People forgot. Not me, But do you know what I'm saying? That's a kind of a bold choice. Most people would be afraid to do a top 10 list and put Jefferson 1 or Chase 1, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Most people would be afraid to put Jonathan Taylor at 1 over Henry, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying that, Justin Jefferson is going to get 2,000 yards, but if he does, I'm going to look like a fucking genius, you know what I mean? With him being number 1 and, getting to the playoffs and, maybe they're a wild card team. I mean, imagine if the Vikings win the North and, if O'Connell gets coach of the year and they end up winning 10 to 13 games and Jefferson is at like 1,800 yards and like 15 touchdowns and is number 1, you know what I mean? Like, it might happen. It might not. We don't know, but I know that the Vikings are going to be good and their trajectory is very, very good. So, all right. So we got 6 minutes to go. Yep. Because I think JT right now, it seems like Henry always can be the number 1 choice by default. Right. But like I said, it's like LaDainian Tomlinson. You can be good for 6, 7, 8 years, but sometimes there's another guy that comes in that, is ready to take the reins. And it's not like Derrick Henry is going to go from 1 to 5 or 1 to 3. He's only going to go down 1 spot. He's still going to be the most reliable and the easiest person to fall back on. But if you look at Jonathan Taylor and you look at the offensive line and the way that they're going to use him compared to Henry, they have a little bit of turmoil there with the Tannehill, with the Malik Willis situation. No more A.J. Brown, Treylon Burks. So even Jameis Meza, may agree or not agree, but it's a transitional period until we finally get Malik, Treylon Burks, and it's just them and Tannehill's out of the picture. Then you're going to be able to breathe easy. But if Tannehill's still there with Malik, you just have to be able to wait for time to pass, and that way they can move on from Tannehill, move on from A.J. Brown, and then restart everything. You know what I mean? But that's why I feel like I'm one of the best in the world. I feel, there's for a lot of channels that are out there, but I just feel the effort and the film and the studying and the reading, if you want to be able to be the best, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to, because I already know, like, if a TV opportunity came, it's not like I'm going to choke and freeze up. I've been doing this shit way too long. I'm 40 years old. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't get scared. I don't get nervous. I've fucking seen it all. And I've been here, done that. So, and whose offensive line is better? The Colts. They got Quentin Nelson. It's just a better offensive line. And then they're going to go heavy, damn, right? And then obviously with Derrick Henry, they're going to go heavy with him as well, but they have other options to go. The Colts don't have as much depth at wide receiver. They got Alec from Cincinnati. You also have Jelani Woods from, tight end. You have him there, but you don't really have T.Y. Hilton may come back. He may not. But if you look at it, it's not like they have Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison there. They don't, Dallas Clark. They don't have those guys. So they're going to hand off by default a lot. So, all right, we got 27-20. Oregon, 13th ranked versus number 23 Cal. What year is this from? 2005. Wow. They've been showing all these awesome Duck games. I can't wait for this one to end so that way I can go to the Ducks. Joey Harrington versus Colorado. I haven't watched that game in like 15 years. I'm stoked. Yeah, Chiefs. Yeah. Well, sometimes people recognize talent, but also in the past, they've had James White, Ron Dane. Sometimes the guys that they've had at running back haven't panned out, but Jonathan was definitely special. And also being on a team with a great offensive line with Quentin Nelson helps too, Yeah. Yeah, they passed and they went for Clyde because they thought it was a better fit for scheme. But sometimes guys, they peak in college and, they don't get any better. And some guys, are just getting started in college and then they grow tremendously once they get to the NFL. It's like you look at LaMichael James on my team, DeAnthony Thomas, like these guys were two of the most dynamic college football players ever, but they were too small. And they, I thought maybe DeAnthony could be Tyreek, but it just wasn't meant to be, So sometimes guys can be, dominant obviously on the college level, but they peak and then they don't get in that much better. And everyone else is faster, stronger. And if they don't have it up here and in the heart, some guys, they're just not going to make it. So, yeah, Clyde was the last pick in the first round. Yeah, but they thought that was going to be the best fit. So, yeah, but if they had Jonathan Taylor, imagine how much better they would be. They wouldn't have to worry about Tyreek or Honey Badger leaving. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. So, well, I appreciate all you guys. Like I said, it was a long stream, sweating, tired. Like I said, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I hope people that they watch it, they'll enjoy it. And if you guys see a list on the internet that's similar to mine, you're going to know where it came from. So I do appreciate you guys very, very much. And obviously we'll be moving over to the tight ends next. I don't know if I'll be doing a tight end stream tomorrow. I'll have to look to see what baseball and other, things are going on. But I probably will be doing, I got SummerSlam on Saturday. And then I got NASCAR Indianapolis Brickyard 400 on Sunday. So we may do the tight end stream tomorrow, or I might wait until a little bit later. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. Oh, but I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very much. Shout out to everyone who's donated and spent time. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Like I said, be safe, and I'll be back again in a few hours. Obviously, we're in Friday now. It's 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or a different time if you're in Australia. Shout out to Megan, Chief Michael, everyone in the building. Love you guys and appreciate you guys. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you. Appreciate you. And I'm out. Gang.